This is MC of our story, Logan McClain, the oldest son of a noble family. That's basically broke beyond repair. The maids in the house were absolutely terrified of him. And honestly, they had good reason. Just look at the guy's face. Dude looked straight up demon on Viagra. So one day, Logan decided to visit his father at the castle. But the soldiers straight up blocked him at the gate. No entry, their excuse was brutal. They said he wasn't worthy. According to them, he was nothing more than the son of the Baron's former wife. Around the castle, people either feared Logan or straight up hated him. Because until that point, he really had been arrogant and completely despicable. But things were about to flip. Because Logan wasn't the same person they thought they knew anymore. The guard's attitude irritated him badly. So Logan reached into his outfit, pulled out a pair of gloves, and tossed them directly into the guard's face. Full public humiliation. A move like that meant only one thing. The insult would be paid for with a duel. Logan didn't stop there either. He insulted the guard, saying the real failure here was him, calling him a lifelong, mediocre soldier. Dominion completely lost it. Overcome with rage and emotion, he accepted the duel against the prince. They headed straight to the dueling arena, agreeing to use wooden swords. But here's the thing, knights can use aura. Even with a wooden sword, a strong knight could easily kill a weak warrior. Everyone watching genuinely feared for the prince's life. To them, Logan was obviously a total loser. Dominic attacked with everything he had, pouring aura into his strike. But Logan dodged with insanely precise timing, slipping past the attack and countering right over Damien's sword. The impact was so strong that it knocked the weapon straight out of the guard's hand. He literally couldn't keep hold of it. The crowd froze in shock whispers. How did Logan, the so-called loser, know how to fight like that? Logan wasn't satisfied. He told Damien he could have a second chance if he wanted, but the soldier was still on the ground. Staring at his own hand, he couldn't deny it. The blow had been incredibly heavy. Logan didn't wait for an answer. He stepped in and landed more strikes with the wooden sword. Pure payback for what happened earlier. By the end of it, the entire fight left the castle soldiers shaken to their core. Prince Logan wasn't the weakling he used to be. And the reason behind that change, something none of them could possibly know. The truth is in the future. When Logan was 40 years old, he was nothing more than a common soldier. His noble family had already been completely destroyed by then. The other soldiers constantly mocked him, especially because back when Logan was younger, he had lost a duel to his own younger brother. They never understood how someone like him even ended up as a soldier, after his entire family was wiped out. Back then, the kingdom had been betrayed and enemy forces invaded. Every soldier fought bravely, and Logan fought too, but none of it mattered. The kingdom still lost, and in the end, they were all eliminated that day. Logan died on the battlefield. As his life, faded regret crushed him. He regretted countless things, especially how horrible of a person he had been. More than anything, he wanted to ask his father for forgiveness. Then suddenly Logan woke up in his room, completely shaken. He had been injured after taking a blow to the head during the duel against his younger brother. The realization hit him hard. The protagonist couldn't believe it. Was everything he experienced just a nightmare? Nope, definitely not. He remembered everything too clearly. Logan looked out the window and saw his family's castle, the same place he lived in when he was young. Soon after, his younger brother came to visit him in his room, clearly terrified of how Logan might treat him. The boy was trembling with fear, and it made sense. Logan had always been awful to everyone. Especially to him, Logan remembered the last time he treated his brother like absolute garbage. And that moment was exactly why Ronan and never tried to get close to him again. Logan's head throbbed as memories flooded in. Ronan genuinely cared about his brother. But the servants knew Logan's reputation all too well. Rick the butler told the young Master Ronan to leave the room. But for the first time ever, Logan didn't scream instead. He spoke gently and told Ronan to come closer. The boy froze in shock, so did the butler Rick. Thinking young Master Logan was acting strangely today, Logan wanted to praise Ronan and strength. But the words wouldn't come out. He knew words alone weren't enough. After treating him like trash for so long, then Logan hugged his brother for the very first time. He asked for forgiveness for everything he had done. He admitted that he had been a terrible brother, and that Rome was truly amazing. No one in the room could hold back their tears. At that moment, after talking for a while, Ronan and finally left Logan alone. The protagonist looked out the window again, knew for sure this wasn't a dream. He had gone back in time, and this time he was going to do things differently. This time he would save his family. A maid accidentally walked into the room and immediately apologized. Rick rushed in after her and apologized too, on her behalf, explaining that Mary hadn't done it on purpose. The whole situation was irritating. Logan suddenly realized how ridiculous it was, that everyone acted this terrified of him, thinking just how miserable had he been back then. Logan told them it was nothing, and asked them to bring him some paper and pens. Rick and Mary instantly panicked, wondering if the young master was actually going to work now. When they brought what he asked for, Logan thanked them. Rick was stunned to hear that. His master really just said, "Thank you." Now the servants felt like they were dreaming. Once again, Logan realized what a piece of trash he used to be. He asked to be left alone so he could work. But before starting, he remembered something important. The war against the Empire would happen in 10 years. That war would be what destroyed his family, because they would be weak and drowning in debt. His goal now was clear. He wasn't just going to change who he used to be. He was going to change his family's fate. On top of that, an internal war in his region, set to happen just 1 year from now, was the very first event that began shattering his territory's reputation. After working for a while and filling pages non-stop, Logan finally decided it was time to go see his father. As he walked through the estate, he noticed the staff turning their faces away from him, avoiding eye contact like it was instinct. They genuinely believed Logan could end their lives on a whim, and that fear was burned into them. Along the way, a maid carrying freshly clean clothes didn't notice him approaching and tripped crashing to the ground. The girl froze completely. In her mind, this was it. Her life was over, but that wasn't what happened. Logan reached out with a gentle hand and helped her back up for a moment. It felt like some kind of miracle. Then the girl looked at his face. That terrifying face she recognized all too well. Logan wasn't known for kindness. She immediately begged for her life and ran away without daring to look back. Watching her flee, Logan realized something important. Simply acting different wasn't going to fix things overnight. After all, he'd spent years smiling like a damn murderer. When Logan reached his father's office and announced himself, his expression turned cold again. It had been more than 20 years since he'd last seen his father. As expected, the atmosphere inside was icy. The patriarch of House McLean, Patrick McLean, had no reason to show respect to his eldest son. Logan explained why he was there. He asked for permission to undergo isolated training on the family's mountain property. The protagonist still carried the memories of his past life and already knew how night training worked. But his current body was useless, lazy, and completely untrained. On top of that, he needed money to change his family situation, and becoming stronger would help with that too. He had to be ready because in 3 months, that girl would arrive. Patrick immediately questioned him, asking if Logan was trying to run away. After losing to Ronnie, and Logan denied it. He admitted that he was weak and that he had wasted his life. Until now, he wanted to get better. But Patrick had heard these words before. He refused the request, saying Logan's problem wasn't just a lack of effort. Logan had expected that answer. Logan admitted that his behavior had been his biggest flaw and said he was determined to change it. His father didn't believe him anymore and ordered him to leave. The request was denied. This was the consequence of everything Logan had done. Still, Logan didn't back down. He told his father that he had been foolish and immature until now, and that this training will be his first step toward real change. Even a most bitter father couldn't completely abandon his child. Patrick finally relented and said this would be Logan's last chance. Before letting him go, he asked if Logan really thought 3 months was enough to catch up to Ronan. Logan answered firmly that the training wasn't about defeating Ronan. It was about defeating himself. When Logan left the room, Patrick felt something he hadn't felt toward his son in a very long time. It's respect, and Logan noticed it. Even though his father said nothing out loud, Logan knew that changing himself was worth it. Logan went to the mountains and stayed there for 3 full months. His goal wasn't just to train his body, but to reach something greater. True warriors could defeat even dragons, by using the life force stored within their cores. Day after day, Logan trained himself to absolute exhaustion. By the end of those 3 months, he managed to form his core, something he had only accomplished at 40 years old. In his previous life with it, he could push his body beyond its breaking point. On the final day of training, Logan stood before a massive tree and prepared his strongest move. He focused all his aura, channeling it into his sword and muscles. The strike was powerful enough to slice through space itself before cutting the target clean in half. This was the power he had gained at the end of his previous life, and now he could use it at this young age. Even so, the strain on his weak body was enormous. This was a technique meant only as a last resort. Now, it was time to go home and start making real changes. But the first change was obvious. His clothes, he smelled like a sewer. When Logan returned home and went to show his progress to his father, the guard Dominic stopped him at the entrance, saying only those with direct McClane blood were allowed to pass without authorization. That was the moment Logan realized his authority within the family was slipping away. Right then and there, Logan challenged Damien to a duel. He shocked every guard in the castle by effortlessly defeating a trained soldier. This was the result of his training and combat experience, and it ensured no other guards would try the same stunt. Later, inside his father's office, Logan and Patrick spoke again. Patrick admitted that what he had seen was impressive, acknowledged Logan's awakening, and asked what had happened during his training. Logan realized his father had been watching, something he never expected. He explained that he had simply abandoned his greed and let everything go as he trained with that mindset. He eventually felt a force filling him from within. Logan reflected that even if it sounded unbelievable, this insight came from his past life. Only after giving up on avenging his family had he become a force user, back then awakening only after 40. Patrick was impressed that such a simple realization had led to such change, and said Logan had truly transformed. However, he was still furious. After achieving such a breakthrough, the first thing Logan did was attack a knight. Logan argued that the man deserved it, and asked whether his father had heard the full story. From the soldiers, Patrick said he had, but still believed those measures weren't necessary. They were necessary, Logan insisted. Surprising his father, the knight had tried to deceive his lord's blood and make a fool of him. Letting that slide would poison the family's discipline. Logan then reflected on hierarchy, the foundation that keeps any organization functioning. Once hierarchy is shaken, the organization weakens over time. Something he had learned during 10 years as a mercenary. When dealing with armed men, order must be established in a single, decisive move. What happened that day would serve as a warning to the other knights. Patrick admitted Damien was largely at fault for failing his duty and trying to trick Logan. Still, he felt Logan's actions were risky and said it was better to hold back in the future. Logan was shocked by how easily his father forgave him, especially compared to his previous life. Seeing Logan's expression, Patrick even joked and asked if he wanted a punishment. Logan replied that he was good. Patrick ended the conversation by saying he still didn't approve of what Logan had done and warned him never to act like that again, without permission, especially since he hadn't officially received his rank. Yet Logan respectfully said he would remember that. Soon after that, Logan's father announced that his fiancée, Rena, would be visiting soon. At first glance, Logan looked surprised by the news. It wasn't surprised at all. It was pure excitement. The day to get the cash was finally approaching. Right on cue, Princess Rena Wolves was formally introduced. Every lady present fell silent, completely stunned by her beauty, and every guard instantly felt jealous of Logan. When Rena stepped forward, she greeted Lord McClane gracefully, saying it had been far too long, and politely asking about his well-being. Patrick McClane, momentarily stunned by her appearance, commented on how she had grown into a beautiful woman since the last time he saw her. Rick watched from a distance as well, clearly impressed by how much she had matured. But then he glanced at Master Logan, who didn't look impressed in the slightest. Rena then said she had a letter, entrusted to her by her father, the Count, and began reading it aloud. The letter was addressed to Baron Patrick McClane, and it was painfully boring. Over the next 30 minutes, even the guards struggled to stay awake. But the ending snapped everyone back to reality. The final request stated that, due to unavoidable circumstances, the arranged marriage between Rena and Logan was to be canceled after hearing the letter. Logan quickly understood the message behind it. The Wolves clan had expected Patrick McLean to become a powerful aura user, but instead he had remained a high-ranking knight for over 20 years, and to make matters worse, Logan himself was considered a complete loser. Joining the Wolf clan with the McLeans simply made no sense anymore, so they chose to go their separate ways. Patrick was furious. Breaking off the marriage for such vague reasons was nothing but an insult. He understood immediately that the Wolves were trying to humiliate House McLean. Rena denied that, saying she had personally asked to be the messenger because she feared Patrick would misunderstand their intentions. She wanted to clear things up face to face. She spoke about her vivid memories of spending a year at the McLean residence. As a child, she recalled the peaceful days, the beautiful surroundings, and the good moments she shared with Logan. Those memories meant a lot to her, and she didn't want to let them go. But she was bound to her family's will, and had no choice but to obey her superiors. The only thing she could do was come in person and apologize to Logan and Patrick. Everyone was moved, murmuring that her heart was as beautiful as her face. Everyone except Logan, his stepmother Mary, and Daddy Patrick. Mary bluntly asked Rena what the real reason behind the breakup was. She demanded to know what these so-called unavoidable circumstances actually were. Logan thought about his stepmother, Ronian's biological mother, and how she had always treated him as an enemy. Because of the succession issue, he hadn't expected her to interfere, but family honor was clearly a different matter. Rena apologized again and avoided the question, claiming she didn't know the real reason. She explained that, since she was only meant to marry into another family, her father never discussed important matters with her. Mary grew furious and concluded that this explained why Rena had come to announce the breakup without any clear justification. Rena, visibly terrified, her white dress, now stained with her makeup melted by sweat, looked up at the McLeans and announced that to compensate for the inconvenience, the Wolf clan was willing to pay 3 million gold pieces. McLean's financial manager, Dwayne Filsner, nearly had a heart attack on the spot. Logan, on the other hand, was thrilled. He thought the money was finally his. But no chance. Patrick nearly exploded with rage, demanding to know how she dared to propose something like that. A knight from the Wolf house immediately stepped in front of Rena, protecting her, and begged Patrick to calm down. Patrick asked whether he was a high-ranking knight, like himself, admitting that it was impressive for someone so young to reach that level. He continued, saying that perhaps injuring the rising star of the Wolf's family would be fair compensation for the dishonor inflicted on the McLeans. But the knight replied that his master, Chiron Wolves, regarded Lord McLean as an honorable man and would never target the young princess or anyone younger. Rena then spoke up, saying she also did not wish to buy honor with money. She asked them to accept the gold as a sincere gesture, preserve the friendship between the two families. Patrick clenched his teeth. If he pushed further, he would lose his own honor. He realized this was exactly why Karen had sent these young people. Patrick stated that a visitor was still a visitor, even if they brought bad luck, and that House McLean would never harm its guests. However, he firmly refused the Wolf's clan's one-sided offer. House McLean asked for only one thing. Princess Rena Wolf was to personally and sincerely apologize to Logan. Patrick made it clear that he would accept no other compensation. At that moment, Logan stepped in as the person directly involved. He said he had a request internally. Logan knew they needed to accept. The money letting them off with word alone was insane. 3 million gold was the entire annual budget of House McLean. Half of their current funds came from his stepmother's family, and if that support vanished, they would go bankrupt instantly. And for what honor to Logan? It felt like everyone had lost their minds. Logan told his father he wanted to accept the Wolves' terms. Patrick became furious again, asking if Logan intended to make him go back on his word. Logan thought about the pressure his father carried. Even without aura, Patrick was still a high-ranking knight, but that meant nothing compared to others in the kingdom. If he couldn't handle this, he would never move forward. Patrick insisted House McLean wasn't poor enough to sell its honor. For money, Logan sighed deeply and replied that they were exactly that poor. He explained that House McLean already owed the bank 3 million gold pieces. The annual interest alone was 150,000 gold. Without Kiros's money, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. They were the kingdom's biggest family of beggars. On top of that, they owed over 2 million gold to the kingdom they served. Settling this matter with just an apology would only spread rumors that they had bowed to the wolves. Rena tried to intervene, claiming the wolves' clan wasn't irrational and respected House McLean's honor. Logan immediately asked whether she truly found it rational to unilaterally break off the engagement. A memory from Logan's past life surfaced. Back then, he had believed Rena was genuinely saddened by their separation, but that belief shattered after one incident. He remembered being alone with her in a bedroom. Rena thanked him for coming and said that even if things ended that day, she wanted to create one last memory together. Logan, believing his life as a noble was over, asked her to run away with him that night. That was when she threw a knife at his face, forcing him to draw his sword to defend himself. Rena tore her own clothes and accused him of thinking someone like him deserved her. She mocked him, told him to learn his place, and asked why he even carried a sword. After losing to a child outside, a thunderstorm raged as she screamed, accusing Logan of trying to assault her with his sword. Already drawn, the lie was easy to believe. Logan remembered how he had already been blamed for countless things, to the point where not even his family trusted him. In the end, House McLean had been forced to apologize to the wolves and pay heavy compensation. Because of Rena, Logan had never been able to trust women again. He thought of her as a street bitch and vowed that this time she wouldn't get away with it. After recalling all this, Logan reconsidered his plan. He had intended to slowly rebuild his reputation by showing everyone he had changed. But the fight with Damien made him realize something crucial. Soldiers ignored disrespect toward him, and rumors about his loss to his brother had spread. While he was gone, you couldn't transform the family by winning over people like them. With only 9 months left until the regional war, reputation no longer mattered. Saving his family did. Logan swallowed his pride and told Rena he would accept the Wolves clan's compensation, even if it meant defying his own family. Rena was speechless. Patrick exploded with anger, demanding to know how Logan dared oppose his will. Logan replied calmly that he wasn't satisfied with empty apologies, leaving his father stunned. Words carried away by the wind had no value, and honor built on them was just as light. Rena tried to salvage the situation, saying the Wolf clan wished to obey the Baron's decision, and asked Patrick what he chose. Logan saw through her act, realizing she was trying to protect her father's reputation, and was likely terrified of paying 3 million gold. Patrick looked down at Rena and declared that, as the head of House McLean, he would accept only a sincere apology. However, he would leave it to Logan to decide whether the apology was sincere. Mary was furious. Patrick warned Logan to think carefully, reminding him that accepting money for dishonor would open the door for honor to be traded again in the future. Logan didn't hesitate. As the one directly involved in the broken engagement, he accepted the compensation offered by the Wolves clan. The decision shocked Mary and visibly upset Rena. Patrick, disappointed, said he thought Logan had improved, but instead he had changed for the worse. He blamed himself for failing to teach him the true value of honor. Logan said nothing out loud, but in his mind he knew everything he was doing was for the sake of his family. Back in his room, after receiving the handsome compensation from Rena, Wolves Logan was interrupted by a knock on the door. Assuming it was Rick, he casually told whoever it was to come in. Instead, Dwayne, the family's financial advisor, stepped inside. Seeing him there immediately made Logan wonder what this man was plotting. Inside Dwayne's mind, a long train of thoughts unfolded. As House McLean's financial advisor, he had been forced to manage the entire estate, with a budget that kept shrinking year after year. On one side were soldiers, constantly demanding better weapons, and on the other were servants, struggling to secure enough supplies to survive the winter to fill the financial gaps. Wayne spent most of his days begging the patriarchs for funds. At times, he genuinely questioned whether he was a financial advisor or just the king of beggars. He often thought that if this wasn't his hometown, He would have resigned long ago. But now things were finally different. With the 3 million gold, he could finally breathe easy for at least a few years. The only obstacle he saw standing in his way was that idiot in his mind. Logan would surely have to split the 3 million. With him, Dwayne put on a polite smile and told Logan he had only come by to greet him. After the impressive showing he made the day before, the way Logan defended himself and refused to yield to unfair external pressure proved he was an incredible apprentice, worthy of becoming the heir of House McClane. As Dwayne praised him, he imagined his flattery had deeply touched Logan. After all, the boy had never been praised before, having only ever caused trouble. Taking his money should be easy. But Logan wasn't impressed in the slightest. Dwayne continued, saying that in times like these, 3 million gold was like rain falling in the middle of a desert. Logan's clever handling of the situation had allowed the family to breathe again. Logan remained completely stone-faced and replied that he didn't see why the family would feel relieved, since the money belonged to him. Hearing that Dwayne felt all hope drain out of him, he believed Logan intended to keep every coin for himself. But he forced himself to stay calm. After 20 years, as the McClane family's financial advisor, swallowing his pride had become second nature. This situation was no different. Suddenly he began to cry. That reaction caught Logan off guard. He asked if the family situation was really that bad. Dwayne explained that Logan might not know this, but House McClane already owed 3 million gold. To Cooper Bank, he tried to continue, saying the interest alone amounted to 150,000 gold per year, but Logan interrupted him and finished the sentence himself. Dwayne stared at him in shock and asked if he already knew. Logan replied that the interest shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was harvest season, and the income from the harvest should cover it. Dwayne desperately tried to explain that simply running the barony cost an enormous amount of money, and that the family was always operating on an extremely tight budget. He suggested that even a little help could change things. But Logan cut him off again, making it clear he didn't want to hear it. Confused, Dwayne asked why Logan wouldn't help, especially since he had opposed the Baron earlier. For the sake of the family, Logan agreed with him. He said he would use the money for the family's benefit, but not to cover the Baron's immediate expenses. Instead, he needed to prepare for the future. Dwayne grew furious inside, thinking Logan had no idea what he was talking about, and should just hand over the money immediately. Logan then calmly asked whether paying off the family's debts would truly change anything. Dwayne argued that a larger budget would make managing the estate easier. For at least a few years, Logan pressed further, asking what would happen after that. Even if things improved temporarily, they would eventually fall back into debt, because House McClane had no special products to sell. It was a vicious cycle, and Logan intended to break it with a plan of his own. For that plan, he needed the money. Dwayne was completely stunned. He wondered if this was really the same young master. He knew he had always thought Logan was a careless kid who had no interest in family affairs. Logan then said he had a favor to ask. If Dwayne helped him, Logan might even share a portion of the money to help cover some family expenses. Wayne immediately asked what he needed. Logan answered simply he needed to gather mercenaries. Later, Logan spoke with Rick. It looked like he was preparing to leave again, and Rick immediately demanded to know where the hell he was going. It hadn't even been long since Logan returned from his isolated training. Logan replied that he was leaving to make money. Rick pointed out that Logan already had a substantial amount, but Logan insisted it wasn't enough. He explained that the patriarch would never allow him to leave now, especially with the tension inside the castle. But Logan had no intention of asking for permission. He planned to slip out quietly. Rick was shocked, but Logan didn't care. He knew that if he couldn't change his reputation now, it would never change. That meant gathering power from outside the family. Luckily, he knew exactly what was happening beyond the estate. Just like in his past life, when he had been kicked out of the family, he already knew his first step was to find a certain individual. Rick tried to reason with him, saying he wasn't thinking straight, and that becoming a fugitive at this point would only make things worse. Logan grew irritated by Rick's persistence. Rick asked what Logan planned to do if he simply ran away, and even said that if Logan really intended to leave, he might as well trample all over him first. Logan was already close to doing just that, given how little Rick seemed to care. Logan reassured him, saying everything would be fine. He would leave a letter for his father, so that no one would blame Rick. Rick asked what he planned to write, but Logan only smiled in response. Rick finally let out a sigh of relief. After Logan disappeared, Rick delivered the letter to the patriarch, who looked like he was ready to turn day into a child's game. The letter began with a long, formal greeting and explained that, heartbroken over the broken engagement, I had decided to leave for some fresh air, but would return soon, signed by Logan McClane. After that, Rick could only cry, praying for the young master's safe return. A history of the McClane family is then laid out, revealing that just 200 years ago, the family didn't hold the position it does today. Back then, their territory stretched into neighboring counties, and they were respected as the rulers of the southwest region of the Kingdom of Grandia. However, by the time of the current lord, Patrick McClane, the incompetence of the last 3 generations had dragged the family down. Their title was downgraded, and their territory shrank dramatically. The massive grain depot, once known as the McClane Plains, was handed over to a powerful vassal, and the fertile lands were split apart and distributed elsewhere. The place the McClanes were left with felt like exile, dry barren land near the southern mountains, as if they had been kicked out entirely. From that moment on, financial hardship became inevitable. There were no notable regional products, and unlike other mountainous territories, there were no copper mines either. Logan reflected that, even if they somehow won the upcoming regional war, they would still have to keep begging heroes for support. To break this endless cycle, he needed a massive amount of money, far more than the 3 million gold he currently had. He knew there was someone who could help him do that. As Logan entered Cairo, the largest commercial city in the Kingdom of Grandia, voices filled the air from every direction. Merchants shouted out offers for rings, shields, fresh fruits, and vegetables. Walking through the city made Logan realize just how remote and miserable the McClane barony truly was. According to his memories, the man he was looking for had spent his youth in Cairo, and rumor said he still lived nearby. That man was known as the Golden Beetle Philip Claude. He was a key figure in the Ares Empire, the strongest nation on the continent. The empire was a centralized power built on merit, meaning talent alone could elevate someone, regardless of age or gender. Even foreigners could rise to power and wealth there. Philip Claude was the perfect example. Born in Grandia, he became one of the richest merchants in the empire, and the largest arms dealer on the continent. To many, he was branded a traitor to the Kingdom of Grandia. In reality, however, despite being called the Golden Beetle, Philip had quietly supported people from his homeland and used his wealth to help create the miracle of Grandia's sovereignty. As Logan walked through the streets, he noticed a young man standing in the middle of the road and wondered if that could be him. The boy had just been scammed and was staring blankly ahead, clearly wondering how he would survive. Without a single coin to his name, Logan had heard rumors that Philip's business collapsed due to a scam, but witnessing it firsthand was far worse than he imagined. As the boy seemed to spiral into despair, even contemplating ending it all, Logan approached and tried to start a conversation, asking if he was Philip Claude. Philip confirmed it, though suspiciously, and asked who Logan was from Logan's red eyes, steady gaze, and worn armor. Philip assumed the young man was dangerous. Logan said he wanted to talk for a moment, but Philip remained wary, questioning how Logan even knew who he was. At that moment, Philip noticed something in Logan's eyes he had seen countless times before: greed. He quickly theorized that this young man, dressed in old armor and appearing at such timing, must be some mercenary thug. Logan tried to explain himself, but Philip panicked and started yelling that the payment deadline hadn't arrived yet. He shouted that the sale of his commercial property will be finalized in 3 days, and told Logan to come back. Then, Logan assured him he wasn't there to collect any debt. Philip, barking like a rabid dog, kept yelling that none of his sales had gone through, yet, and ordered Logan to leave. Logan tried again to calm him, saying he wasn't there to collect money, but to invest. That stopped Philip cold. When he asked if Logan was serious, Logan confirmed if Philip started thinking that, if this man wasn't here to collect debts, then he had to be insane for wanting to invest in someone who had completely failed. still part of him, wondered if Logan might be telling the truth. He asked how much Logan wanted to invest. Logan flipped the question back, asking how much Philip needed, and saying he would help him clear his debts and get back on his feet. Philip remained suspicious and carefully studied Logan's expression and the dirt-stained armor. He concluded the young man must have traveled a long distance. When Logan pressed again for an amount, Philip snapped, calling him a disgusting scoundrel. He accused Logan of trying to trick him, like everyone else had. He went on to say that he was an investor, and that the crest on Logan's armor marked him as a member of the McLean barony. In the Southwest, to Philip, the McLeans were nothing but beggars, living off their rich relatives. How could a family that couldn't even pay its debts afford to invest? He warned Logan that impersonating a noble could get him executed, and complained that Logan had chosen the wrong target, since he was completely broke. Logan analyzed the situation calmly. Even at rock bottom, Philip still showed sharp judgment. Exactly what you'd expect from a future tycoon. Logan wondered how to calm him down, as Philip ranted in the street about not having money to eat, let alone to die. Then Logan had an idea. He asked Philip to pay attention and released his aura. Philip was left stunned. Someone who awakened force so early wouldn't throw it away on a petty scam. He apologized, admitting that too much had happened recently, and that he was overly sensitive. He asked what Logan really wanted from him. Logan replied that he wanted to hire him permanently, and as a bonus pay off all his debts. Philip grew suspicious again, and asked whether the McLean family even had that kind of money. Logan asked how much the debt was, estimating around 250,000 gold, and said he would cover it, and provide another 300,000. On top of that, he then revealed the cash he'd been carrying. Philip stared at Logan as if he were an angel. He signed a contract immediately. The terms were simple and terrifying. If Philip ever tried to harm his boss intentionally, he would suffer unbearable pain, as if his soul were being ripped apart. The witch who sealed the contract explained that if Philip didn't like the terms, he could awaken his force and become at least a high-ranking knight, hire a four-circle mage, or pay several hundred times the contract's value. To break the curse, Philip was left speechless yet again. She dismissed them casually, telling them to come back sometime. Philip wondered if he had just been completely screwed. He realized that a single page of the magic contract was worth 30 slaves' meaning. He had just paid a fortune to make Logan his savior. Logan explained that since they barely knew each other, trust didn't exist yet. If he was investing a fortune, he needed a guarantee. Once trust was built, the contract would be removed. He extended his hand. Philip thought the contract was a mess, with no deadlines or conditions. But he had no choice. He shook Logan's hand. When he asked what Logan needed him to do first, Logan replied that they needed to buy monster meat. Philip immediately called him a psychopath. Logan thought the reaction was understandable. Monster blood and flesh were poisonous, and burning them was considered common sense. But in a few years, everything would change. Once word spread that monster blood could be neutralized with common ingredients, food-scarce regions began consuming monsters. That winter, cases of deficiency started disappearing. After people consumed Kellogg meat, even individuals with injuries that caused sterility saw improvement a year later. The Royal Magic Tower confirmed the findings. The Kellogg monster vanished from the continent, as the species was hunted to extinction after it was proven to enhance fertility. With that knowledge, Logan knew he could easily make 3 million gold, maybe far more depending on how much he secured. Walking beside a madman like this, Philip glanced at Logan with disappointment and wondered if it wouldn't be better to just run away. Inside a tavern, Logan and Philip sat down to discuss what their next move should be. Logan casually told Philip that he wanted to purchase monster meat, worth 1 million gold coins. Philip nearly lost his mind hearing that, and thought Logan had completely gone insane. Logan told him to calm down, confidently assuring him that he would make money, even if he spent that much. Philip strongly objected, and asked if Logan was absolutely sure about what he was doing. Logan confirmed without hesitation. Philip then asked what the price range per unit was for Kellogg meat. He explained that Kellogg meat was practically worthless at the moment. Most people simply burned it because there were no buyers. If someone at level 0 was sent to retrieve the bodies. It would cost around 200 gold. Due to kingdom transport fees, that fee was charged per unit. However, if multiple Kellogg's were transported together, the cost would drop significantly. Philip was impressed that Logan had even considered transport fees and admitted that Logan's calculations were correct. He asked if with that price per unit and a budget of 1 million gold, Logan planned to hire a mercenary guild to conduct a kingdom-wide hunt. And by everything they brought back, Logan confirmed it and asked if Philip saw any issues with that plan. Philip immediately explained that the approach was wrong, since monster meat was being discarded anyway. Logan should hire a merchant guild instead. Merchants would transport and sell anything, as long as there was money involved. Even if it was considered trash, they would gladly bring it. Philip confidently added that once Logan placed the order, they would likely deliver every piece of Kellogg meat in the kingdom. Already cut and prepared, Logan was impressed, thinking his investment was already paying off. Half-jokingly and somewhat suspiciously, he called Philip an adorable punk. Philip brushed it off and told Logan not to worry about money anymore. From now on, everything would be handled by him. After all, his own future depended on Logan's success. Logan then handed Philip a list of materials, including ironwood cartridges, springs, and glue, instructing him to buy them in large quantities. Philip once again grew suspicious and asked if Logan was planning to open a toy factory. Logan replied that he had something far better in mind. In reality, Logan was having Philip acquire raw materials. For weapons of war, he remembered how weapons made from these exact materials had been used during the invasion of the kingdom of Grandia. In his past life, depending on the situation, even a single soldier equipped with them could hold back a night. He also recalled that he had already tasked Dwayne with hiring mercenaries. Simply putting these weapons in their hands would be enough to gain a major advantage in a regional war. However, before that could happen, Logan needed two things: a craftsman capable of producing these weapons, and an instructor skilled enough to train the mercenaries. 2 days later, in Harun, the city of mercenaries, Logan was speaking with Kai Salon, a mercenary, attempting to hire him as an instructor. Kai Salon explained that he had never trained anyone productively before. Logan insisted the job wouldn't be difficult, since he only needed Kaislin to train rank C. Mercenaries still hesitant. Kaislin said he didn't know what Logan had heard, but all he had ever done was guide a few young people. He suggested Logan leave the task to professional instructors. Logan internally dismissed the excuse. He knew Kaislin well from his past life. Kaislin could wield every existing weapon, had exceptional horsemanship, and more importantly, was an outstanding instructor. The mercenary squad Kai Salon trained, after retiring from a serious injury, had been stronger than any other. Logan offered 4,000 gold coins. Kai Salon refused. Logan raised it to 6,000. Still no, 7,000. Kai Salon continued refusing, claiming money couldn't buy everything. Logan raised it again to 8,000. That was the breaking point. Kai Salon finally accepted, even thanking Logan in advance. As they talked, Logan revealed that he was the firstborn son of Baron McLean, and asked if Kaislin wasn't curious why he was hiring mercenaries from the countryside. Kaislin replied that he didn't care, as long as he was paid walking through the streets. They witnessed a man whipping a group of people, doubting that if they were late again, he would kill them all. Kaisalon explained that Harun was known as the city of mercenaries and slaves, and that scenes like this were common. The city soon turned into a full slave market. Logan replied that he was familiar with this reality, and even considered buying a slave himself. A merchant noticed him, assuming he was a clueless country bumpkin, and called him overboasting about unbeatable prices. The moment the merchant recognized Kaislin, his face went pale with fear. Seeing that, Logan relaxed, thinking that hiring Kaisalon had already been worth it. They arrived at a shop with far more guards than the others. Logan immediately realized this was the place. An elderly merchant greeted him and said he assumed Logan knew what he was getting into. Logan replied that he was there to buy a dwarf. The merchant confirmed he had come to the right place and explained that races from other worlds were rare, which was why they were treated carefully. He first showed a pair of elves, boasting about how difficult they were to obtain. Logan showed no interest and told him to bring out the chained dwarf. In the back, the merchant pointed out that it was clearly a dwarf and added that, even among dwarves famous for craftsmanship, this one had reached an expert level. That surprised Logan. He had always believed dwarves were naturally skilled craftsmen, but an expert was beyond what he expected. Logan asked for the price. The merchant said it would start at 200,000 gold. Logan looked him up and down and asked if he looked like a fool. The merchant nearly wet himself and immediately lowered the price by 50,000. Kaisalon was shocked by how easily Logan forced the price down. Dwarf commented that Logan was ruthless. Logan thought it was just common sense. Logan told the dwarf he was taking him to the McLean estate in the southwest, and that he would do the work assigned to him. The dwarf agreed without resistance. Logan reflected that, while dwarves were renowned craftsmen, slave dwarves were different. Without passion, they couldn't create true works. Logan promised that if the dwarf worked sincerely, for the next 20 years, he would be sent back to the mountains. 20 years meant nothing to a dwarf. The promise made him happy, and he attempted to thank Logan. At that moment, another slave broke free and tried to escape. He didn't get far before a soldier caught him. Logan immediately recognized the slave. Blue hair, blue eyes. A familiar presence, Logan muttered aloud, catching Case Allen's attention. He couldn't believe he had found the noble slayer here. Logan remembered his past life. Once a slave, this man escaped after killing his masters and began slaughtering nobles and knights. After disappearing for 10 years, he reappeared as an aura user and devoted his life to killing nobles, earning the title of Noble Slayer. Logan realized the timeline matched. This escape attempt should happen a year after. Logan became a mercenary, meaning this man was still a slave. If Logan saved him now, he would gain a future aura user. The problem was that the man was a violent psychopath. Logan decided that if he ever became uncontrollable, he would simply imprison him. As the master raised his whip again, Logan drew his sword and blocked the strike to the man's leg. The slave trader noticed the family crest and immediately grew arrogant, assuming Logan was a customer. He apologized, claiming the slave was misbehaving and needed discipline. Logan said he wanted to buy slaves, pointing to the two children. The merchant warned him that both were rare, an expensive, one red-haired, the other blue-eyed. The merchant quoted 10,000 gold each. Logan calculated that a strong slave cost about 300 gold and scoffed at the absurd markup. He countered with 500 gold per child. The merchant protested, but Logan snapped, asking if he thought Logan didn't know slave prices. The merchant panicked and accepted, blaming Victor for always causing trouble. Kaisalon carried the injured boy on his back. Surprised by his fast recovery, Logan casually said it was nothing, though in truth, he had been slowly releasing force to heal him. Victor suddenly tried to attack Logan. He didn't even get close. Logan grabbed him by the neck and asked if he was brave or just stupid. He warned Victor to choose his enemies better. Logan promised safety for him and his sister if he obeyed, but threatened to kill them both if it happened again. He released him and said he planned to raise Victor as a knight. Victor asked if he was serious. Logan confirmed it and explained that knights were honorary nobles and could escape slavery, not just Victor, but his sister as well. Victor swore loyalty instantly. Watching them, Logan realized his assumption was correct. The sister was the key to controlling the noble slayer's violence. Logan stated that their training would begin as soon as they returned home. Logan then asked Hammer the dwarf to step closer for a moment. He told him he would begin drafting a contract, a magical one, and clearly explained its terms. Hamar worked for him for the next 20 years. Logan would personally send him back to the mountains. Afterward, Hamar was stunned. He couldn't believe Logan was serious about returning him to his own people. Logan continued calmly, saying that it was hard to trust promises made of nothing but words. Carried away by the wind, he asked if there was any issue with the contract, or if Hammer didn't want to go through with it. Hammer responded immediately and gratefully. He said he wanted it with all his heart and would do anything Logan asked of him. Kept thanking him, unable to believe that someone would truly do this for him. Watching his reaction, Logan thought to himself that If all it took to motivate Hamar was a contract, then he was the one gaining the most here. He reflected that this entire venture had already given him everything he wanted, and more. Not only had he secured proper preparations for the upcoming clan war, but he had also managed to get his hands on the noble Slayer. Everything was progressing smoothly. What he didn't know at that moment was that rumors about his strange behavior had already spread throughout the Im clan estate. While he was away, his reputation had completely tanked. Rick, meanwhile, was drowning in confusion, trying desperately to contain the situation, while wondering what the hell the young master was even doing anymore. Soon after Logan returned home, no one in the world was happier to see him than Rick. Logan greeted him casually and asked how he had been. Rick nearly lost it, asking whether Logan was serious for even saying that. Barely holding himself together, he demanded to know what Logan had been doing, and whether he had heard the rumors flying around. According to those rumors, Logan had become a perverted monster who spent 150,000 gold on monster meat. Rick explained what had happened. A few days earlier, someone named Philip had gathered every merchant he could find and announced that he wanted to buy monster meat in the name of Logan McClane. Even before that, people had already been gossiping about Logan, about his broken engagement, and how he had practically robbed his fiancée. Philip, unaware of Logan's past, assumed his master was just some eccentric lunatic. Still, he saw opportunity in the chaos. He deliberately spread even more bizarre rumors about monster meat to attract sellers, and he dropped the purchase price as low as possible, while still keeping merchants interested, offering 1 gold piece per kilogram. He knew no merchant would refuse selling trash if someone was willing to pay for it. He even told them to bring every bit of monster meat they could get their hands on. Philip's aggressive sales tactics worked. Merchants began gathering monster meat in large quantities. Rumors about Logan spread across nearly the entire thieves' quarter. Hearing all of this, Logan simply commented that Philip had done his job perfectly. Rick was stunned. He couldn't understand how Logan could laugh. At a time like this, Logan told him to look at the expressions of the people who had come back with him, and think about how many rumors they must have heard to be wearing faces like that. To Logan, there was nothing to worry about. He calmly said that everything would be over soon. Rick warned him not to be so relaxed. The next thing waiting for him was a meeting with the patriarch, and he was furious inside his father's office. Patrick asked Logan whether he had enjoyed running away from home. Logan answered honestly that the trip had been worth it. Patrick said he had heard plenty of rumors about the strange and reckless things Logan had been doing, but at least it seemed like something had come out of it. Logan defended himself, saying rumors were nothing more than baseless nonsense, and that he didn't regret any of his actions. His stepmother immediately cut in, telling Patrick that she had warned him already. Logan had no awareness of his own standing, and didn't understand how his behavior could disgrace the family. Logan didn't even let her finish. He interrupted her, saying she was exaggerating. All he had done was use the money from the broken engagement in a way he saw fit. Mary pushed again, asking Patrick if he had heard that, and whether he was still going to take Logan's side. After everything, that was when Patrick finally snapped. He shouted for her to stop, then calmly but firmly told her to leave the room. He wanted to speak with Logan alone. Once they were alone, Patrick warned Logan that this was the final chance he would give him. Standing in front of his furious father, Logan felt a rare sense of fear. Patrick asked what was really going on in his son's head and said they needed to talk honestly about everything that had happened. Logan knew his father wouldn't overlook things. This time he replied that even if he explained, Patrick wouldn't understand. Patrick shot back, asking whether Logan was the one who didn't want to be understood. He asked if Logan realized what people were saying about him, that he was violent, cruel, obsessed with money, and even unstable. Patrick asked how much longer he was supposed to keep covering for him, and if the time ever came when he couldn't anymore. He begged Logan to at least warn him. That way Patrick could tell himself he had done everything possible for the sake of Logan's deceased mother. Logan was stunned. Patrick had never mentioned his mother in his previous life, not even when Logan was cast out. That alone made him think his father hadn't fully given up on him yet. So Logan asked for one more thing. He asked Patrick to give him 1 year. He promised that within that year, he would prove the reasons behind everything he was doing. Once again, he pleaded for one final chance. Later, Patrick was shown alone in his room, replaying the conversation in his mind. He admitted to himself how strange it felt for a father and son to be negotiating favors like strangers. He thought that if Logan failed to prove himself, after 1 year he would have to make a decision, because before being a father, he was the patriarch of House McClane. Patrick looked at a portrait of Logan's mother and apologized to her, saying he didn't understand what was happening to their son. He continued speaking to her image, admitting that he had promised to protect Logan and raise him properly, but in the end, everything had fallen apart because of his own neglect. Walking through the castle corridors, Logan suddenly ran into his younger brother. What he saw made him freeze. Ronian had awakened his force. Ronian commented that Logan guessed it quickly and added that he had caught up faster than expected. Logan felt genuine happiness, seeing Ronian awaken so early, at only 14 years old. In his past life, Ronian's force had only manifested during the clan war, but this time it had happened far sooner. Ronian told Logan that it was thanks to him. Seeing Logan's confusion, he explained that when Logan returned, the knights tried to stop him from reaching him. In that moment of desperation, his force awakened, and he ended up defeating the knights. Just to meet Logan, Logan burst out laughing and praised him, telling him he had done well. He thought that once Ronin's force stabilized, teaching him the secrets of the divine sword would make him far stronger than he ever was in the past. Later, in a cabin south of the McClane estate, Logan met with Dwayne. Dwayne informed him that all 35 rank C mercenaries he requested had arrived. The mercenaries were furious. It had been 10 days since they were summoned, and none of them had seen Logan even once. Some muttered that a petty baron's family wouldn't dare provoke a mercenary guild unless they were insane. Others said they might never find out, since the rumors surrounding Logan had already reached them and weren't light at all. They mocked his appearance, saying he wore armor and carried a sword, like he was pretending to be a soldier. Hearing all this, Logan realized that if he didn't put these professional scoundrels in their place, he'd never be able to control them. He addressed one of the mercenaries directly and asked if he thought it was funny to wear armor and carry a sword. The man replied that he didn't understand and asked how Logan had even heard his comment. From that distance, Logan mocked him openly, saying that way of thinking only worked if you had the talent to back it up. He called him nothing more than an insignificant C-rank mercenary and asked what imaginary skills gave him the confidence to look down on others. He sarcastically asked if he had offended him, acknowledging that even low-level men had pride, and told him to step forward if he wanted to settle it. Logan then made a clear offer. If the mercenary could land even a single hit on him, he would be allowed to leave immediately, would be paid a full year's salary. Logan swore it on his noble honor and made sure everyone present served as witnesses. The mercenary stepped forward pleased, saying Logan couldn't take his words back now. He tried to intimidate Logan by sizing him up, but his massive build only drew comments from crowd. Some wondered if he was already rank B. Others said he might reach it after this job. Logan scoffed, realizing that was exactly where the man's confidence came from. The mercenary told Logan to attack first. Logan replied that he would regret that choice. Mercenary ignored the warning, claiming he had used a sword far longer and didn't need to worry. He even asked if Logan needed any advantages. Logan focused his force and punched him square in the face. The impact stunned everyone. The duel ended instantly, with the mercenary sprawled on the ground and teeth flying through the air. The remaining mercenaries stared in disbelief. Logan simply stretched his shoulder off and asked if anyone else felt like running their mouth. They couldn't believe someone his age had already mastered force. It felt absurd. Kai Salon watched quietly, thinking he had always known Logan was different, but never imagined he was this capable. Logan declared that no one would be making comments anymore. He then formally introduced himself as Logan McClane, the one who had summoned them. He explained that many of them were probably wondering why he was spending so much money to hire mercenaries. He told them his plan was to train them into crossbow knights. Dwayne and Kaislin were both surprised, and the mercenaries didn't know what to make of it. One of them muttered that they would spend most of their time reloading. Kaislin quietly told Logan that crossbows were inefficient weapons for knights. Logan replied that he already knew that. Confused, Kaisalon asked why he would insist on them anyway. Logan explained that crossbows were far more destructive than bows, but inexperienced users needed over a minute to reload. On horseback, even carrying several loaded crossbows, they would run out of firepower quickly. It was no surprise they were confused. Logan told Kaisalon to train them properly first, even if he thought Logan was just wasting money. Playing soldier, he assured him the reason would become clear later. As a final statement, Logan said that crossbow cavalry would become a powerful force for House McClane, not just for the upcoming war, but even beyond the conflict with the thieves. Iceland still didn't fully understand, but he accepted his master's orders. A few days later, Logan sat alone in his room, staring at a sheet of paper in his hands. Out of the 350 mercenaries, they had recruited only 312, had passed the basic qualification test. After reviewing the numbers, Logan decided it was more than sufficient. Before he could think further, someone interrupted him. It was Hammer, who asked what kind of document Logan had received. Logan explained that it was a schematic for a crossbow he wanted Hammer to build. He added that the design might look crude to a professional craftsman. In his mind, Logan knew this weapon well. He had used it for decades in his previous life, so he drew every structure he could remember. Since Hammer was a master craftsman, Logan believed he could bring it to life. Hammer studied the design and pointed out that the crossbow would need a cartridge mounted at the back to store bolts, reload automatically, and fire 3 shots in succession. He demanded to know who came up with such a ridiculous idea. Logan admitted it was his own, which immediately irritated the dwarf. Still, Hammer admitted the concept itself was brilliant. However, he warned that twisting the string in that structure would cause it to snap, and attaching a wooden box to the back would make it uncomfortable for the shooter. He asked Logan what he planned to do about those issues. Logan casually replied that it wasn't his problem, and that Hamar should figure it out himself. That response made the dwarf visibly furious. Logan quickly clarified that he was joking. He agreed that the bolt size needed to be reduced to shrink the cartridge, and accepted that it would be a single-shot weapon. Instead, he suggested producing preloaded cartridges that could be swapped after each shot, calling them magazines for simplicity. Hamar was left speechless. He pointed out that even a skilled shooter couldn't fire 2 bolts from a crossbow in under a minute, that this design felt like a weapon from another era. Entirely. Logan thought to himself that it was exactly that, a weapon born in the future. Hamar then commented that most people believed building such a weapon only required a spring some would glue and a bowstring to him. This was a challenge worth taking on. He said he would attempt it. Logan immediately asked when it would be ready. Hamar shot back asking whether Logan was seriously placing a deadline on something he had never seen before. Logan responded that it was still a weapon created by humans. Omar was confused and asked who had made it and where. Logan ignored the question and challenged him instead, saying that if he thought he couldn't do it, might as well give up. That was enough to trigger Hamar's pride. He declared that he only needed a month, and that he would produce something far superior. Watching this unfold, Logan felt satisfied. Messing with the dwarf's ego really did work wonders. Later on the castle's training grounds, Victor was seen running laps. Logan warned him that he was slowing down again, and that he could push harder. Victor forced himself to accelerate. Logan reflected that, for several days after bringing him in, all he had done was feed him properly and let him sleep. The transformation from just that alone was shocking. Eventually, Logan ordered him to rest, and Victor's little sister immediately ran over to him. Once again, Logan thought about what an incredible investment Victor had been. At only 14 years old, and smaller than boys his age, Victor had managed to run 20 kilometers. Without stopping, the talent was obvious. But what impressed Logan even more was his perseverance. The boy seemed unbothered by pain or exhaustion. It became clear to Logan that Victor wasn't born a noble slayer. That path likely emerged because of his sister. Logan cut off his thoughts and told Victor that rest time was over. He tossed him a sword and announced that from that moment on, Victor would begin learning the sword technique of the Kingdom of Grandia, the standard style every aspiring knight was taught. Soon Logan called for Victor's attention and demonstrated the technique himself. He gripped the sword firmly and sliced through the air with power. Victor looked unimpressed. All he wanted was to collapse and sleep. Still, he clenched his teeth. If exhaustion was the price for good food and a proper bed, he would pay it. He mimicked Logan's movements and cut through the air flawlessly. Watching him, Logan was stunned. Victor's execution matched his own perfectly. Not just the motion, but his breathing as well. And Logan had only demonstrated it once. Seeing how effortlessly Victor followed made Logan admit that even Ronian hadn't been this talented. At the same age, Logan told Victor that once he'd built enough stamina and performed the technique perfectly, more than 1,000 times in a row, he could call himself a knight. Victor's eyes lit up at the thought. When Logan asked if he believed he could do it, Victor answered eagerly that he could. Logan added that if Victor needed anything for his training, he could ask Rick, who would probably handle most requests. Victor shook his head and said he didn't need anything. Logan pressed him again, but Victor's only request was that Logan take care of his sister. That alone was enough for him. Logan thought it was the perfect answer. As he continued overseeing Victor's training, Logan acknowledged that the boy wasn't ready for war yet, but in the future, he would become a powerful asset to House McClane. He also concluded that the mercenary corps, and whatever weapon Hamar managed to create, would form a terrifying force together. Even so, Logan reminded himself not to get carried away. Hamar might fail to build a proper crossbow, and even if he succeeded, the mercenaries might not know how to use it effectively, since he had entrusted so much to others. Logan knew he needed to prepare another plan as well. Sometime later, Logan went to his father's office and requested permission to take part in the knight's training. To his surprise, Patrick agreed. That same night at the training grounds, Captain Hankley formally introduced Logan to the rest of the knights, making it clear that from that point onward, Logan would be training alongside them. The announcement was not well received. Whispers spread immediately through the ranks. Many of the knights believed Logan was treating the knightly order like a joke, especially after defeating Dominant. As the murmurs grew, Hankley recalled a past conversation with the patriarch. He remembered standing in Patrick's chamber, discussing Logan's entry into the order. Hankley had been strongly against it. He had warned Patrick that the knights would never accept him. Patrick, however, had shut that down quickly. He told Hankley that he wasn't asking for special treatment for his son. In fact, he wanted Logan treated exactly like any other rookie, if not harsher back in the present. Hankley thought that despite those words, Logan was still the Lord's son. It would have been much easier if Patrick had asked him to go easy on the boy instead. Logan noticed the captain's unease and reassured him. He said that if he failed even one exercise during the upcoming week, he would quietly step aside and never interfere with Hankley again. The captain was taken aback by that attitude, but eventually agreed after hearing this. Hankley made a decision for the next week. The knightly orders training will be pushed to 3 times its usual difficulty. Soon one of the knights was seen running, while carrying another on his back. Wondering what kind of insane training this was, Hankley shouted at them not to die, and reminded them that as cavalry knights, they needed to understand what it felt like to be the horse itself. He told them to feel the burden of carrying armored riders across the battlefield. That was when the knights realized why. They had been training in full armor the entire time. Some of them cursed under their breath, blaming everything on that troublesome newcomer. They started betting on how long Logan would last. 1 day, 2 days, maybe 3. They were wrong. Logan was sprinting at full speed, charging through the field, weaving past everyone else. The sight left the knights speechless. Even Captain Hankley was stunned. To make it worse, Logan was smiling the entire time. Hankley grew furious at this rate. It wasn't Logan who would fall behind. It was the knights themselves. He immediately ordered everyone to stop and announced a 10-minute break. Then he walked over to Logan, asking how he was feeling after that run. What Hankley really expected was an honest admission of exhaustion, an excuse to pull Logan out of the madness. But Logan cut him off before he could finish. He said it was easy. Hankley was dumbfounded and asked what he meant. Logan replied that it was excellent training. If the knights went through this every day, there was no way they wouldn't become strong. He even added that he was looking forward to the next session. Nearby, 2 knights lay on the ground. Barely holding on, Hank Lay realized this was not how he intended things to go. Logan, on the other hand, clearly didn't care. Later that night, Logan looked around the training grounds and realized he was completely alone. Everyone else had already gone home. Standing there, he reflected on why he was doing this. Training with the Knights was his insurance plan. If all his other preparations failed, he would still be able to join the Knights and fight on the front lines. Building bonds now would only help later. There was another reason as well. Through meditation, he could develop his force. But physical training was just as important, and the Knightly Order provided exactly that. As he imagined his force core growing stronger, and his body feeling no fatigue, Logan drew his sword and unleashed a quick force flash. Clean and sharp, he marveled at the fact that all this power came from just a 1-star core. When he reached 2 stars, he believed he would be able to rival a high-ranking knight, like his father the next morning. Logan tested the crossbows Hamar had made, and dismissed them all as failures. He bluntly asked Hammer if this was the best he could do. He pointed out that the weapon only fired once, and that there was no magazine system in sight. He reminded him that the mechanism needed to be integrated. Hammer exploded in anger. Logan immediately apologized, admitting he had been too harsh. Hamar responded that Logan was right about one thing. No matter their relationship, a craftsman's pride should never be insulted. But what Logan truly meant, that if this was Hamar's limit, then their plans were doomed. That realization nearly made the dwarf lose control. Logan continued pressing, saying that maybe he had overestimated Hamar. Weeks had passed, and nothing satisfactory had been produced. That was when Logan crossed the line. He openly provoked Hamar, saying he had misjudged him, wasted money on him, and been completely wrong to trust him. That was the final trigger. Hamar demanded 1 more month, and guaranteed that he would return with something worthy of the investment. In his fury, he smashed the crossbow in his hand before storming off. Logan watched him leave, thinking about how anger would consume him and force him to start over from nothing. A cruel smile crept on Logan's face as he wondered how far Hamar could go if he was pushed even harder. 1 month later, on one of the training fields, Hamar returned to demonstrate his new creation. The improved crossbow fired 2 bolts at the same time. Logan was left speechless. Hamar explained that although it had 1 fewer shot than originally requested, it was easier to wield with 1 hand and allowed magazines to be swapped quickly. What impressed Logan most was the reload speed. 2 seconds that alone exceeded his expectations, while the weapon had a shorter range and smaller size than the one from Logan's past life. It was far better suited for mounted combat. For cavalry, it was perfect. Logan couldn't believe how far they had come, when there were still months left before the war. When Hammer asked if Logan was even paying attention, Logan suddenly lifted him up like a child, praising him loudly but posting about dwarves, and wishing long life upon Hammer and his people. Hammer panicked, telling him to put him down before someone saw. He reminded Logan that he wasn't a child. Logan sat him down and calmly met his eyes, clearly about to ask something. When Hamar asked what it was, Logan's expression shifted back to something unsettling. He said he needed 400 of these crossbows, and he needed them within 2 months. Logan handed the completed crossbows to Kaysalon and the mercenaries for testing. The moment they fired, everyone was stunned. Bolts traveled an incredible distance, and the weapons could fire consecutive shots. Without delay, Kaysalon examined one closely, completely baffled. A front-loading crossbow with this kind of range, power and firing speed made no sense. As the realization sank in, Kaysalon imagined what 300 or more mounted soldiers equipped with these weapons could do. Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. He told Logan that what he had created was terrifyingly impressive, and finally understood that this had been Logan's intention. From the very beginning, Logan confirmed it. He reflected that Hamar had gone through hell to achieve this, even with additional craftsmen helping him. Logan never expected Hamar to finish the order 2 months ahead of schedule, let alone produce an extra 100 crossbows. That was the mark of a true expert dwarf. There was no denying it. Logan briefly considered sharing the technology with the knights and regular soldiers, but the cost alone made it unrealistic. Worse, there was the risk of the design leaking. And for now, it was better to keep it contained. He instructed Kaislin to equip the mercenaries with the crossbows and clear out the monsters roaming outside the territory. Kaislin initially thought the plan was impossible, but Logan remained confident. After some thought, Kaislin admitted that it might actually work. Logan wasn't satisfied with might. He told Kaislin to make it work, because if he could, nothing else mattered. Kaislin finally understood. Logan hadn't built this weapon just to deal with monsters. He was preparing for war. During one of the night training sessions, a knight commented on Logan's insane physical stamina. Another joked about whether that ridiculous endurance was something he inherited. A third added that, if Logan was anything like the patriarch, he was probably skilled with a sword. The conversation shifted to Logan's duel with Dominant, until one knight warned the others not to compare him to Patrick. Even before awakening his force, Logan had lost to his younger brother. Still, it was impressive that he had endured this training for over a month. What had originally been designed to make him quit had instead become the new standard for the Knight Order. The training was exhausting, but far more meaningful than pointless drills. It felt like the proper level for real knights. Unexpectedly, it motivated the lower-ranking knights, who had previously been slacking off. They also began to truly understand their horses, forming stronger bonds with them. Captain Hankley realized that he had only pushed this training because the young master refused to give up. He never imagined it would produce results like this. It felt as if his good luck had walked straight up to him. That night alone in his room, Logan reflected on his progress. After exhausting his body through training, he used meditation to stimulate his inner consciousness. The combination was working in perfect sync, and he could feel real improvement. He had already started noticing subtle changes in his force. If this continued, he believed he could surpass even the monsters he had faced in his previous life. Then something unexpected happened. Logan's core expanded. He began muttering nonsense as the transformation completed. Just like that, his core advanced to 2 stars. He realized this meant he now had the foundation required to learn the next secret sword technique, Iron Cut. Murderous Iron Cut, just remembering the power granted by the first technique, made his heart race. The second would be far stronger than he could imagine. If he mastered it before the war, even a high-ranking knight wouldn't intimidate him anymore. The next day, Kaislin and the mercenaries encountered a group of goblins. The soldiers opened fire, killing them almost instantly. One mercenary noted the lack of recoil, while another observed that his bolt pierced one goblin's head and still embedded itself into another behind it. Now, Logan watched as a swarm of over 100 monsters was wiped out in under 10 seconds. The mercenaries' old habits with basic crossbows had vanished. They were far faster at swapping magazines now. Logan thought the effort of traveling so deep into the territory had been worth it. Kaislin asked if Logan was satisfied. Logan answered that he was, more or less. He remembered how disastrous their first hunt had been and acknowledged how much they had improved since then. Kaislin then questioned why Logan had gone to such lengths, saying he had never heard of a mercenary force equipped with this level of firepower. He even asked whether Logan planned to hunt monsters across the entire continent. Before Logan could answer, a mounted knight arrived at full speed, delivering a message from Rick. The day before, Viscount Tesran had officially declared war on House McLean. And inside the McLean war room, Patrick and the other family heads watched through a crystal ball as Viscount Tesran announced his declaration. He claimed that because one of his ancestors had been unjustly killed long ago, he blamed House McLean. Patrick was left speechless. Several nobles exchanged looks, questioning whether such words justified a war at all. Hankley and Marion turned to Patrick, asking what his next move would be. Hankley explained that Tesran's Knight Order alone outnumbered theirs even with Patrick on the battlefield. Their odds were grim. One noble suggested fortifying the city and waiting for reinforcements. Another proposed sending an emissary to negotiate peace. Patrick exploded. He ordered everyone to shut up. He reminded them that, even though the royal family's authority had weakened, declaring war without permission made one thing clear. Tesran had planned this from the start. Peace was impossible Patrick ordered immediate war preparations and demanded a winning strategy, refusing to tolerate dissent. In the heavy silence that followed, a noble asked whether young Master Logan would also fight. Patrick confirmed it. Marion added that Ronian's force had awakened, and that he was old enough to take part as well. Realizing Logan wasn't in the castle, Rick hurried to send a messenger to him. When Logan received the news, he was confused. According to his memories for his past life, the war shouldn't have started for another 2 months. Something had accelerated the timeline. The messenger urged him to hurry, explaining that Viscount Tezran had already launched an attack immediately after declaring war, breaking all customs. Logan needed to reach the battlefield as soon as possible. Kaisalon and the mercenaries declared they were ready to move. At a moment's notice, Logan remarked that Kaisalon didn't seem surprised at all. Iselin replied that mercenaries welcomed war. If none existed, they would create one. And now that they had such powerful weapons, it was only natural they wanted to use them. Logan looked at his troops and thought they were dangerously confident. Still, he didn't stop them. Their confidence wasn't unfounded. They had trained relentlessly for months and slaughtered monster hordes with overwhelming force. Logan stated that it didn't matter when the war began. All that mattered was winning. Believing they now had sufficient combat strength, Logan ordered his forces to march toward the McLean Plains, convinced that this war would end in victory. Back in the barony, the war erupted earlier than anyone expected. Just 1 day after the declaration, Tezran and his army appeared at the McLean estate. Their numbers exceeded even the vassals' worst expectations. Captain Hankley reported that Tezran's army consisted of 100 knights, over 1,000 regular soldiers, and nearly 10,000 conscripts. It was a full-scale war. Patrick thought Tezran had lost his mind. Not only was he fielding superhuman knights, but he was also throwing conscripts into what should have been a limited domestic feud. Patrick questioned what could drive Viscount Tezran to such extremes. Then things worsened. Hankley reported that House Kairos had issued a warning, stating they would not send reinforcements. Patrick and Mary were left speechless. Mary argued it had to be a mistake, insisting that she and Dwayne had checked everything to prevent this exact outcome. With no other choice, Patrick ordered Hankley to gather every man capable of wielding a weapon. They would respond with full force. Patrick reflected bitterly on how Kairos, whom they trusted completely, had abandoned them at their most desperate moment. House McLean assembled everything they had: 53 knights, 552 regular soldiers, 4,418 conscripts, a total of 5,023 combatants. Still, it wasn't even half of Tezran's army. On the battlefield, 2 soldiers whispered to each other. One asked where young Master Logan was. The other answered that Logan had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. A few nearby soldiers muttered that he probably wouldn't come back, at all guessing that he must have fled as soon as he heard about the war. Hearing this, Ronian turned sharply and demanded to know what they were talking about. He said there was no way Logan would ever do something like that. Ronian believed Logan had already foreseen this war, and that was exactly why he had taught him that secret technique. There was no chance Logan would run away now. Some of the soldiers nearby overheard Ronian's words, but instead of reassuring them, it only reinforced the rumors, spreading through the ranks, that the Lord's eldest son had deserted. Soon after Patrick appeared beside Ronian, he told his youngest son that he would have to take Logan's place on the battlefield and ordered him not to hesitate or waver. Patrick himself didn't want to believe the rumors either, but belief no longer mattered. What mattered now was victory. With that resolve, he commanded all troops to advance and crush the scum, daring to attack his home. At that moment, Tezran appeared with a confident smile, pleased to see Patrick finally draw his sword. He shouted that his knights were his blade, and challenged Patrick to face them head-on. Patrick gathered his aura and charged forward, attempting to smash through the enemy vanguard. But his attack was stopped cold when a knight bearing a shield blocked him completely, leaving Patrick momentarily stunned. Rick was also present on the battlefield, and his expression was grim. He watched soldiers being slaughtered and torn apart. Right in front of him, he realized how badly they were losing. They had been forced to send even non-combatants, like him into battle, because of the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. If they were fully surrounded, they were finished in the middle of his thoughts. Rick was suddenly struck on the head by a Tezran soldier who was about to kill him. He barely managed to dodge as an ally intervened, killing the attacker, and shouting at Rick to get up and ready his spear. Rick reached out to thank him, but before he could say a word, an enemy knight cut his savior down, spraying blood across Rick's face. At that moment, Rick understood something clearly. His only chance to survive was to escape, as far away from the enemy lines as possible. Mounted soldiers soon charged forward. Rick stumbled through piles of corpses, both allies and enemies, he realized, with horror, that they were surrounded from behind. As well this might be where all of them would die. Meanwhile, Patrick continued fighting his opponents. After repelling one attack, the knight he was facing acknowledged Patrick's strength, saying he truly lived up to his reputation. Patrick, however, was uneasy. He had clearly prepared for him, and even so, he wasn't confident in his current condition. He noticed that this knight had endured blows, infused with explosive force, and was still standing. What shocked Patrick further was realizing that Tezran possessed a high-ranking knight. Judging by their coordination, the other knights surrounding him were likely at least intermediate level as well. Was that why they showed no fear? Patrick demanded to know if they were the ones assigned to deal with him. The knight answered with a question of his own, asking Patrick what he thought of their preparations. Surrounded by 4 knights, Patrick realized that if he remained trapped there, the situation would spiral out of control. As more knights joined in, he raised his sword and charged again, swearing that this would never happen. He clashed blades with a high-ranking knight, only to be attacked from behind by another enemy. Wielding a spear, he narrowly avoided the fatal strike. Seeing that they were attacking from all sides, Patrick shouted in fury, asking whether they had any honor as knights, and cursing them for fighting like cowards. The enemies clearly didn't care. One of them even remarked that this would be his last battle before death, so Patrick should stop complaining. Patrick attacked again with everything he had, fighting swords with one of his enemies. This time, luck abandoned him. A spear pierced into his back, tearing through his stomach, and leaving him gravely wounded. He realized the truth then. While the high-ranking knight kept him occupied, the others struck whenever they pleased. It was a perfect trap. There was no escape. As the enemy closed in, Patrick bitterly thought that Logan had made the right choice by fleeing at the very least. He hoped Logan would survive and carry on the clean legacy. From a distance, Tezran watched the battle unfold with satisfaction. He congratulated himself on keeping his high-ranking knight hidden. Until now, once Patrick fell, taking McLean Castle would be easy. Just as he prepared to issue his next command, he heard something unexpected behind him. The sound of cavalry. A servant rushed over, reporting that a mounted unit was approaching. From the rear, around 300 riders, possibly more. Tezran paused, wondering if the McLeans had hidden troops. He didn't know about the servant, hesitated, then added that something was strange. Approaching cavalry wasn't carrying lances. Their only weapons were small crossbows. Tezran burst out laughing. He mocked the report, asking if those were the tiny crossbows hunters used. He ordered the rear guard and archers to wipe them out, immediately dismissing them as nothing more than fifth-rate soldiers. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt tore straight through the servant's head. Tezran froze inside his armor. Logan had entered the battlefield, and he was furious. He gave the order to fire instantly. A storm of bolts rained down on Tezran's forces. The mercenaries' projectiles punched through armor, shields, and flesh alike. Hundreds fell in mere seconds. One soldier realized that anyone who failed to raise a shield in time was already dead, and that he himself would have joined them if he had reacted a moment later. Tezran's archers scrambled to return fire, but their arrows fell harmlessly short. Their bows couldn't reach Logan's troops. Another volley followed, cutting down even more of Tezran's soldiers. Watching the rear collapse in seconds, Tezran couldn't understand what was happening. There was no magic involved, just those cursed crossbows. Questioning what kind of weapon had the McLeans created, enraged, Tezran screamed at his knights to turn back and destroy those bastards. The cavalry charged at full speed toward Logan's forces. Logan watched them coming with a smile. At the same time, another fight was unfolding nearby. Ronan was locked in combat with an enemy knight. He narrowly dodged an incoming strike, and his opponent mockingly praised him for reacting well. As weapons clashed around them, one soldier shouted to his comrade to stop playing around with the kid, reminding him that the battle had already turned deadly. The other replied that he wasn't holding back at all, adding that even though Ronian was young, he couldn't be underestimated. Hearing their exchange, something finally clicked for Ronian. This wasn't training anymore. This was real war compared to this chaos. He realized he wasn't some prodigy, just a boy who had awakened his force early. Even so, losing wasn't an option. Too much depended on him. He thought of his father, who had entrusted him with doing Logan's part in this war. As well, he couldn't afford to hesitate here. As his thoughts raced, an opening suddenly appeared. Ronian noticed one of the enemy soldiers had turned his back. Completely exposed, he had no idea why the man was doing something so careless. But Ronian knew this chance wouldn't come twice. Without hesitation, he swung his sword in a decisive arc, slicing straight through the soldier's body. It was over so easily that even Ronian was shocked. And then he noticed something embedded in the fallen enemy's chest. A bolt looking up. His face lit up with joy as he saw Logan in the distance, shouting his name at the top of his lungs. But that moment of relief was brief. More enemy knights were charging furiously from behind Ronian's position, rushing toward Logan under the Viscount's command. Logan watched their movement and immediately recognized the kite shield formation they had adopted. It was a strong defensive tactic, but it wouldn't be enough. This was where his real plan came into play. Logan calmly ordered his mercenaries to aim their crossbows diagonally toward the ground. The command confused them once again. Then Logan flashed that unsettling, psychotic smile and gave the real order. Fire at the horses. He wasn't holding back anymore. Dirty tricks were fair game if it meant winning. The mercenaries reacted instantly, grinning with the same bloodthirsty excitement as Logan. A hail of bolts tore into the cavalry's mounts. Horses screamed and collapsed, throwing riders violently to the ground and shattering the charge. In seconds, Logan felt relief, knowing he had arrived in time to support Ronian. But the battle wasn't over. His father was still in danger. Remembering his vow to save his family in this life, Logan knew that victory meant nothing if Patrick fell. He issued a quick command to Kaislin and immediately rushed toward his father. Kaislin panicked. This wasn't part of the plan. Victory was already within reach, and Logan was risking everything by charging ahead. Alone, even if Logan was stronger, running into a mid-ranking knight could turn the tide. Still, Kaislin pulled himself together and ordered Gerald to provide covering fire. As Logan cut through the enemy lines, Patrick was still locked in. A brutal duel with a high-ranking knight, and the situation looked grim. The knight mocked him, saying he couldn't believe Patrick would recklessly charge forward, knowing he'd be impaled at the last second. Patrick twisted away and leapt back, barely creating enough space to breathe. As he observed the enemy's movements, something fell off. They were fighting with desperation, pushing themselves beyond reason, practically throwing their lives away. That didn't make sense. They had the advantage. Why were they acting like cornered animals? Before he could think further, Patrick deflected 2 incoming lances in quick succession. Then, out of nowhere, Logan appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Logan cut down 2 mid-level knights, having Patrick completely stunned. Patrick remembered seeing Logan enter the battlefield with a mercenary force far behind enemy lines. There was no way he should have reached this spot so quickly. As Patrick turned his head, the sight behind him froze his thoughts entirely. The ground was littered with corpses, an ocean of bodies stretching across the field. Patrick wanted to ask how Logan had become this strong, but now wasn't the time. Nothing made sense anyway. Instead, he asked the only question that mattered. Did Logan's arrival mean they were winning? Logan simply nodded, hearing that. Patrick placed a hand on his son's shoulder and told him he had done well. The high-ranking knight stared at Logan in disbelief. A 20-year-old boy from a remote barony had just taken down 2 mid-level knights effortlessly. At that age, the knight himself had been destroying his body just to qualify as a knight. None of that mattered now. He resolved to kill Logan on the spot. He barked orders at his fallen comrades, telling them to regroup Patrick. Watching this realized something critical. Logan was strong enough to handle most mid-level knights. If Logan took care of them, while he focused on the high-ranking knight, they might still win this battle. But Logan had other plans. He stepped in front of Patrick and extended his arm, declaring that he would face the high-ranking knight. Alone, Patrick immediately objected, warning him it was too dangerous. He acknowledged Logan's growth, but reminded him this enemy was high rank. Patrick didn't finish his sentence. Logan punched him hard in the stomach, knocking him flat onto the ground. Logan bluntly stated that in his current condition, even he could defeat his father. He told Patrick to trust him and leave this fight to him. Reluctantly, Patrick agreed. He warned Logan to be careful. Logan replied that they didn't have time. They needed to finish this quickly. The high-ranking knight was furious. How dare a brat like this advance on him? He surged forward, pouring his strength into a strike. Their swords collided, and with a single blow, Logan sent the knight skidding back several meters. Leaving him stunned, the knight couldn't understand it. Despite Logan's injuries, he sensed no overwhelming aura or superior level, and yet he was being overpowered. There was only one explanation. Logan was pushing himself beyond his limits. The knight attacked again with killing intent. They exchanged blows at blinding speed, leaping back and forth, blades clashing as their swords locked once more. The knight thought that if he weren't injured, he would already have won. That was when Logan saw it. A fleeting opening, he struck instantly, slicing his opponent and inflicting a deep wound. Logan leapt back, just in time to avoid the counterattack. As the knight analyzed the exchange, he realized there were no obvious gaps. Logan needed to force one. Then he noticed something, and Logan noticed it too. The knight was absorbing the force behind Logan's strikes. Thinking he had sprung his trap, the knight declared that Logan had fallen right into it and prepared to finish him. Logan appeared off balance. The killing blow was about to land, but it never did. Logan regained his footing instantly, leaving the knight questioning whether his own movements had slowed. Logan's aura surged as he prepared his sacred technique. The knight felt it immediately and knew he had to retreat. Too late. Logan unleashed a devastating wave of cutting energy. The attack erased the high-ranking knight. In a single strike, battlefield fell silent. Logan roared that Logan McClane, had slain the enemy general of Tessrin's army. Panic spread through Tessrin's ranks. Soldiers stared in disbelief. A high-ranking knight had fallen, with the Viscount's banner nowhere in sight. Morale collapsed, weapons clattered to the ground, as soldiers begged to surrender. Rick began chanting Logan's name, praying for his master's safety. One by one the voices joined him, till the battlefield echoed with it. The Viscount was already fleeing the battlefield, his mind spiraling as he tried to understand where everything had gone wrong. 3 full years of preparation had amounted to nothing. He had sought support from other nobles, gathered 100 knights, and yet everything collapsed because of that damned red-haired boy and his strange weapons. Thinking quickly, Tessrin decided that survival came first. If he could just make it back to his own territory, he might escape with his life. When he reached his castle, he shouted for the guards to open the gates. The soldiers were stunned to see him return so suddenly. Before the gates could fully open, another guard spotted movement in the distance and shouted a warning. Knights were approaching, and Logan was leading them. Tessrin froze in place at the sight. Logan dismounted calmly and remarked that the Viscount had been pretty quick to run. Then, standing directly before the gates of Tessrin's territory, Logan raised his voice so everyone could hear and declared that Tessrin had already lost the war. He ordered the garrison to open the gates and welcome the true victor from atop the walls. The soldiers hesitated, some wondered if it was true. That was why their lord had rushed back in such a panic. Before doubt could spread further, a general barked at them, demanding to know whether they planned to cower, just because the enemy spoke boldly. The men snapped back to attention. The general pointed out that there were only a little over 300 enemies outside as Logan charged his aura again. The general insisted that such a small force could never take the castle in a siege. The soldiers guarding the gate were confused about what Logan was doing until he leapt over the wall, soaring dozens of meters into the air. Landing inside, he calmly told the general to open the gates, unless everyone there wanted to die. Otherwise, he would kill them himself, and open the gates personally. Inside the palace, Tezron was frantically stuffing gold, coins, and valuables into bags, thinking that, at the very least, he should escape with some wealth. Suddenly, Logan's voice rang out behind him, announcing that he had finally caught up. Tezron stumbled backward in terror, demanded to know how Logan had gotten inside. Logan replied coldly that Tezron's own servants had betrayed him before he even needed to draw his sword, which spoke volumes about the Viscount's reputation as a ruler. Furious, Tezron cursed his servants for their betrayal. Then fear overtook him again. He dropped to a pleading tone, declaring his surrender and promising reparations. According to feudal conventions, he begged Logan to spare his life and the lives of his family. Logan scoffed and asked him what right he had to speak of conventions. He looked down at Tezron and reminded him that he had declared war, without warning, invaded everything in a single day. Logan's fury was unmistakable, a vein bulging on his forehead, as he questioned whether Tezron had any conscience. At all, Tezron tried one last appeal, arguing that noble honor and feudal law guaranteed the safety of prisoners. Logan agreed on one condition. He said he would uphold the honor and customs of his own house. House McClane, therefore, Tezron's life would be spared, and he would be allowed to take a limited amount of wealth and leave. Tezron was about to thank him when Logan interrupted. He said that if Patrick had been standing there, he truly would have done all of that. Patrick was an honorable man, one who might even accept unconditional surrender. As Logan spoke, he noticed a diamond-studded dagger. Resting inside a chest, he picked it up, admiring its craftsmanship. Tezron quickly insisted Logan keep it, saying it was made by the finest craftsman in the kingdom. Logan refused, told Tezron to take it with him. Then, without warning, Logan drove the dagger straight into Tezron's chest. As Tezron collapsed, he accused Logan of lying, shouting that he had promised to spare his life. Logan replied calmly that he never made such a promise. He had only described what his father would have done. Unfortunately for Tezron, Logan was nothing like him. Tezron tried to mutter something about noble honor, but Logan cut him off, asking if he had any idea how many people had died because of his greed. He ordered him to end his filthy life right there. Tezron fell dead to the floor, looking down at the corpse. Logan thought that Tezron should be grateful for such a quick death. He clenched his fist, still stained with blood, and exhaled slowly. The crisis was finally over. All that remained were the finishing touches. He loudly announced that Viscount Raymond Tezran had taken his own life. That would be enough. Moments later, Kaislin entered and informed Logan that he should inspect the castle's underground prison. A few days later, outside the walls of Tezran's castle, Logan stood with his father. Patrick explained that he had come as soon as he recovered from his injuries. He asked about Tezran's suicide. Logan confirmed it, remarking that Tezron must have been driven to despair. Patrick wasn't convinced. He stepped closer and bluntly asked whether Logan had killed Tezron himself. The two locked eyes in a tense stare, as if a fight might break out. Logan finally admitted the truth. Yes, he had eliminated Tezron deliberately. He explained that sometimes they needed to take matters into their own hands, and that leaving Tezron's bloodline alive would only invite future disasters. Patrick studied his son for a long moment. Then he praised him, saying Logan was a grown man now and must have had his reasons. He added that no matter what anyone said, Logan was the key figure in this war, and thanked him sincerely. Hearing this filled Logan with happiness. He looked at his father and smiled wide and genuine. And Patrick, blushing and fumbling his words, told him he had done a good job. Then he shared even more news. Logan would be officially named the heir of House McClane. Logan smiled again, then shook his head and refused. Patrick was stunned and demanded to know why. Was Logan worried about his reputation? Patrick assured him that his achievements in the war were more than enough to silence all criticism. But that wasn't the reason. Logan explained that Ronan was far more suitable to inherit the family. The McClanes were a family of knights. Ronian had awakened his force at only 14. For years earlier than Logan himself, there was no telling how strong he would become. As an adult, Patrick was left speechless. He argued that strength alone didn't decide who should lead a noble house. Logan agreed that under normal beliefs, that was true, but if Ronian earned the title of the continent's youngest Force user, as he had in Logan's previous life, there would be no objections at all. More importantly, Logan had no personal interest in becoming Baron. He didn't want to waste time tied to that role. As the older brother Logan said, he wanted to give Ronan the chance he deserved. He asked Patrick to delay choosing a successor until Ronan came of age. Patrick admitted he never imagined Logan cared so deeply for his brother, but agreed to his request. The decision would be postponed for 5 years, until Ronan became an adult. Logan thanked his father still. Patrick insisted on granting him another reward. They would return to the mansion to calculate the spoils of war, which would likely reach several 100,000 gold pieces. But judging by Logan's expression, he already had something else in mind. Suddenly a guard shouted for the gates to be opened. The McLean Knights had returned. The townspeople immediately gathered, murmuring in disbelief they couldn't believe the army had come back in barely a week, and that the war had supposedly ended in just a single day. 2 men began discussing it, one of them wondering aloud how such a thing was even possible. He asked if the McLean Knights had always been this powerful. The other man lowered his voice and asked if he had heard the rumors that everything happened because of the young master, Logan McLean. He said that, according to the soldiers who had returned first, Logan's mercenary troops completely reversed the battle. They appeared behind the enemy, as if they had predicted everything in advance. Another man added that the enemies had been wiped out by some strange new weapon, and that Logan himself had even defeated a high-ranking knight. A young woman asked if the young master had always been such an extraordinary person. Someone else replied that he always thought Logan was just fooling around. Before slowly, the crowd began to piece things together. Maybe the monster meat he had bought earlier wasn't meaningless after all. Maybe the boy had always been preparing something far bigger. Some even whispered that Logan might have been acting. The whole time the thought sent chills through them. They began praising him, saying geniuses truly lived on a different level, especially now that he had awakened as a Force user. Logan heard every word and felt painfully embarrassed, listening to people talk about him like that. Ronan asked how it felt to receive so much admiration. Logan replied awkwardly that it only made him blush, and told his brother not to exaggerate. But Ronnie insisted it wasn't exaggeration at all. Everything they said was true, and told him he should at least smile for the people, who were so happy to see him alive. After thinking for a moment, Logan decided to try. He forced out what he thought was a heroic smile. In reality, it looked more like someone desperately holding in a bowel movement, while sprinting toward the castle. Honestly, he resembled either a rich lunatic like Rich McGee, or Medusa herself the moment the crowd saw Logan smile. Everyone froze. They were convinced he was about to crush their skulls. With his bare hands, Logan, completely unaware of what he had done wrong, stood there confused. Ronan could only feel pity for his poor brother. Patrick turned his head to look at Logan, genuine pride written across his face. Then he raised his voice and announced that the next round of cheers would be dedicated to the true champion of the war, and declared that the grand reception had officially begun soon after. The scene shifted to the castle gardens. Logan wandered through the courtyard, amazed that a welcome ceremony could continue all the way until dawn, especially for people who had just returned from a battlefield. Unfortunately, the peaceful moment didn't last long. From behind him, Marion suddenly shouted his name and demanded to know what he thought he was doing. Ronian quickly grabbed her arm, trying to calm her down, but Marion ignored him. She said she had heard everything. She demanded to know whether it was true that Logan had refused the position of successor, and asked what he was really planning. She accused him of fooling everyone else, but warned that she was not stupid. Ronian tried to defuse the situation, explaining that Kairos' betrayal had deeply shaken Marion. Logan told him it was fine. Turning toward Marion, he reflected that, despite the resentment she still carried, she had lost all real influence. After Kairos abandoned her, she was no longer a serious threat. Logan thought that if he handled this carefully now, there might still be a chance to make things right. He admitted sincerely that his behavior over the past months had been unreliable and shameful. He confessed that even he regretted what he had done, driven by jealousy and feelings of inferiority. Hearing this, Marion shouted at Ranian that she had been right all along, that Logan himself was admitting everything had been his scheme. Ranian cut her off again, begging her to stop. He apologized to Logan once more and explained that she wasn't thinking clearly. Logan barely reacted to Marion at all. Instead, he turned to Ranian and told him to listen carefully. The person who truly deserved an apology wasn't Marion. It was Ranian. Ranian was startled and asked what he meant. Logan explained that ever since returning, he had been apologizing without really saying what for. The regrets and cowardice he had carried for years weren't easy to face. Ranian demanded to know what exactly he was talking about. Logan finally confessed the truth. He said that for years he had secretly despised Ranian. He admitted that he had tried to hide his own weakness by resenting his younger brother. Those pitiful years filled him with shame. Now he truly regretted them. He bowed deeply and asked Ranian to forgive him sincerely. Ranian stared at him in silence. Logan, still bowing, thought bitterly that good deeds never erased past sins, and that he had been foolish to hope otherwise. Then Ranian finally spoke. He said it was okay. Logan froze in shock. Ranian continued, explaining that he believed if he treated Logan kindly, even when Logan was cold one day, the brother he remembered would come back. Then he smiled at him. It was the kind of smile that could make even a grown man cry. Logan felt warmth flood his chest. He wondered why he had hesitated for so many years to do something so simple. Turning to Marion again, Logan told her sincerely that he truly cared about Ranian and genuinely hoped his brother would become the successor. He admitted that asking for her trust right away was unreasonable, so instead he asked her to watch him closely. From now on, everything he did would be for the sake of the family. As Marion walked away, Logan thought quietly that for now, this apology would have to be enough. The very next day, deep inside a forest, Logan and Hamar were walking side by side. Hamar grumbled, asking where in the world they were headed. Right after returning from war, Logan calmly replied that he had rested enough already, and that it was time to start working again. Hamar muttered under his breath that he was only nervous because of the task ahead, thinking about how he would finally enjoy the rewards. This time Logan assured him, confidently, that this job would definitely be enjoyable. Hamar hesitated, convinced that Logan had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Soon they stopped in an open clearing and stared into the distance. Hamar suddenly froze in shock. It turned out that Logan planned to open a mine there. Earlier, during the discussion about the barony of Tesron, Patrick had explained what Logan wanted as his reward from the war. Instead of land titles or wealth, Logan had requested permission to explore the hill near the Tesron border. Patrick had laughed and said calling it a hill was generous. It was practically a barren wasteland with nothing valuable in sight. He asked why Logan insisted on that specific location. Logan only smirked and replied that there might be gold hidden beneath the ground. The truth behind Tesron's sudden war only came out a year later. It turned out Tesron had secretly been exporting gold from a hill located in former Mi clan territory, but he had seized that single gold mine alone, had elevated Tesron far beyond the status of an ordinary count's family. That prosperity lasted until Ranian later wiped out the entire family. In revenge, back in the underground prison of the Tesron barony, Kaislin had mentioned that there were several strange prisoners worth inspecting. One of them claimed he had committed no crime. He said he had only accepted a request from the count to transport gold from a mine they were hired to work in, despite that the Viscount had imprisoned them anyway. Logan pressed a hand to his face, stunned by Tesron's stupidity. He couldn't believe the man had locked up 5 highly valuable mining specialists. One of the prisoners asked nervously if Logan was angry on their behalf. In reality, Logan's merchant instincts had awakened. He realized he had just stumbled upon an enormous and unexpected business opportunity. The old prisoner studied Logan suspiciously, wondering what kind of person he was. In Logan's thoughts, however, the recent war with Tesron felt like nothing more than surviving a small wave. The true disaster was still ahead. In 1 year, King Samuel Grania would suddenly die. That single event would spark a brutal struggle between the three princes, plunging the kingdom into a 3-year civil war. During that time, the kingdom's military strength would be severely weakened, and before it could recover, the empire's invasion would begin in full force. That chain of events would ultimately destroy the kingdom, since the McLean family belonged to no political faction. Remaining neutral would only turn them into powerless bystanders. But Logan saw a chance hidden in that chaos, and he refused to let it slip away. He planned to use the instability to reclaim the kingdom's old territories and restore his family as rulers of the Southwest. And if possible, he even intended to end the Civil War itself, and something even greater. Just as he was about to continue that thought, Hamar interrupted him, asking what he was spacing out about. After calling him over, Logan snapped back to reality, realizing he had drifted too far into the future. They had only just survived one crisis. For now, he needed to focus on building power as fast as possible. But dreams like that would sound insane to anyone else, no matter what happened. He had to fund everything with his own money. That barren hill would become the golden goose that financed all his ambitions. Logan informed his servants that there was gold buried inside the hill, and that he intended to dig and establish a mine. He asked them for an estimated cost. The servants were stunned into silence. Hamar thought it was just another one of Logan's insane ideas. The old supervisor said Tezron had paid them generously, so he agreed to the inspection immediately. But opening a gold mine felt excessive. He cautiously asked Logan if he was truly certain there was gold there. Logan nodded and said he had seen it with his own eyes. The old man asked how that was even possible. Logan replied that it had been part of a secret operation, and for safety reasons only, the 6 people present would participate in the drilling. Hearing that, the old man grew uneasy, suspecting Logan might be planning to dispose of them. Afterward, he argued that 6 people could never handle such work, and accused Logan of exaggerating. He almost said that even with a dwarf involved, it would be impossible, but stopped himself and silently prayed that Hamar could somehow manage it. Hamar locked eyes with Logan and calmly said that he should prepare to die, sleep less, and give up any hope of a normal life if he accepted this task. Seeing that expression, the old man felt his soul leave his body. Logan, however, was satisfied as expected of Hamar. He truly had the mindset of a lifelong craftsman. Logan said that now both Hamar and the old man were officially ready to begin, and once again asked for the financial estimate. The old man explained that they first needed to drill test shafts to estimate the size of the gold deposit, but the initial investment alone would require 5 million gold pieces. Kymar added that safely developing the mine would take a long time. Just the preparation phase would need 6 months, followed by another 6 months for full extraction. Logan nodded. It was exactly as he had expected. Huge costs and long delays. But this mine had made Tezron wealthier than most Count families. He had no choice but to seize this opportunity. He thought that if he could already sell the monster meat, he would have enough funds by now, but its effects wouldn't be recognized for another 6 months. Then a realization struck him. Maybe he didn't need to wait. If he could neutralize the poison in the monster meat, he could sell it immediately as medicine. After all, he had detoxified countless poisons during his years as a mercenary. Creating an antidote should be possible. If he perfected the formula and sold it, he would become unimaginably rich. A week later, in the southwest McLean village, Rick brought Logan the medicine he had prepared, using crushed night, herb web herbs, and dripgrass. Logan immediately told him not to call it fake medicine, explaining that it was simply a neutralizing agent. Then he asked where the monster meat was stored. Rick replied that it had been placed in a village warehouse, exactly as Logan requested. Hearing this, Logan said that was perfect and announced they would apply the medicine directly to the meat. Rick panicked instantly and asked if he truly had to go with him. Logan confirmed that of course he did, but Rick looked far from thrilled and warned that he had never been there before and had no idea what kind of horror awaited them inside. Logan grew annoyed, wondering why Rick had suddenly become so dramatic. Then it hit him, the stench. The moment they approached the warehouse, the smell assaulted them so violently that even a sewer would have seemed fragrant. By comparison, Logan admitted he expected it to smell terrible. But this was bad enough to make him vomit. Rick had already started throwing up on the spot. Luckily, Logan quickly found a solution. He used his aura to block his sense of smell completely. After sealing it off, he calmly prepared to enter, and told Rick it was time to begin. Rick stared in disbelief, watching Logan walk in perfectly fine, while he himself was still on the verge of collapsing. When he asked how Logan could endure it, Logan replied that he had temporarily paralyzed his sense of smell. Using force, Rick muttered that it was unfair, and Logan shot back that if it bothered him so much, he should awaken force himself and solve the problem properly. Logan handed Rick a pouch of white powder, the neutralizer, and instructed him to sprinkle it evenly over the meat. He explained that he should apply enough for the outer layer to turn white, while the remaining black portions were still poisonous and needed to be handled carefully. After that, Rick had to chop everything finely and roll the mixture into small pellets. When a sample was finished, Logan asked if it looked like proper medicine. Rick confirmed that it did. Logan then explained that they would sell it as medication, and since Rick would be responsible for preparing everything, he needed to pay close attention and remember every step. Rick protested immediately, saying there was no way he would do something like that. Logan casually replied that he would pay 100 gold coins for every pill produced. Rick changed his mind instantly. Logan, however, felt irritated, thinking he could have forced him to do it for free. Next, Logan said they needed to test the effectiveness of the product. Rick asked what kind of medicine it was supposed to be. Logan replied that it was good for men, but Rick still didn't understand. Logan sighed and told him he would only explain once, so he had better listen carefully. He described 2 rabbits, a male and a female. The male rabbit was weak and depressed because he couldn't properly move his little foot inside the pot. The female rabbit then gave him a special tea to cheer him up after drinking it. The male rabbit turned into a super rabbit, his little foot becoming 4 times bigger than before, allowing him to stir the pot far more effectively. After finishing the story, Logan asked Rick if he understood. Rick nodded, immediately saying he got it, and that he already had the perfect test subject in mind. Then Logan became curious and asked who it would be. Rick replied without hesitation that it was Mr. Dwayne. Soon after, Dwayne knocked on Logan's office door and heard a calm come in. He apologized for disturbing him and said he had heard Logan want to see him. But after stepping inside, Dwayne couldn't find Logan anywhere. Suddenly, Logan appeared behind him like a vampire, emerging from the shadows, and scared him half to death. Dwayne leaped back like a professional basketball player, clutching his chest and nearly collapsing from shock. He scolded Logan for sneaking up on people like that. Logan casually approached him and said he simply wanted to massage his shoulders, since he had been working so hard, managing things after the war. Dwayne insisted he was fine and said Laura McLean was the one truly suffering. Logan mentioned that his father had even fainted from exhaustion, but Dwayne snapped back that it only happened because Logan scared him earlier. Logan told him he understood how hard things had been. They had spent every last coin on the war. The servants and knights didn't even know it, yet they kept pestering him for money, driving the administration insane. He said he must have misunderstood Logan all this time. I never expected him to care so much about the administrators. But he didn't finish the sentence. Logan cut him off abruptly and asked if that stress was the reason for his problems. In bed, Dwayne froze. He turned pale as stone and lunged toward the door, trying to escape. Logan calmly told him to at least hear him out and placed the medicine in his hand. He explained that it was a patented product from Philip Kyle's merchantry, with guaranteed results after just 1 pill, silently admitting to himself that he had never actually tested it personally. Dwayne hesitated, stared at the pill, then reluctantly swallowed it. Sometime later, Dwayne was seen sprinting through the castle corridors at full speed, shouting Logan and Rick's names. The 2 turned around as Rick heard the frantic voice, while Logan already knew exactly what was happening. Dwayne had come back for more. Rick tried to scold him for running in the halls, but Dwayne ignored everything and immediately asked Logan how much he wanted for the pills. The poor man looked ready to kill for them. Seeing this, Logan flashed a predatory smile and declared the medicine a complete success. Rick grumbled angrily about being ignored again, while Logan told Dwayne to hold out his hand. Panting, heavily sweating, and barely able to stand, Dwayne dropped to his knees in front of Logan. It looked less like a transaction, and more like a marriage proposal. Logan stood there as if about to accept, while Rick stared in total disbelief. Logan handed Dwayne a wooden box filled with pills. Dwayne received it as though it were a sacred treasure. It turned out that after the first successful test, men began bowing before him, and the experiments continued. Several more times afterward, sometime later in an office, Logan was talking to Hank Clay, casually mentioning that he had heard rumors about Hank Clay and his wife fighting. Every single night, Hank Clay immediately denied it, demanding to know who would dare spread such nonsense. But before he could say anything else, Logan told him to shut up and shove a pill straight into his mouth. Hank Clay had just become Logan's second test subject. He swallowed it, and the effects kicked in almost instantly. He turned toward the door as if to say something, but Logan cut him off again, telling him to go see his wife right now, and that he would deal with everything with his father. Hearing that, Hank Clay broke into a grateful smile, thanked him, and bolted out of the room like a force of nature, clearly heading toward what could only be described as a legendary night. Later, Patrick was shown sitting in his office. He had become the third experimental subject, and judging by his expression, he was also more than satisfied with the results. Looking in the direction of his father's room, Logan thought to himself that he almost felt bad for Ronian. At this rate, his brother might be getting another little sibling, soon meaning he wouldn't be the youngest anymore. Watching all this chaos unfold, Rick finally snapped and angrily asked Logan why he never let him test the pill too. After all, he was the one who had worked the hardest on everything. Logan stared at him blankly, glanced down at Rick's lower half, turned his back and started walking away. Rick shouted after him, asking what the hell that weird look was supposed to mean. Logan stopped without turning around and replied that Rick wouldn't even get the chance to use the pill anyway, so giving it to him would just be a waste. He even told him not to follow because he stank. At this point, it was painfully obvious Logan was enjoying torturing the poor guy. Later on, Logan was seen speaking with Philip through a magic orb. Philip admitted that if the medicine really worked as well as Logan claimed, the demand would be massive. He asked how much Logan planned to charge for it. Logan replied that it would be 100 gold per pill and 10,000 gold for a box of 10. Philip hesitated at the price and asked if Logan seriously thought the nobles in the capital were idiots, warning that he could get into serious trouble charging that much. Logan confidently replied that they weren't fools at all in his past life. The medicine had been such a huge success that its price had skyrocketed. He insisted that if Philip only released a limited quantity at first, the product would sell for even higher prices. Philip listened carefully, admitted it made sense, and paid for another 10 minutes of communication time. Logan continued, saying that the medicine would explode in popularity if a famous person tried it, and gave a testimonial, someone well-known, who actually needed that kind of medicine. Philip was speechless and argued that no noble would ever publicly admit that his impotence had been cured by a pill. Logan replied that they didn't need anyone to officially announce anything, so many people were constantly watching the nobles, that even a quiet rumor would spread like wildfire, and everyone would come running like bees to honey. Hearing that, Philip suddenly got an idea and suggested that Logan should go to the Capitol's party. Logan exploded and asked if Philip had lost his mind. Only parties he had ever attended were drunken, mercenary celebrations after wars, and his family didn't even have money for proper noble parties. Philip insisted that parties were perfect for making connections. Even for business, he admitted it would take time, and that Logan obviously couldn't sell the medicine directly at the party. But the idea sparked something in Logan's mind. Philip quickly asked if Logan was really thinking of doing something that reckless, warning that his family would be shunned by high society. Logan replied that nothing like that would happen if he didn't actually sell anything there. He then told Philip about a great informant in the capital and asked him to find the guy and gather all the information he would need. Philip hesitated, asking what informant he was talking about and what crazy plan he was cooking up. This time, Logan simply said that he would be heading to Grand Sue would explain everything once he arrived. Hearing that gave Philip a very bad feeling. A week later, Logan arrived in Gran, the capital city of the Kingdom of Grandia. Philip stared at him, in disbelief that he had actually come, and asked how he managed to get his family's permission. Un nourrisson, traveling to the capital to sell aphrodisiacs, was not something you saw every day. Logan assured him that he hadn't told his family the truth, although bringing 3,000 boxes without a single servant was proven to be a real problem. He thought to himself that his father had let him go, much more easily than expected, probably because of everything he had accomplished during the war. Philip remarked that now that he thought about it, Logan hadn't had a servant the first time they met. Either he asked if it was really okay for a noble to walk around like that. Logan replied that servants only slowed you down. Not to mention, they already had their own jobs to handle. He thought about Rick and the massive task he had entrusted to him. He continued thinking that, even though he treated Rick harshly sometimes, in both his past and current life, Rick had always done everything for him, and he was genuinely grateful. A mental image of Rick appeared in his thoughts. Specifically, the moment Rick stole a bunch of pills from him. Annoyed, Logan had warned him that if he shook him, and any pills fell out, Rick would get punched once for each pill. That was what he called tough love. Then, Logan suddenly announced that he had made up his mind. After getting a brilliant idea, to celebrate all his hard work, he declared that he would name the medicine Emporic, the best way to honor a man's legacy. After all, was to name an impotence pill after him. Philip didn't even question it at this point. He had no doubts left Logan was absolutely a lunatic. Inside the dorm room, Philip told Logan that he must be exhausted from the long journey, and suggested that would be great if he could recover. At a bar, Logan immediately replied that Philip should watch his mouth when talking about someone who couldn't get it up in a place with so many people listening. Philip agreed, saying the environment here was much better for discussing sensitive matters. Like that, he then mentioned that he had already met with the informant and asked if Logan was really sure about paying 900 gold per document. Logan admitted the guy was ridiculously expensive, but also extremely confident. He explained that as long as the request was precise, they would get flawless information. Philip reassured him that he had followed the instructions exactly. The first document listed nobles who had been married in the last 10 years, but still had no children. The second contained names of nobles with no lovers, or secondary wives, and the third listed nobles who frequently sought out food, meant to boost energy. Hearing this, Logan said everything Philip mentioned was perfect, and that they were good to go. He praised him for doing an excellent job, not only on this task, but on everything he had asked Philip to handle. In the capital, Philip replied that it wasn't that hard, and added that the real crisis had been the day he heard about the war. He told Logan he couldn't even imagine how worried he had been. He heard that the war had ended that same night. Logan, who had been staring at a piece of paper, felt glad, knowing Philip actually cared about his clients. That feeling didn't last long, though, because Philip soon complained that just thinking about the mountain of monster meat he would have to deal with made him lose his appetite. After all, who in their right mind would buy that garbage? Logan immediately threw a piece of paper straight at Philip's face, telling him to shut up and read it. As the paper smacked into him, Philip wondered why it hurt so much. He started reading, while Logan asked him which name on the list he thought would make a good first client. A tear rolled down Philip's right eye as he suddenly noticed something. Seeing that reaction, Logan watched him closely, waiting for him to speak. Philip pointed at a name on the sheet and asked Logan what he thought about that particular person. Logan glanced at the name, and his expression instantly changed to pure shock. He recognized it later on, inside a grand ballroom lit by a massive chandelier. People were sipping champagne. A very large man stood out among the crowd, wearing a red jacket and black dress pants, while chatting with a group of beautiful women. That man was Count Davis, and his name was suddenly shouted by Logan. To get his attention, the Count turned around in disbelief, his face twisting into an expression of disgust. Mixed with fear, Logan walked up and introduced himself, stating his name, Logan McLean, and his title as the eldest son of House McLean. Count Davis forced himself to stay composed and barely held back a laugh as he greeted his new guest and welcomed him to the party. He looked Logan up and down, found his clothes tacky, and wondered what kind of farm he had. Crawled out of assuming. That must be the fashion in the Southwest. Logan thought about how he was wearing the clothes Philip had recommended, and just as expected, nobody liked them, he concluded. That meant they were actually a perfect choice. He wasn't here to make useless friends. At a meaningless party, his only target was Count Davis. Davis the Fallen One, despite being an important figure in the Grandia Kingdom's treasury, and having married at 20. He still had no children to this day. Logan had been shocked when Philip pointed him out on the list, because in his past life Davis had become quite famous. Not for a good reason, but for being the Count, who killed himself because of his wife. A memory flashed of an old argument, where Count Davis's wife screamed at him during a party, calling him an impotent bastard in front of everyone. That single humiliation had driven him to take his own life. Logan thought about how reputation and public perception were everything, and that Davis fit all three conditions. He had given the informant. He was the perfect first client for Empiric. Logan addressed the Count, saying he had come to the capital on a business trip and had heard about his prestige, so he wanted to greet him personally. The Count asked what kind of business Logan could possibly be running in a city that already had everything. He added that since Logan was from the outskirts, he must be carrying some fascinating rural product that didn't exist in the capital. Logan replied that he was certain the product he was selling wasn't available there, which was exactly why he had come. He said it was a specialized medicine for men. Leaning close to Davis's ear, he quietly revealed the word stimulant. Hearing that, the Count froze, bit his lip for a moment, and then suddenly shouted for everyone to hear how a nobleman's son could dare to sell stimulants. Two nearby girls watched the scene, cringing from embarrassment. The Count thought that some country bumpkin like Logan had a lot of nerve acting important in the capital, and he assumed he had put him in his place. Based on the look on his face, Logan let out a deep sigh and prepared to say something else. He told Davis that as a sign of courtesy, he had brought a gift for the influential people of the capital, and kindly asked him to accept it. He handed a small box to the man and said it was Emporic, explaining that each pill would normally sell for 100 gold coins. He added that he had brought these three, especially for the Count, as a gift, and guaranteed it was a great medicine, with no side effects, putting his honor as a noble on the line. Davis listened to everything and started sweating. A few days later, Logan's doorbell rang. It was a servant of Count Davis. Sent to buy more Emporic, the servant greeted him, confirmed he was indeed the Count's attendant, and later left with a leather briefcase, with Philip right behind him, thanking him for the purchase and inviting him to come again. Philip returned to the room and counted the money for Logan. They had made 10,000 gold from 10 boxes, and Philip commented that it wasn't bad. For their first sale, Logan, however, didn't look pleased at all. He said they needed to do much more than that, because the rent for that tiny shop alone cost 10,000 gold. Philip replied that this was to be expected, since they were in the center of the capital, and Logan had no idea how much trouble he went through. Just to rent the place, he added that strategically, having a store was necessary, because seeing people gather with their own eyes had a much greater psychological impact. Logan agreed and announced that he was heading out to another party. Philip groaned, complaining that he had been dragged to parties almost every single day since arriving in Gran, and sometimes he even had to attend 2 in one day. Logan explained that having Count Davis as the first client wasn't enough. He needed to promote the store to as many people on that list as possible. A week later, Count Davis's servant was walking down the street, still unable to believe the Count had asked him to buy that medicine again, especially after seeing that no health foods had ever worked for him in the past. When he reached the shop, he was completely stunned. A massive line of men stretched down the block, all waiting to buy the medicine. He observed the crowd and wondered what was going on, until it suddenly hit him. He recognized every single one of them. One was Viscount Talon's chamberlain, and the man in front of him was Count Hamel's butler. He adjusted his hat to hide as much of his face as possible, thinking this would generate unnecessary gossip. He decided he'd better just buy the medicine and leave. As soon as he did, Philip stepped out of the store to address the crowd. He apologized and announced that unfortunately, the stock prepared for today was already sold out. Hearing that, the servants waiting to buy medicine for their masters were horrified. One of them went up to Philip and asked what he meant by sold out. Since no one had said anything earlier, Philip apologized again and explained that Emporic was insanely popular, but production couldn't keep up, so sales were limited to 50 boxes per day. Two guys grew tense immediately and started begging Philip to sell them some, saying their masters wouldn't be forgiving if they returned empty-handed. While all this was happening, another noble passed by with his servant and noticed the commotion. He sent his servant to check what was going on. From behind a corner of a nearby building, Logan watched everything with satisfaction. He thought that by limiting the supply, customers would feel even more desperate to buy, and seeing the crowd would spark the curiosity of other nobles. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Philip shouted for everyone to hear that the day's stock was gone and told them to come back tomorrow. The next day, he sold out again. The same thing happened on the third day, leaving the nobles wondering how many days in a row this madness would continue. Logan commented that it was incredible, saying, "Daily sales have been booming for over a month now, and today they had sold out the moment they opened." He added that at this rate, making 4.5 million gold in a single month might not be so impossible. After all hearing this, Logan sarcastically asked, who would have guessed? The capital had so many impotent nobles, but he said they had tripled the price since mid-year. Yet people were still willing to pay even more, which made him worry about the kingdom's future. After saying that, he stared at Philip with a serious look. Then all of a sudden, he broke into a maniacal grin, like someone who had just found his next victim, and started laughing loudly. His voice echoed out of the shop, making people on the street turn their heads. In the end, he was just ridiculously happy. He grabbed Philip by the neck and started messing up his hair, calling him an admirable brat and praising him for doing a great job. Philip, meanwhile, was turning purple from lack of air. He bowed deeply and thanked Logan for all his effort. Logan looked down at him and said, it was good that Philip recognized his own work, and starting next week, he would receive 1% of the total sales. As his personal cut, Philip suddenly started shouting that he would do his best, and even tried to kiss Logan. All of this happened while a mysterious figure watched from street, his wrinkled face hidden beneath a hood, and his beard glowing blonde in the light. Later, inside a sorcery shop, Logan was using the communication line and suddenly shouted from the back of the room that it would be at least 10 tons of gold per year, which instantly made everyone nearby turn their heads. Toward him, he froze mid-sentence, staring straight at the door, then asked the person on the other end if they were serious. That person was Hammer, who calmly confirmed the information. Hammer explained that according to the miners, there was a very high chance the gold nuggets were located in a deeper layer of the hill. Logan stared at the communication orb like a complete madman, clenching his teeth and fists so hard they trembled. Even with a rough estimate, 10 tons of gold translated into around 100 million gold coins. To him, this was the ultimate jackpot, the biggest lottery win he could ever imagine. Hamar added that the mining costs were no joke, and asked Logan if he could actually afford it, since just starting the operation would cost about 5 million gold. Logan assured Hamar that he already had everything he needed. He told him to wait, and said he would gather all the money and workers as fast as possible. Hamar didn't look too worried, and simply asked Logan to go easy on the workers. Later that night, in the middle of the city, Logan walked through the streets, while thinking about how the initial investment for the mine will be around 5 million gold. If he kept selling as he was earning roughly 4.5 million gold per month. Come to think of it, even if he only sold for 2 months, he would still have money left over, since he still had about 700 boxes of medicine in stock. He started thinking about going back home to get more merchandise and beginning the mental development stuff, but something suddenly caught his attention and snapped him out of his trance. Logan looked toward a shop and sensed that someone was inside. In an instant, he rushed over, thinking it might be robbers. He violently kicked the door open, sending it slamming into the wall, and began searching the place from top to bottom. But the room looked completely empty. Logan drew his sword, wondering if the culprits had somehow vanished, then reminded himself there was only one door. They had to still be inside. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a shadow zipped past him. He realized it too late and slashed at the cloaked figure. But Misty shouted, demanding to know who was there. When he turned around, no one was in sight. He stood still with his sword pointed at nothing, his heart pounding impossible. He thought. He was absolutely sure he had felt someone there. Then that feeling came again. He looked up, guessing the thief might be on the roof. Without hesitating, he leaped upward, aiming at the cloaked figure. He raised his sword ready to stab. But the culprit moved at the last second. Logan faced the figure on the rooftop. Sword in hand, he demanded to know the man's identity, but got no answer instead. The figure simply vanished without leaving a trace. Logan was completely stunned by what had just happened. He kept thinking about how there was no sign of any presence, even though the guy had been right in front of him. Moments ago, he looked down at his own hand and realized he was holding a piece of the man's cloak. He stared at it, wondering what the hell had just happened. The next morning, Logan told Philip about the incident. Together, they concluded that an aura-using thief had infiltrated their shop. Logan said he was only speculating, but that the intruder was at least an advanced force user. That was a term used for people even more powerful than high-rank knights. He added that it wasn't just a feeling. That guy wasn't merely high rank. He was on a whole different level. Philip was shocked that someone who could use aura was committing petty theft. Aura was enough to turn even a slave into a noble. So he couldn't understand why someone like that would be running around stealing. He asked what the man had taken. Logan replied that it was exactly what Philip was thinking. He had stolen only 2 pills of the medicine impure. Just at hearing this, Logan concluded that if he only stole 2 pills, it wasn't for money. He had taken them to use himself. Philip then asked if there were also impotent people among aura users. That's when it clicked for Logan, and he agreed. Logan asked if there were any names of aura users on the informant's list, but Philip said there weren't. The informant had asked for an extra fee for that information since it was top secret, and Philip had refused. But after thinking about it again, Philip said maybe there was one person who came to mind, an aura user in the capital who had no descendants. A muscular, well-dressed noble with blonde hair and a beard was walking down the street with his wife, watching some children play. His face looked gentle, and his light blue eyes were filled with longing. As he stared at them, he was startled when his wife asked what he was looking at. He turned and told her he was just admiring the scenery outside. Sweating nervously, she clearly didn't buy that lame excuse, and asked if he was staring at the children again. He tried to convince her he was only enjoying the view and wasn't thinking about anything silly. Then he hugged his wife and said they should go home. She kind of ignored that and instead told him she was very happy to have met him, asking if he knew that. The man looked at her with happiness in his eyes and a small smile tugging at his mustache. He hugged her even tighter and said he felt the same. This man was Felix Esperanza, the kingdom's greatest swordsman. It turned out that the deep sadness and regret in his heart started with an injustice he suffered when he was young while fighting for the country. He had been wounded right between the legs. At the time, it was just considered a wound of honor for a knight who fell in battle. And since he was young, he didn't think much of it. But later in life, Felix kept wondering what the point was of holding the title of Duke and being known as the strongest in the nation if he had no son to succeed him. To him, it all felt meaningless. A memory from the past appeared, showing Felix explaining his situation to his wife. She was far more understanding than he expected, so much so that he was shocked. She acknowledged that he must have suffered a lot and asked with tears in her eyes if he was okay with it, saying she wanted to stay by his side and serve him. Seeing that, Felix wondered if there was any way he could ever repay the immense love he had received. Later, Felix was seen strolling through a path in the castle gardens with one of his servants. The servant warned him that the family meeting was about to begin and asked if he was sure he didn't need to hurry. Felix replied that arriving early was pointless anyway, since the only thing that would happen was everyone pressuring him to produce an heir. The servant hesitated, then carefully mentioned that a very effective medicine had recently started circulating in the capital. Hearing that, Felix asked sarcastically if that was really true. The servant went on saying that apparently the medicine even cured physical injuries. But Felix still didn't seem interested. The servant insisted, explaining that he knew. Felix didn't believe in these things. But there were many reports of people who had amazing results. Hearing this, Felix lowered his head, ashamed to admit to himself that he had already tried the medicine. And on top of that, he had stolen it. Even though his wife's tears still weighed on him, he couldn't believe he had stooped so low as theft, a disgrace to the discipline he had always upheld. Worse, after taking the medicine, absolutely nothing had happened. So he told Louise, his servant, not to believe everything he heard. He began convincing himself that he was right, that the story about the medicine working was just a fake rumor, and that there was no way it could fix something. Even Aura couldn't. He thought he should have given up already. At the gates of the estate, Logan was talking to a guard, who told him he couldn't let him meet Felix without an appointment. Logan calmly asked the guard to simply tell Felix his name, saying he was sure Felix would want to meet him as soon as he knew who was asking. Earlier, Logan and Philip had talked about this, and Philip had been shocked, asking if Logan was really planning to visit the Duke. In person, Logan had nodded, and Philip started teasing him, asking if he was going to chase down the strongest man in the kingdom, just to ask whether he stole something, or if he was impotent. Philip freaked out, and asked if that was seriously Logan's plan. But Logan calmly asked if Philip was imitating him. Philip told him he should act like nothing had happened. Otherwise, he'd get into trouble for no reason, warning that if things went south, they were screwed, sitting in a chair in a hallway. Logan thought Philip wasn't wrong, but if the guy from yesterday really was the Sword Duke, he couldn't let this opportunity slip away. A butler came out of a room, opened a beautifully carved wooden door, and told Logan to enter inside. Felix was waiting by the window. As Logan approached the Sword Duke, he thought this was his chance to build a positive connection with one of the strongest people in the kingdom. He greeted Felix politely, stating his name, and that he was the eldest son of House McLean. Looking closely at Felix, Logan noticed something strange. Even though the man was around 70 years old, he looked much younger. Logan figured he must be suppressing his aging, using his powerful aura. Felix confirmed that House McLean was in the southwest, and asked why Logan had come all that way. Logan thought he didn't need to reveal the real reason immediately, and said he had recently opened a business in the capital, so he brought some products as a gift. He slid a small box across the table toward Felix, and explained that it was an excellent medicine for men, with proven effectiveness among countless nobles. Felix studied the box and asked if that was really true, without giving any hint that he already knew something. Logan kept his head slightly bowed, feeling confused, and unsure whether Felix was actually the thief. From yesterday, he decided to push things further. He said that someone superhuman like Felix wouldn't need something so ordinary, so he had brought something more special instead. That finally made Felix show a small reaction. Logan was secretly happy, realizing that Felix's initial disinterest came from the fact that he hadn't felt any effect after using Empyrean. It turned out that in the current version of Empyrean, the poison in the monster meat was neutralized, just enough for use as an aphrodisiac. But that mild poison had no effect on the body of a superhuman, like Felix. So Logan had concentrated that poison again and again, creating a far more potent concentrate. He told Felix it was a limited edition version of Empyrean, and that finally sparked the man's interest. In reality, it was simply 50 Empyrean pills compressed into one. Logan guaranteed the effect, explaining that the excruciating pain alone could kill a normal human. But for an Aura user, it was a completely different story. Logan told Felix that if the pill satisfied him, he would be glad to hear from him, and would prepare another batch, in whatever quantity Felix wanted, ensuring complete discretion. The next day, Felix looked radiant, clear proof that the pill had worked. He then told Logan he would grant him any favor within his power. Logan nearly exploded with happiness inside, but forced himself to stay calm, and said he didn't understand what Felix meant. Felix explained that an Aura user is a master, who controls both body and life energy, so he could be sure of the treatment's effectiveness. The medicine worked perfectly, not just the first time, but over about 30 uses. The effect accumulated until he fully recovered. That heavy longing and pain in his chest were finally fading away. Felix looked at Logan and said he couldn't believe Logan had been so considerate as to bring him a gift, without even mentioning his earlier blunder. He also commented that Logan's sword skills that day had been unbelievable for someone his age. Because of that, he was certain Logan was exactly the kind of person you'd expect to have such a miraculous medicine. Poor Felix, he'd been stuck in a dry spell for so long that he'd basically gone insane. He admitted he might have spoken too soon and revealed that he now saw the possibility of being cured of a chronic illness, thanks to Logan's gift. So he wanted to repay him properly. He asked again what Logan desired. Logan stared down at the floor with a cold expression and replied that in that case, he wanted any book on swordsmanship. Felix searched his library and brought him a book, warning that training, only by following what was written inside, could hurt his body, but that it was still worth reading. After that, Logan thanked him and asked for one more favor, to write a letter as proof that he had taken the book. Felix said that would be no problem at all. Logan thought that now he had what he needed and commented that it was a shame. He was only taking one swordsmanship book when the Duke was willing to give him anything. But his real goal was different. Just as he finished that thought, Felix said he had been thinking about it and that something didn't feel right. Logan asked what he meant, and Felix replied that he would personally teach him a sword technique, which left Logan completely speechless. The kingdom's greatest swordsman was offering to train him. Felix continued, saying he understood Logan's desire to stay humble, but giving him just a low-level sword book wouldn't put his mind at ease. Logan thought that, even though he already had the secrets of the divine sword, he'd be crazy to refuse. When the strongest man in the kingdom was offering something like this, ecstatic, he thanked Felix for the opportunity, thinking he had just hit the jackpot. Once again in the training grounds, Felix and the young man stood facing each other. Felix remarked that judging the talent of outstanding youths was one of an old man's simple pleasures, so he told Logan to focus, because he wouldn't be holding back at all. Logan studied his stance and prepared himself. Felix told him to draw his sword, but Logan found himself frozen in place, overwhelmed by the master's aura. A massive pressure crashed down on him, making it impossible for him to even touch his weapon. This was the terrifying power of a high-level aura user. Logan wondered if all of them could do this, imagining how terrifying it would be if paralyzing the body was common among such people. If that were the case, every fight would turn into nothing more than a contest of whose aura was stronger. He quickly realized this wasn't just brute force, but some kind of refined technique. Finally, he managed to draw his sword just a little. He thought he needed to use his force to sharpen his senses, instead of reinforcing his body, and then analyze that strange energy pressing down on him. Every time he tried to move, Felix's force spread outward from its original point. Logan couldn't understand how something like that was even possible, but he knew he had to deal with it somehow. He figured that the moment Felix was about to disperse his force, he had to move half a step faster than that. With that thought, Logan assumed a proper fighting stance, his sword now fully drawn. Felix looked at him and calmly said he was talented. Logan was sweating heavily, barely managing to stay upright, as Felix told him to pay close attention. Felix seemed to be gathering his aura, at the tip of his blade, clearly preparing an attack. As Logan struggled against the crushing presence, fear locked his body in place. When he looked up, he finally understood what he was facing. Felix's blade of force, he stared straight ahead, knowing the attack was coming. But there was a serious problem. Felix's aura was simply too strong for him to handle. He felt as if the Duke's force was invading his body, scrambling his senses, while the energy around that red blade kept growing more intense. Desperation filled his mind, as he wondered if there was anything he could even do. Then suddenly he realized something. His own force was neutralizing the Duke's. Turning inward, he knew he couldn't dodge the attack in time. But maybe there was another way. Logan summoned the force inside his body and molded it into a protective circle around himself. Seeing that Felix was stunned, wondering if Logan was really planning to block his attack using force. Immediately after, the master swordsman shifted into an aggressive stance, his blade pulled behind his back, and charged with energy ready to strike Logan down. He stepped forward and leaped at the young man with a murderous glare. Logan braced himself in a defensive posture, his sword held in front of him and wrapped in his protective aura, while a shiver of fear ran down his spine. As expected, Felix's blow slammed into him head-on and sent him flying backward. Logan crashed into the wall, and even his sword seemed to suffer damage. Felix, meanwhile, didn't even look winded. He stood there calmly staring at Logan with a cold, unreadable gaze, using his shattered sword as support. Logan tried to stand up, but his body was trembling. His blade was broken into pieces, and all he could think about was what had just happened. Felix turned toward him and asked if he really thought he would teach him something Logan couldn't eventually figure out on his own. He then revealed that he had seen everything and pointed out that without even realizing it, Logan had gone completely serious, at the end with a proud look on his face. Felix praised him, amazed that Logan had faced the attack head-on, thinking that some people were simply born to stand out. As Logan finally passed out, Felix commented that it would be entertaining to watch him grow even stronger a little later. Felix's butler asked Logan if he was leaving already, adding that the Duke had invited him to stay. Until he fully recovered, Logan replied that it was fine, and that thanks to the potion Felix had given him, he felt completely okay hearing that. The butler said he would walk him to the door outside. He wished Logan a safe journey, and Logan thanked him after that. Logan quickly walked away, vanishing from the butler's sight, leaving him wondering how Logan had disappeared so fast. Turning a corner, Logan kept moving, while limping slightly from the pain of Felix's attack. It hurt like hell, but he wasn't about to waste such a valuable potion on a minor injury he couldn't believe. The Duke had given him a superior grade potion, something practically impossible to find. As if it were nothing, Logan thought that his own power had already evolved, enough to heal internal wounds by itself, but the damage Felix had caused would be much harder to deal with. In the end, he looked at the potion and muttered that either way, he had gained far more than he had lost. Then Logan took out a note Felix had given him, with the coordinates for the mansion's communication channel. Felix had told him that if Logan ever had any problems, he could just get in touch. Logan felt genuinely happy, thinking about how Felix had actually come to view him favorably to him. It felt like Felix was practically treating him like a disciple, and that relationship would definitely be useful in the future. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Philip suddenly appeared from behind, scaring Logan badly. Logan turned his head and asked what Philip was doing there, and Philip replied that he had been waiting at a distance for Logan to come out. The moment Logan showed up, Philip asked why he looked so pale, worried. He practically shouted at him, asking if Logan had done or said something rude to anger the Duke. Logan replied that it was the complete opposite, and that he had just had a small swordsmanship lesson with a noble. Suddenly he coughed, and blood sprayed from his mouth, terrifying Philip. Seeing that, Philip panicked and said he was going to prepare everything for them to flee and would get the fastest horses available. Logan tried to explain that Philip was completely misunderstanding the situation, but Philip kept muttering and didn't listen at all. A week later, at Logan and Philip's shop, a notice on the door announced that Empyrean was out of stock and asked customers to come back later. Inside, Logan appeared with a victorious expression and declared that their total profit from Empyrean sales had reached an impressive 4.1 million gold coins. Impressed, Philip replied that if sales kept going at this pace, surpassing 4.5 million gold in a month wouldn't be difficult either. They exchanged confident looks and let out a cheer of joy that echoed outside the shop. But the celebration didn't last long. Logan, suddenly serious again, asked Philip if he was so happy that he didn't need a bonus this month. Philip instantly snapped back to reality and begged him not to ruin his daydreams. Then, Logan commented that he had made sure the monster meat they bought at the market will be processed without any issues, and he praised Philip for doing a great job. Next, Philip suggested that Logan consider buying a house in the capital to reduce accommodation costs, but Logan dismissed the idea, explaining that they would only be in the capital for another year and a half, so it didn't make sense to invest that much. He told Philip to stay focused on import for now, adding that they would eventually have to move anyway. When Philip asked what he meant by that, Logan simply said It was something he didn't need to worry about. Finally, Philip asked Logan to take better care of his health, saying he was shocked to see him coughing up blood. Earlier, Logan replied that that was exactly why. He had locked himself in his room for an entire week. Hearing that, Philip asked if Logan had really been resting, since every time he went into the room, he saw Logan sitting at his desk doing something. Once again, Logan cut him off, telling him it was none of his business. Philip complained that Logan kept way too many secrets. But Logan was secretly glad that even while grumbling, Philip didn't push the issue. If Rick had been there instead, he would have dug until he found out everything. Philip then asked if Logan was going home already, and Logan confirmed it, asking him to find a way to calm the customers until he could send more emporic. On top of that, Logan said he had one more thing to tell him. He instructed Philip to send food rations, worth 100,000 gold coins per month, to both the Tesserin and McLean estates. Hearing that, Philip was stunned and asked if Logan planned to feed the entire region. With that much food, Logan cut him off, saying that was enough muttering, and that they needed to do this for a whole year. So Philip should start looking for a supplier. Philip realized Logan was completely serious and commented that he never imagined Logan valued his people so much. But that wasn't quite true. As he prepared to leave, Logan thought that it wasn't about valuing them. It was something he absolutely had to do. It would take at least a year to solve the food shortage. In McLean, he knew the people's labor was a crucial part of his plan, so he couldn't let them starve. Logan got ready to leave and casually told Philip he had work to do, so he was heading out. Philip didn't even bother asking for details, already knowing it was just another one of Logan's secrets. Elsewhere, a group of poor people were huddled together on the cold floor of what looked like a warehouse, using whatever scraps of cloth they could find to keep themselves warm. One guy, his face bleeding, just stared down at the floor in silence, completely broken. Meanwhile, Logan was inside a magic shop, handing a piece of paper to a sorcerer. The wizard glanced at the list and asked if Logan seriously intended to track down all the people written there. He hesitated, explaining that with only names and a few traits, the task would mean searching the entire continent. Logan didn't even flinch and calmly asked if he could do the job or not, adding that he would pay very generously. The sorcerer looked at the paper again, clearly unsure. Then, after a short pause, reluctantly agreed as Logan left. He thought that, just as expected, it wouldn't be easy to find them. After all, even the names he had might be fake. Still, he had no other choice. He needed to gather every independent superhuman he could find, no matter the cost. These were the people who had reached that stage in his past life, but never joined any organization. Every single one of them would become a critical ally in the upcoming war against the Empire, especially one specific mercenary who had once fought on the Empire side. While walking, Logan suddenly stopped, took out a sharp breath, and realized he'd been rushing things way too much. With everything going smoothly in the capital, he was moving too fast. He looked up at the sky and reminded himself that he actually had plenty of time. He could afford to slow down. But that belief that he had plenty of time might not be true at all. In a dark room that looked like a dungeon, a man tried to calm down a furious elder chief. The old man was completely possessed by rage, shouting that someone was mistreating his disciples and demanding to know if the man had other henchmen, even mentioning some tower master. The man explained that he was only there to deliver information, but the elder didn't care at all. His fury stayed uncontrollable. Then the elder demanded to know why his disciple had been summoned. This time the man replied that the young man had been sent to the far southwest countryside, to the Milan region, for a 6-month business trip. Hearing that, the elder slammed a heavy hand on the man's shoulder and declared that he wouldn't let the magic tower master get away with this time. He insisted the matter would be settled once and for all. Next, the scene shifts to the massive and imposing Earth Magic Tower in the Kingdom of Grandia. Inside, a man approached a desk where another man was fast asleep. He greeted him, and the sleepy attendant blinked and looked up. The moment he recognized the visitor, he stood up cheerfully and welcomed him, curious about who this young man was. The employee silently wondered what Logan's deal was. At first he assumed he was a noble, but seeing him now in a cheap suit made him start doubting that. The attendant figured there was no way he was there to meet a high-ranking Mage and hoped Logan would just buy some basic scrolls. Smiling politely, he listened. As Logan asked for 150 scrolls of destruction magic, which instantly caught him off guard. Even so, he kept his face cold. Then, Logan pulled out his Cooper bank account certificate and asked the attendant to take a look. As the man began counting the funds, his disbelief only grew. The total came to a ridiculous 4 million gold, leaving him completely stunned. He looked down, visibly shaken, then stammered and offered to personally escort Logan to the upper floor. Logan listened calmly. Destruction magic was a fourth circle, area of effect spell, capable of bringing down stone walls, however. Because of drawbacks like slow activation time and very obvious casting signs, it was rarely used in combat. Even so, Logan saw massive potential in it for construction, believing it could speed up development by a crazy amount. Logan soon found himself speaking with an older man, who asked if he really wanted to buy 150 scrolls. Logan replied that he absolutely did. The man, Radius Great, the master of the Earth Magic Tower, didn't hide his nervousness, since it had been ages since they'd had such a wealthy client. Logan remembered how, just minutes earlier, the master had come running. The moment he heard Logan wanted 155 scrolls, which was a pretty strange reaction for someone of his status. It turned out, Radius had been Tower Master for 5 generations, yet he only had 1.5 million gold to his name, showing just how bad the tower's finances were. Logan immediately realized that this weakness worked in his favor, so he told Radius that his own House McLean was nothing more than a bunch of petty thieves from the southwest, and he understood. If the master had never even heard of them. Hearing that, Radius apologized to Logan, admitting that his young apprentice had made a mistake, and promising he would scold him severely. Logan waved it off, saying it wasn't necessary. The master replied that Logan was extremely generous. All the while, the guy at the counter was internally freaking out. The master, however, looked irritated, thinking he had almost lost such an easy catch. Like Logan, even with Logan insisting, Radius fell into silent thought. In these peaceful times, earth magic was more useful for farming and construction. He couldn't understand which noble would spend so much money on expensive scrolls for something so trivial. Frustrated, he thought about the fools gossiping that the magic tower had weakened since he became master. On top of that, it seemed he had burned through the tower's budget way too fast. After sizing things up, he decided it was lucky Logan looked like an easy target. He resolved to handle the young man carefully and squeeze as much money out of him as possible. With that in mind, Radius told Logan that, to be honest, there might be a problem fulfilling his request. Curious, Logan asked what the issue was. The master explained that making a 4th circle scroll required supervision by at least a 5th circle mage. And unfortunately, the tower was short on experienced staff. Logan didn't even look bothered. He just stared at Radius and bluntly asked what he planned to do about it. And Radius was caught off guard. That wasn't the reaction he expected. But he kept going, explaining that the unit cost to produce each scroll was extremely high. Hearing that, Logan calmly stood up and said it was a shame nothing could be done. He headed toward the door, telling the master that his original plan was to buy 150 scrolls every single month. But if the tower couldn't handle that quantity, he'd take his business to the royal family's magic tower instead. Radius panicked. He jumped in front of Logan and blocked his path, desperately asking if Logan seriously planned to buy 150 scrolls every month. Logan confirmed it, adding that over the next 6 months, he needed a total of 900 scrolls. The master looked like he just reached heaven, staring at Logan as if he were an angel sent by the gods. Logan then casually pointed out that if producing 150 scrolls at once was already hard for them, a 6-month order would be an even bigger nightmare. As Logan turned to leave again, Radius did something dramatic. He threw himself to the floor and grabbed Logan's boot, shouting that they would handle the order. Logan asked if he really thought that was possible. Radius replied that it was 100% feasible. While dusting off Logan's shoes with his robe, he continued saying each scroll cost 10,000 gold, meaning 150 scrolls would come to 1.5 million gold. Radius's eyes were shining with greed, as he quickly realized that, with Logan's planned purchases, he could earn over 9 million gold. In the next 6 months, after finishing his little performance, he stood up and proposed an alternative. He suggested that hiring mages might be a better option. Confused Logan asked which mages he was talking about. Normally mediocre mages were preferred for dirty work, so he couldn't understand why the master would offer to lend him mages, which would be even more expensive. Logan thought that with a fourth circle mage, he could match the output of 300 scrolls per month, and asked if they had any fourth circle mages willing to work on a construction site. Radius clarified that there had been a misunderstanding. Not even he had the authority to casually command a fourth circle mage. Instead, he offered to send 2 to 9 end circle mages and 1 to 3 RD circle mages. He explained that these mages were disciples with a lot of teamwork experience. In exchange, he asked Logan to reduce the number of scrolls. Logan considered the offer carefully, thinking it might actually be a good deal. Sending a team of mages could be more efficient. Still, he hesitated, wondering what kind of people these construction specialized mages would really be. Sometime later, a group of exhausted, ragged young men appeared in front of Logan. They looked like they had just crawled back from a war zone, and he was genuinely shocked by how bad their condition was. The warriors struggled to find the right words to say. Right at that moment, the tower master cut in and told the group they could return to their quarters. The men ran off immediately, visibly scared, leaving Logan standing there a bit lost. Annoyed, he turned to the master and commented that those guys looked like they were about to collapse. The master agreed, but assured him they were the youngest people with the most construction experience in the entire magic tower, real experts in the field. Logan reflected on that and thought that despite their rough appearance, the mages did seem pretty capable, with one master at the third circle and several experts, among them all in their 20s. They were clearly promising talents. Even with all that, Logan stayed suspicious. He didn't trust that the tower master would actually send his disciples out to the countryside, so he confronted him, saying that exchanging second circle mages for the scrolls didn't sound like a fair deal at all. The master replied calmly, assuring him that a team of 10 mages would be more than sufficient. Hearing that, Logan once again flashed that familiar murderous smile. Still smiling, he started negotiating with the master. He proposed that 120 magic scrolls, plus the dispatch of 10 mages, will be done for a price of 1.2 million gold per month. The master tried to keep his composure, but he was visibly shaken by what he just heard. Logan thought it was almost a steal, considering how talented those mages were, and that even he wouldn't send ordinary mages out. For that price, he was still amazed when he saw the master actually agreeing to the deal. The master then pulled out a contract and insisted that Logan sign it immediately. Logan looked down at the paper, wondering how anyone in their right mind could agree to those terms. And in the rush, the ink hadn't even dried properly yet. Logan felt like something was off. Suddenly, the big elder chief, Clayton, burst through the door behind him, with 2 disciples desperately trying to hold him back. The elder chief shouted at the master, saying he'd heard everything he was doing with the disciples, and that they were going to have a little chat. Right there, and then Clayton, a 5th circle mage, was absolutely furious and confronted the master, demanding to know if he was planning to send his disciple on yet another mission. The master replied that everything he did was for the good of the tower. Clayton shot back, asking why only his disciples were always assigned to the most difficult tasks, pointing out that the master wasn't sending just anyone, but the young people who had literally just returned from other missions. The master retorted that the young were capable of enduring hardship. Clayton accused him of mistreating the disciples. Ever since he himself had become an elder last year, the master dismissed the complaint, saying Clayton had lost his mind. As Logan watched the whole scene play out, he started to understand the power dynamics. Clayton reaching the 5th circle at such a young age clearly made him a threat to the tower master, who was taking out his frustrations on the younger disciples despite all the tension. Logan stayed calm, quietly, satisfied that this internal conflict was playing straight into his hands. The tower master then turned to Clayton and coldly declared that if he wasn't willing to follow orders, he didn't care about their fate at all. He told Clayton and his disciples to leave right now. if they wanted, and the elder asked if he was serious. Hearing that ultimatum, Clayton began to channel his magic, clearly preparing for a fight, even with the clash about to explode. The master stayed impassive and asked Clayton if he really wanted to go through with it. While Clayton was charging his magic, the ground around the two of them started shaking. One of the disciples realized how dangerous this was and shouted that they needed to stop those two. Clayton then yelled at the tower master to get ready. The master just stood there, watching Clayton take a fighting stance. And then, out of nowhere, Logan slammed his hand down on the table with force. Everyone's attention snapped to him. He looked completely unfazed by the chaos around him. Both of them were speechless at what Logan had just done, and the young disciples were also in disbelief. Logan calmly showed them the piece of paper he had just stamped. It was the contract he was supposed to sign, with the tower master now fully finalized. He then simply told the 10 people waiting in the room to follow him after that. He addressed both Clayton and the tower master. He told them to sort their mess out themselves, and warned that the contract would still be valid, even if the tower master got replaced, so there would be no problem with the business. Either way, the tower master admitted how pathetic they both must have looked in front of a guest and told Logan he would send the scrolls as soon as they were ready. But Clayton cut him off, saying he wasn't finished talking to him yet. The master snapped back, asking if he was trying to force the official contract of the Earth Magic Tower right there, and scolded him, telling him to know his place. Clayton then shot back that, if that was the case, then his decision was final. He would follow his disciples too. Both Logan and the tower master were completely dumbfounded by Clayton's attitude. The master exclaimed that Clayton had to be insane. An elder following his disciples to a construction site was unheard of. Logan immediately shouted that he never hired a fifth circle mage. Clayton replied that he didn't want to be paid separately and that he just planned to cooperate to help his disciples and finish the job faster. Hearing that, Logan bowed respectfully before the elder and promised to serve him with full devotion. Clayton then simply asked Logan to delay his disciples' departure by one day so they could recover before heading out again. Logan agreed to the request and told the tower master to meet him tomorrow at noon at the west gate the next day. A carriage rolled out through the magic tower's gate. Logan was already outside, leaning casually against the wall, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, waiting for Clayton and the others. While standing there, he reflected on how yesterday's contract had turned into an absolute jackpot. Hiring a fifth circle mage through a normal contract would have cost at least 1,000,000 gold pieces, and yet he had gotten way more than that for far less. The young man thought about how badly he wanted to return to his territory as fast as possible. He still needed to send more Impolite to the capital and take care of a bunch of other things. His thoughts were cut off when someone suddenly shouted his name. Someone was calling for him. It turned out to be Rena, who admitted it had been a long time since they last saw each other. Logan greeted her casually by name, but Rena immediately cut him off, saying they weren't close enough for that kind of intimacy. Realizing the situation had just gotten awkward, Logan caught the hint and corrected himself right away, treating her more formally as the Princess of the Wolves, agreeing that it really had been a long time since they last met. He even added that she was being rude as always. Rena looked down at him from her luxurious carriage, hiding half her face behind a fan. She said there were rumors going around in the capital, and that she'd heard Logan was getting involved in some pretty shady business. Then she asked if the McLean family wasn't going through a tough time. Deep down, what she actually wanted to know was if his family had finally gone broke. Logan kept his cool and replied, with maximum politeness, that as Rena should know, he was very ambitious about making money, and that his family situation was none of her business. Once again, Rena got on his nerves and said she knew the amount she gave him when they broke off the engagement wasn't small, but that it was probably normal for a thief like him. Logan honestly felt like slapping her just for fun, anxious to get rid of Rena as fast as possible. He agreed with the comment and tried to walk off in the opposite direction, tossing out a dismissive remark about her being so filthy. He'd rather avoid her, but just as he was about to leave, Rena stopped him again, mentioning she had heard about his deeds in the feudal war, about how he had used some special weapon. She then asked what he would think about selling it to her. tried to stay polite, while desperately wanting to escape this conversation. Logan downplayed the weapon's importance, saying it was no big deal, and that while he was embarrassed, he'd have to decline the offer. After that, he basically fled from Rena's carriage, which honestly felt like the smartest move. She watched him with pure disgust from the window. As he walked away, Logan thought about how, even after becoming famous in the capital for selling impotent medicine, not a single noble had shown any interest in a feudal war. In the countryside, not even Rena. If anything, the wolves were way too involved in this. He reflected that the structure of the crossbow he built was very simple, so he only hoped to use it a few more times before the plans fell into the wrong hands, and everyone started manufacturing it. Right then a voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Clayton with his disciples. He said he expected to find Logan at the west gate, and asked what he was doing coming over to their side. Instead, Logan started physically pushing Clayton and the others in the direction he wanted to go, and told them he had run into someone annoying earlier. Suddenly, 3 carriages came tearing through the woods. Logan was riding with Clayton in one of them, along with one of his disciples. Clayton looked like an angry parrot. Huffing nonstop, he turned his head toward Logan and commented that the carriage was spacious, enough for 5 or 6 people, and that the coachman seemed very experienced. He concluded that Logan had spent a lot of money to make them comfortable. Then Clayton's mood soured, saying Logan didn't need to bother with all that pomp, and that he had wasted money for nothing. Meanwhile, the disciple tried to calm him down, but it didn't really work. Hearing all this, Logan looked at Clayton and thought it wouldn't be the first time a mage had shown exaggerated pride. So he told Clayton that he was honored to serve such powerful mages, and that everything he did was just the bare minimum. After all, he had basically hired a 5th circle mage for free, so flattering him wasn't a problem at all. Clayton didn't respond, he just stared out the window, keeping his grumpy attitude. After night fell, Logan and the others set up camp. Logan commented that it was too late to travel any further, so they would rest there and continue their journey tomorrow. After that, Logan lit a fire and started meditating, when suddenly a man with a knife appeared, ready to attack. The man threw the knife at Logan, who sensed the danger and ducked his head to dodge it, without even interrupting his meditation. Logan calmly asked who was there. One of the men stepped out of the shadows and praised his dodge. Logan stood up as the man continued, saying he had heard all the rumors about him in the capital, and asked if Logan wasn't the guy who made a fortune selling some weird drug. Logan realized he was surrounded by 5 guys and figured they were probably robbers. He let out an annoyed huff and said he just wanted to practice what he had learned through meditation. But honestly, this was the perfect opportunity, since they had interrupted him. He drew his sword and warned the bandits that they were about to become his training partners. One of the bandits mocked him, laughing and jeering. Logan didn't even react. Without hesitation, Logan slit the bandit's throat in one clean motion, silencing his laughter instantly. 2 of the others stared at their fallen comrade, completely unable to understand how Logan had moved so fast, and one of them called him a bastard. Another bandit jumped into attack. Logan took an aggressive stance. The moment the bandit got close, ready to plunge his knife into him, Logan dodged and sliced his belly in a single swift motion, sending him flying through the air. The guy crashed into a tree and seemed to have passed out. 2 men were already down, leaving only 3. One of the bandits realized there was no way they could beat Logan and shouted for the others to run. That's when he noticed he couldn't move his legs at all. At that moment, Logan started charging. His aura and the way he held his sword looked strangely familiar. He was copying Felix's movements. Logan forced enough mana into his sword to replicate the attack Felix had taught him. The aura blade was ready. He planted his foot on the ground and cut through the air with absurd force. The strike hit 2 of the opponents squarely, knocking them down instantly. Then something weird happened. He suddenly lost the aura he had managed to conjure, which left him confused for a second. Logan figured this ability must be hard to maintain for long. He looked at the last bandit, who had fallen to the ground. Absolutely terrified, Logan smiled. He had managed to use the move at its maximum level, thanks to Felix. While Logan was distracted, the last bandit started crawling away. Tried to escape. Logan thought about how focusing and compressing the force through the new authority had created that aura earlier. Along with the pressure blade, he learned from the Duke. Felix had also shown him the force blade, which was a weaker version of the attack. But Logan knew it was impossible to imitate that. At his current level, his cheeks flushed as he muttered that he couldn't believe he had actually managed to use the force blade, even if only for a brief moment. Then he noticed the last bandit still trying to escape and turned his head in that direction. Logan stared at him while the man cried. Realizing just how screwed he was, Logan prepared to attack again, which terrified the poor guy even more. Walking toward him, Logan explained to himself that using the force coming from the sword to dominate the enemy created the ability known as the pressure blade. And just as he was about to stab the last bandit, Logan flashed that predatory smile again. He said, "This ability should be enough to use in a real fight." And after killing him, he glanced at the bodies around and wondered if he had overdone it a little. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, taking Logan completely by surprise, saying he had witnessed everything. The speaker was Clayton, and he looked furious. Logan turned toward him, confused about why he was angry, wondering if Clayton thought he had gone too far, even though those guys were robbers. If Clayton decided not to work with him anymore, Logan would be in serious trouble. But that wasn't what happened. Clayton stared at the young man and, to Logan's shock, praised his skills, saying he was incredible. Logan stood there stunned and speechless for a moment. Still grumpy as ever, Clayton added that, even though he didn't understand much about force users, what he had just seen wasn't normal for someone Logan's age. Logan thanked him for the compliment, saying he was being too generous, and realized Clayton wasn't actually angry. It was just his face. Clayton and Logan walked together through the forest, and an awkward silence hung between them. Logan glanced sideways, thinking about how he had purposely moved away from the camp to avoid exposing his powers. He wondered if Clayton had followed him all this way, just to find him breaking the silence. Clayton commented that his disciples were struggling because they didn't have the best teacher, and that was why he was trying to teach them as much as he could. Logan reassured him that he was already doing a good job, and asked why Clayton felt the need to share this with him. Hearing that, Clayton stopped walking, turned his head toward Logan, and warned that, even after they reached Logan's territory, he wanted his disciples to take breaks and have chances to train with him. Clayton then said he would work as much as necessary to make sure they got this opportunity, and asked if they could have an understanding. Logan agreed immediately. Logan looked down and noticed something strange. He saw mana flowing up from the ground behind Clayton, wondering where it was going. It turned out the mana was flowing toward the tent, where the mages were sleeping. Once again, Clayton looked at Logan and asked if they had a deal, while Logan kept wondering why Clayton would go to such extreme lengths to share his mana with his disciples. Logan acknowledged that Clayton was taking great care of them. Clayton replied that as a teacher, he had to do the bare minimum. Logan questioned if fighting the Tower Master for them wasn't doing more than the minimum, but Clayton shot back that the Tower Master was the one who picked the fight. The next day, the flags of the McLean estate waved proudly in the wind. Inside his father's office, Logan was talking with Patrick, who had clearly heard about his son's travels, and asked if he had gained much experience during his time in the capital. Logan replied that everything he learned there had been insanely helpful. Patrick nodded and said that in that case it was fine, then asked if his son had anything else to report. Hearing that, Logan thought he probably could have approached the topic in a smoother way. He casually mentioned that his business in the capital was thriving. That single sentence left Patrick completely speechless. Standing up from behind his desk, and Patrick asked what business he was even talking about. Logan explained that he had been selling the medicine he had given him before. Patrick looked like he was about to faint and asked if Logan had really gone all the way to the capital just to sell a stimulant, putting a hand on his forehead. Patrick reminded him that, even though he had promised not to interfere, this was still a massive shock. Then he told Logan to be more careful with the family's reputation. Next time, Logan quickly promised he would, feeling relieved that Patrick was taking it way better than he had expected. Then, he added that he had also befriended the Sword Duke. Hearing that, Patrick froze and immediately asked if he meant Felix Esperanza. Then Patrick suddenly got furious and demanded to know if Logan had also sold the medicine to Felix. With a calm smile, Logan replied that he had done exactly that. Enraged, Patrick shouted, asking how far Logan planned to drag the family's reputation through the mud. Completely unfazed, Logan pulled out a book Felix had given him and said that in return he had received a valuable intermediate-level sword technique. Patrick, now calmer, took the book from Logan's hands and read the title out loud. Iron Blood Sword. He commented that it was a genuine intermediate sword technique, guaranteed by the sword duke himself. But Logan knew that wasn't entirely true, since he was the one who had written that title. He reflected on how in his past life, an imperial merchant had unearthed the Iron Blood Sword from ancient ruins. It had been considered one of the best intermediate sword techniques of its time. At first, the merchant had only copied and sold it to a select few, but eventually it leaked, and copies of the full technique spread all over the market. Over time, it became so common that even ordinary people managed to learn it. Logan figured that wouldn't happen for another 10 years in this life, so having the family's knights learn it now would be a huge advantage. He also thought that if they added the sword chi and the divine secrets of the sword on top of it, his father and Ronin could use it as a real trump card. That said, the Iron Blood Sword technique pushed raw strength to the extreme, and to prevent it from causing internal damage. Patrick would normally never allow something like that, but slapping the sword duke's name on the book would almost guarantee Patrick accepted it. Patrick flipped through the contents and commented that this was on a completely different level from the records their family had passed down. His hands trembled slightly as he held the book, realizing that in reality, acquiring intermediate sword skills was insanely difficult. He thought that was the reason he had been stuck at the same level for 10 years. Patrick then told Logan that properly mastering this technique would boost the total strength of the Knight Order by at least 30%, and he wondered out loud how they could ever repay the Duke's kindness. Hearing that, Logan thought it was perfect timing, because he actually had a proposal. Patrick should also master the technique and show it to Felix. But before Logan could even finish his sentence, Patrick suddenly rushed out of the room. He threw a seal at Logan and said that mastering the technique was now his top priority, leaving Logan in charge of everything. Until he succeeded, that was the exact moment Logan realized how serious this was. Patrick had just handed him the family crest, the symbol of temporary authority. Patrick shot through the door, yelling at Logan to help Dwayne with the family's responsibilities. He promised he'd return as soon as he mastered the technique perfectly, thanked him in a rush, and disappeared before Logan could bring up any of the things he still wanted to discuss. There Logan stood in his father's office, holding the family crest and looking completely lost. He stared down at the seal, not even sure where to begin, realizing that having this thing meant he could now act freely. Logan silently swore that he would finish everything he wanted to do before Patrick came back. Dwayne burst into the room almost immediately. The idea hadn't even fully sunk in yet, and Dwayne was already shouting that he had heard about all of Logan's exploits. In the capital, Dwayne quickly got down to business and started begging for money. Suspicious, Logan asked if he hadn't already received funds from the battle with Tesserin. Dwayne shouted in frustration, explaining that those funds were nowhere near enough to maintain the two fortresses. The war had caused a massive labor shortage, and production was going to drop hard this year. To make things worse, the Kiros had also cut off all aid. Desperate, Dwayne dropped to his knees and begged Logan for money, saying he had heard about the fortune Logan made in the capital. But Logan just smiled and said he was sorry. He had already spent all the cash. Hearing that, Dwayne couldn't believe it and asked where on earth Logan had managed to burn through all that money. So fast, Logan just looked down at him, smiling without saying a word. Dwayne looked up and told him to stop messing around. But Logan stayed calm, staring right back at him. Seeing that, Dwayne started sweating. He asked if Logan was serious, and Logan nodded. Dwayne bowed again, totally desperate, and asked where he had even spent that much money. Logan replied that he had spent 1.2 million gold on scrolls and magic mages, and had also bought construction materials and food. In other words, there was nothing left. Dwayne repeated what Logan had just said in disbelief, and muttered that buying a little food and handing out wouldn't make any real difference. That's when Logan dropped the real bomb. He said he had spent 1 million gold just on food. Dwayne wasn't sure he had heard that right, and asked him to repeat it. Logan did, saying that he would be distributing 1 million gold worth of food every month for a full year to the people. Hearing that, Dwayne started shouting, asking if Logan had eaten something that made him go insane. Logan thought that was a pretty normal reaction. After all, him becoming a war hero wasn't suddenly going to change Dwayne's opinion of him. Logan calmly told him that he was completely sane and asked if the food he bought was enough. Dwayne confirmed that it was, and then asked what Logan planned to do with the construction, materials, and scrolls. Wondering if he was about to start some massive project, Logan replied simply that they were going to build a dam. 2 weeks later, a notice started circulating all around the city with a blunt message. The feudal lord was summoning everyone for compulsory labor, those from McLean Fortress to gather at the west gate of the city, and those from Storm Fortress at the east gate. Seeing this, a man from Tesseron Fortress snapped that they had finally hit their limit, and that the nobles were exploiting them without mercy. A man from McLean Fortress added that forcing them into labor right at the peak of harvest season was pure madness. Another voice joined in, saying they had barely survived the battle, only for the feudal lord to now try and crush them. Anyway, furious, they started questioning whether the message even gave them a choice: die while fleeing waste away working, or just starve to death in the end. They realized every road led to the same ugly ending. Determined, they grabbed pitchforks and whatever tools they could find, ready to confront the feudal lord in open rebellion. The whole crowd gathered in front of the McLean estate, and a young man turned to an older one and quietly asked if they were really going to go through with this. The older man answered firmly that the lord were treating them like dogs, while they themselves could barely survive on grass. He looked at the crowd and declared that this time, picking a fight was worth it. A bead of sweat rolled down the young man's forehead as he nodded and agreed, saying he'd rather take the chance and fight back. Right then the castle gates opened, driven by sheer determination. The people took their positions. When the gates opened fully, the silhouettes of several knights appeared. One of the knights shouted for his comrades to get ready for the distribution. The crowd, which had been leaning toward a fight just moments ago, calmed down and started wondering what the noble meant by distribution, our fives of loaves. The elders stepped forward, warning everyone that it was all a trick. At that exact moment, a man placed a sack in front of him. The knight explained that, by order of young Master Logan, anyone who participated in the forced labor would receive a month's worth of grain. He told everyone to line up at the gate so the distribution could begin. Hearing that, the crowd dropped their weapons and rushed to form a line. The old man clutched the sack tightly, staring silently at the ground. He trembled for a moment, then lifted his head and shouted for all to hear, "Hail Logan McLean!" The people turned toward him as he repeated the cry. Smiles spread across their faces as they agreed with the old man, and soon everyone began hailing Logan. Meanwhile, high up on the estate walls, Logan and Dwayne were talking. Dwayne asked if it had really been necessary to issue a compulsory order just to gather the people, since they could have simply made a request. Logan replied that if he had done it that way, not even a quarter of them would have shown up. After all, no one there trusted the nobles. He explained that nobles saw their people as property, but life as a mercenary had taught him that. For common folk, between good nobles and bad nobles, there's really only one difference: which one takes more. Logan told Dwayne that even his own father thought more of the knights than the people, believing knights were the true strength of a nation. That was why, even without money, Patrick still maintained an order of 50 knights. That was exactly why Logan had forced them to gather like this, so they would truly believe. Logan then turned to Dwayne and asked why he was staring at him. Dwayne replied that he was just surprised, saying the young master had been surprising him a lot lately. Logan told Dwayne he was being silly, and that, since Dwayne listened to him and trusted him so much, he could go ahead and start the construction. Dwayne got annoyed hearing that again, and asked Logan to think it over one more time, saying it made no sense to spend 2 million gold On that construction, he then asked if it was even possible to build it in the first place. Logan replied that Dwayne was starting to sound just like Hamar. And Clayton, he said, he had already revealed his plan to the two of them, and both had been left speechless at the idea of building a dam. During dinner, they had asked if his intention was to divert the water and build gates. Logan confirmed it, insisting that the project be executed exactly as planned. He explained that the McLean territory was surrounded by mountains, which made the land unproductive. He added that the mountains to the north were blocking the Ludder River from flowing south. To transform the region, he had instructed Hammer and Clayton to carve a massive hole through those mountains so the river water could pass through. Hammer, clearly annoyed, replied that it would be easier to believe if Logan had just asked them to tear down the entire mountain. Logan explained that instead, they would build a tunnel connecting directly to the Ludder River, about 30 meters in diameter at the mouth, and that it would function as a gate. He added that this method was used in the western part of the continent where they called it a dam. In reality, Logan knew that explanation wasn't completely true. It was a flood control method that would only become popular in the Empire. About 20 years later, he also didn't fully understand all the principles behind it, but with a master dwarf and a fifth circle mage at his disposal, Logan believed the project could actually work. If those two led the project, he could transform the western wastelands of McLean into fertile plains. Clayton was about to comment on the plan, but Hamar cut him off, insisting that choosing the right spot was crucial. He explained that soil composition was fundamental, and that they needed to consider water levels to prevent the tunnel from collapsing. They would have to build an arch structure and ask the mages for help. After hearing all that, Clayton turned to Hamar and asked if Logan's idea was really feasible. Hamar, surprised that he had said all that out loud, could hardly believe it himself. Hearing everything, Logan held his wine glass and confidently acknowledged that the plan was possible. That made both Clayton and Hamar start sweating. Hamar tried to backpedal, began to say that he was already busy with other tasks, including the new mining operation. But before he could finish, Logan interrupted him, explaining that was exactly why he had prepared magic scrolls and mages. Logan then told Hamar that he would leave the task of finding the right mountain to him. Hearing that, Hamar replied somewhat reluctantly that he had suspected something when Logan suddenly decided to take him out for a massive meal. Watching all of this, Clayton wondered if everything that was happening was really okay at the construction site. Clayton took his position and began concentrating his magic. From a safe distance, two workers watched nervously. One of them brushed it off, telling the other that with Logan there, they'd be fine. Omar then shouted to Clayton, saying he could start whenever he was ready. Clayton pressed his magic-infused hand against the mountain, and with a sudden surge of power, the surface shattered into millions of pieces. The people instantly scattered to avoid the flying debris. Seeing the chaos, Hamar rushed over and pushed Clayton aside, reminding him that he had told him to take it easy. Logan, watching the whole thing, started explaining that besides physical strength, there was another power humans could use: mana. In his past life, Logan could barely feel mana at all, but now he could see everything clearly. He was blown away by the power of the earth, flowing from the mana circle in Clayton's heart, weaving intricate patterns that stimulated and broke apart the stone wall. Impressed, Logan realized that the development of his force core had supercharged his senses to an absurd level. Clayton turned toward him with a small smile and told the young man to pay attention to the next trick, saying this was just the beginning. At first, Logan wasn't that impressed, but he watched closely as Clayton raised his hand and then suddenly clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, all the stones from the previous explosion came together and began floating in front of him. Instantly, Logan understood what was happening. The debris was merging to form a gigantic structure. The sheer size of the thing was insane, and the young warrior could only stare upward, with his jaw dropped, while a completely terrified Hammer hid behind Logan's leg. Clayton transformed the scattered stones into a massive rock golem. Logan, stunned that Clayton could create something so colossal without any tools, started pondering the possibilities. He muttered to himself that if they could make a few more of these golems, The construction would be finished way faster, and they could even use them in war. Overwhelmed by Clayton's power, Logan grabbed his hands excitedly and asked how many golems he could create. Clayton, also hyped, asked if his students were capable of creating golems. He then confirmed that, since they were from the Golem School of the Earth, Magic Tower, they definitely could. Logan was glowing with excitement, but Clayton quickly cooled his enthusiasm by pointing out a major limitation. He explained that the magic formula needed to create a golem's core could only be executed by fifth circle mages. His students, even though they were skilled, weren't strong enough and would need monostones. Even then, the golems his students created would be much smaller and weaker than the one Clayton had just summoned. Hearing that, Logan's expression shifted hard. He explained that monostones were a mineral, as rare as calcium or mithril, making them a rare ore that couldn't be produced artificially. And since they were used for magical assistance, they were insanely expensive. That made Logan think monostones really weren't worth it for this job. But then another thought hit him. Was he really thinking about cost effectiveness? When it came to war, after all, what if he could win by investing just a little money? He asked Clayton if his golem would also get stronger. With monostones, Clayton confirmed, explaining that its strength and speed would increase, and it would last much longer. However, since he was a fifth circle mage, he would need the highest quality monostone. Even so, for a second circle mage, a low-quality monostone would be enough, would last about 24 hours, and would still be much stronger than an adult man. Hearing this, Logan thought, a low-quality monozone must cost about the same as a gold piece. Their cost-effectiveness didn't justify the expense for this project. But for a short war like the last one, they could produce way bigger results. Dwayne arrived at the construction site. In a moment, he saw the giant golem punching into the mountain. He completely freaked out. Logan tried to calm him down, explaining that the golem was digging a tunnel as part of the plan. But fear took over, and he couldn't even hear him. Without listening to Logan, he panicked and ran off, shouting that he needed to warn the patriarch. Logan turned to Hamar, telling him to take the workers and start building the water channel. He said there was no need to leave anyone to work on the tunnel, since the golem could handle it alone. Hamar nodded and started giving orders to the workers. Meanwhile, Logan reflected on how he now had 3 construction projects running, at the same time feeling both excited and locked in. First, the tunnel for the dam. Second, the water channel. And third, the mine, for which he already had the drilling results. Because of that, he had sent workers there before anywhere else. The young man thought that, ever since returning from the capital, he'd been so busy with the dam that he hadn't been able to keep an eye on the mine. For that reason, he decided he was going to visit it tomorrow. The next day, Logan saw people constantly going in and out of the mine, with Hammer stuck in the middle of everything. Looking especially irritated, Logan walked up to him and casually commented that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Hammer snapped back, asking what the hell he was talking about, accusing him of making him run from one end to the other non-stop. In a burst of rage, he yelled that he couldn't keep up this pace anymore, and said it would be better if Logan just killed him. Already, he complained that he couldn't even take a proper break, and demanded to know why he had a shoulder all this burden alone. Throughout the entire outburst, Logan stayed completely silent. Meanwhile, one of the other workers noticed how frustrated Hammer was, and told the others they needed to step in. Logan gently put a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. He acknowledged how hard Hamar had been working, and told him that from now on, he would let him manage and administer everything by himself. Hamar's expression shifted to pure disbelief, as he asked if Logan was serious, wondering if he really planned to dump all the tasks on him. Logan felt a small sting of sadness when he realized Hamar had seen right through his intention. With a half-playful gesture, Logan stuck out his pinky finger and promised that, as soon as all the construction was finished, Hamar could rest as much as he wanted. Overwhelmed, Omar tried to push the young man's hand away, but Logan held on to his finger firmly, almost making the poor dwarf cry out in pain. As he threatened to break it, Omar, still sitting on the ground and annoyed, watched Logan turn his back and casually comb his hair, saying he was just trying to be funny. Then Logan looked toward the mine, thinking it would be exploited much faster than last time. even though he wasn't completely sure about the dam yet. He hoped it would work out. It was the only way his plans could succeed. Logan then activated a communication channel to speak with Philip, his buddy, told him that the construction materials would be delivered without any issues, and also mentioned that he had closed a deal for the wood, which would bring in an extra 100,000 gold per month. That news instantly lit up Logan's face. Philip didn't hide his excitement either, told Logan that once they finished building the mine and clearing the land, the territory would be totally transformed, and that he'd love to see it in person one day. Logan stared at the orb for a moment, thoughtful, before replying that Philip should visit next year. Curious, Philip asked why, then quickly added that he probably wouldn't get an answer anyway. So he switched topics and revealed that rumors were spreading in the capital about a problem with the royal family. Philip asked what that problem could be, and Logan replied that he had heard about it at the Sword Duke's house, but didn't know the details, only that it seemed serious. He advised Philip to try to dig up more information. Inside his head, Logan drifted into memories from his past life, remembering that the following winter, the king would suddenly die, which would trigger a civil war. Still, he knew the information he had might not be perfectly accurate. If the king's death really was sudden, things would follow the same pattern as before. Otherwise, the timing could shift. Logan understood he couldn't start preparing seriously until he confirmed what was really happening. His main priority was getting the McLean family ready. So Logan instructed Philip to allocate the remaining budget into an emergency fund and to buy as many weapons and armor as possible, specifically enough to equip 500 men. Hearing that, Philip started sweating, saying this wasn't going to be easy at all. He questioned why Logan needed so much equipment when the McLeans only had around 100 knights. Logan explained that the gear wasn't for the knights, but for the soldiers. That answer made Philip furious. He asked if Logan had completely lost his mind, arguing that no one fully armed their soldiers, because it was a total waste of money. But Logan refused to listen to the complaints. In his thoughts, he reasoned that even if his actions looked strange, they were driven by necessity. The last war had caused a lot of deaths, which hurt production badly. To avoid that happening again, he needed to minimize enlistment as much as possible, while at the same time boosting the strength of both his knights and his soldiers. Arming the soldiers was a key part of that strategy. Logan then asked Philip if his judgment had ever failed before. Reluctantly, Philip admitted that it hadn't. Logan smirked and told him that in that case, they should move forward exactly as planned. Philip said he understood, and that he discreetly try to find out more about the rumors. With that, Logan said the next step was securing funds through the mine, stabilizing the food supply with the dam, and upgrading the soldiers' weaponry. The basic preparations for a massive leap forward were coming together smoothly. Sometime later, a massive pile of papers sat on Logan's desk, completely overwhelming him. Dwayne stood beside him, pointing at specific documents and directing his attention, telling him to read this one, sign the other, and keep going like that, before adding that he'd bring the next batch soon. While Logan was reading one of the papers, Dwayne pointed out that he had once again signed a document without properly checking it, questioning whether he planned to keep being this careless. It was clear that Logan really needed to get a grip on handling the territory's affairs right then. The door burst open. Kaisalon rushed in, looking sick with worry, and said that Hamar was trapped in a mine that had just collapsed. The news sent a chill straight down Logan's spine. He jumped out of his chair and demanded to know what had happened. Kaisalon explained that one of the tunnels had given way, and that more than 50 meters of it had caved in. There was no way to tell where Hamar was. Worried, Logan immediately asked if they had found Hamar yet. Dwayne cut in, asking since when their territory even had a mine. But Logan completely ignored him. Hearing that the collapse spanned over 50 meters, the young man bolted out of the room, shouting that they couldn't waste any time, and had to head straight to the mine. Dwayne was left behind, totally clueless, yelling about where this whole mine story even came from. Logan arrived at the mine on horseback and immediately asked the workers which tunnel had collapsed. One of them pointed to the middle tunnel, explaining it was the deepest and darkest one. But Logan didn't listen for a second and rushed straight in inside. He used his aura to see in the darkness and what he saw seriously disturbed him. Huge boulders were blocking the passage, and a few people were desperately trying to move them. The ancient form that oversaw the mine noticed Logan's presence. Logan ordered the workers to step back. He touched one of the stones and filled it with mana. He could feel the presence of 10 trapped people, one of them carrying the same energy as Hamar. He told the foreman that they had escaped the worst of it, but there were still many victims. The foreman, completely confused, asked how he could possibly know that. Logan ignored the question and asked how long it would take to clear the rocks. The foreman estimated at least 3 days, and that instantly made Logan anxious. He knew the longer they took, the slimmer the chances of survival. For the people trapped inside outside, Logan asked Clayton and his apprentices for help. He begged them to rescue Hammer and the trapped workers, promising they'd be rewarded handsomely. Clayton realized Logan was talking about the place where Hamar had been working. He decided to help, but made it clear it wasn't for the money. It was because people were hurt. Logan thanked him and promised to return the favor. Clayton thought it was strange that Logan, who had always been so secretive about the mine, was suddenly giving up its location, just to save a slave and a few workers. He used his magic to support the tunnel, and his disciples used mana stones to summon golems. Holding their crystals, the disciples threw the stones at the rubble, and the rocks transformed into stone golems. That immediately started clearing the debris. The miners were terrified. They weren't used to seeing magic that powerful. Logan was stunned by their efficiency, watching them clear several meters of rubble. In just seconds, Clayton urged them to move faster. And Logan didn't just stand there watching. He joined the workers and mages, carrying rocks and helping with the removal himself. Clayton was shocked to see Logan, a noble working so hard to save commoners and a dwarf. For him, it was a scene he had never witnessed before. Then, the master of the mine shouted that he'd found Hamar, injured and partially buried. Seeing that, Logan was terrified. But then he realized that despite the scare, the injuries were minor and everyone was okay. A huge wave of relief washed over him, and he thanked the gods that everyone had escaped, with only a few scratches. Later, in the infirmary, Logan asked Hamar what had happened. Hamar admitted he had dozed off, because he'd been overworking himself lately. Logan was upset, but Hamar tried to reassure him, saying he'd be back to work in no time. Logan cut him off, and told him to rest for as long as he needed. Hamar was shocked by Logan's concern, and shouted that he was going to rest, even if the world caught fire or aliens showed up. Leaving the infirmary, Logan was impressed that the rescue had taken only 2 hours. His thoughts were interrupted by Clayton, who suddenly appeared, and said that Logan's mind was something wonderful. Logan wondered if the mage had figured out his mind was full of gold, and whether he'd keep it a secret. He explained to Clayton that the mind was crucial to his plans, and that he had no one else to replace Hamar besides. If he couldn't protect his people, he'd have no one left. Clayton was intrigued by his answer, and asked if Logan wanted a magic tower in his territory. The young man was stunned. Clayton explained that it was time to get rid of the old tower master, and Logan's lands were perfect for a small magic tower. Logan was ecstatic and said it would be an honor. He asked if Clayton's apprentices would come, and what the cost would be. Clayton replied that his disciples would definitely come, and that he didn't need much money. He trusted Logan's character and abilities. Logan was completely amazed. Hammer, who had overheard the conversation, asked Clayton if he'd hit his head, but Logan just told his friend to get back to bed. A week later, Hammer reported to Logan, saying he was fully recovered and heading back to the mine. To make up for lost time, Logan wished him good luck. As soon as Hammer left, Dwayne showed up, looking absolutely terrifying. He demanded to know why Logan had kept the mine a secret, and for how long he'd been developing it. Logan simply apologized and said he had forgotten. Frustrated, Dwayne asked how he could possibly forget something so important. Instead of answering properly, Logan broke into a huge grin and revealed the truth. It was a gold mine. Dwayne refused to believe it, and told his young master to stop being a wise guy. There was no way people like them could have a gold mine, and he asked what Logan was even talking about. Logan asked what was so unbelievable about it, and called him a rascal, then getting serious again. He informed him that the mine was expected to generate about 100 million gold per year, and asked if he really thought He'd joke about something like that. Hearing this, Dwayne went completely speechless. He asked if Logan was serious, and just froze on the spot. Logan touched Dwayne, worried, and he nearly fell backward. It looked like the information was making him faint, because he just couldn't process the amount of cash that mine would bring in. Elsewhere, a group of people were walking together through the forest, confused about why they'd been called back again. The dam construction was finished in just 3 months, instead of the 6 they expected. They were the administrators. Dwayne had gathered for a final inspection. Logan greeted them warmly, saying how glad he was to have them there, and acknowledging how tight their schedules were. He asked them to stay and witness the opening of the dam. One of the administrators looked on skeptically, thinking it was a waste of time, because bringing water from the Ludder River to sprinkle over the desert wouldn't make a lick of difference. He thought Logan should have invested the money more wisely, maybe by fixing the south wall. The other administrators also questioned why Logan had put in so much effort. They turned to Dwayne, who was once again standing there. With his mouth wide open, Dwayne stared at the dam, realizing it wasn't built just to water some wasteland. It was actually connected directly to the underground channels of the Ludder River. If they could supply water continuously through those channels, the vast wasteland could truly become fertile land. Logan looked around and saw that everyone was gathered. The workers, the mages, and the administrators. He turned to Clayton and gave the signal. Clayton, without a second's hesitation, got ready to start the process. Hamar grumbled, complaining that they had worked their butts off, so the workers themselves could open and close the floodgates. But Logan explained that the first time had to be something huge. He wanted to show everyone on the McLean property what they had built with their own hands. An image of the dam appeared, showing some golems positioned in front of the floodgates, ready to lift them. The administrators were speechless at first, but they got used to it pretty quickly. Then Clayton shouted loud enough for everyone to hear, giving the order for the golems to open the gates. They stretched their hands toward the gates and began to lift. Logan smiled satisfied. But something weird happened. The golems were struggling to lift the gates. With a killer smile, Clayton looked at Hamar, muttering and asking what the hell he was doing, but Hamar looked just as confused, since he had already given orders for the workers to open the gates. Seeing the situation, Logan started to sweat and had a flashback of a conversation with Clayton, where he'd warned him that lifting the gates would be too much for the golems. Apparently, the golem strength was mostly for show, and it would take about 100 workers turning the pulleys to open the gates. Thinking fast, Logan told Clayton to order the golems to knock down the gates. Hamar and Clayton were flabbergasted, and Clayton asked if he was serious. Logan just told him to do as he said, since they could rebuild the gates later. After hesitating for a few seconds, Clayton did what Logan asked, and the golems started punching the gates. The construction crew couldn't believe what they were seeing, since their hard work had just been finished. Suddenly the gate gave way, and the water came rushing down with insane force, dragging the golems with it. Everyone was confused, but Logan just grinned from ear to ear. Totally thrilled, the townspeople, who had worked so hard on the construction, couldn't hold back their tears at the sight of the water, finally understanding what it truly meant. In that moment, Logan thought this would solve their food problem during the Civil War. They could start planting next spring. Even Dwayne was happy and jumped on Logan's back, scaring the daylights out of him, saying how wrong he was about the dam and begging for forgiveness. Logan told him it was all good and started teasing him, asking why a big guy like him was crying so much. But not everyone was happy. Hammer was over in the corner, crying and asking how long it would take to rebuild the gates. Clayton came over and said he'd help rebuild them one more time. Logan then said they didn't need the gate urgently, and that they could take a week off and finish the mine construction first. After that, he told Hammer that once this project was done too, they'd have a long vacation again. That lit up Hammer's eyes, and he asked if Logan was serious. Logan reassured him, but what Hamar didn't know was that they'd be busy again soon. Lots of farmers would want the fertile land, and they'd need to build a new village for people to live in. Logan turned to Hamar, about to praise him, realized that wasn't the right way to do things. He called him over. Hamar turned curious. Logan commented that construction must be tough, even for someone like him, since He'd never heard of dwarves being good at building. That drove Hamar crazy. He asked what Logan was trying to say, and explained that after making weapons, construction was the dwarves' specialty. Logan realized Hamar was right where he wanted him, and commented that it was great to hear that. Hamar replied that it sounded suspicious, that Logan could praise him all he wanted, but it wouldn't get him anything, and asked why he was suddenly so interested in construction. Logan played it off, saying it was just curiosity. But as soon as Hamar turned his back, Logan thought to himself that after his week of rest, the thrilling experience of home building would begin, and then he wouldn't be laughing. He was actually scared to run into him at night. As soon as the chat with Hammer was over, Logan stepped up and addressed the crowd. At the inauguration, he repeated the promise he had made earlier first, that everyone would be allowed to farm the McLean. Plain second, that they would receive leasing rights, proportional to their work, and that taxes would be capped at only 30%. Then he glanced at the vassals, thinking that, by announcing it this way, not even they could oppose it. In fact, they all looked radiant, realizing that the territory might finally be changing. For real 4 weeks later, Logan was back in his office with Rick, reviewing a plan sent by Hamar, who had already finished the village layout, and even a model house. Logan commented that he knew he'd chosen the right person for the job, and Rick agreed, saying Hammer was amazing. Logan thought about how he never imagined Hammer would accept the task. When he first approached him a few weeks ago, Hammer had planned the streets in a cross pattern and placed houses of the same size, complete with wells, community bathrooms, and sewers. Logan thought he had basically tried to replicate the city plan he'd seen in his past life. Suddenly a strong smell hit Logan in the face. He turned to Rick and asked why he stank so bad. Rick said it was all Logan's fault, and asked why that drug was selling so insanely well, saying that if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Just then, Dwayne burst into the room, screaming Logan's name. Logan asked if he was ever going to knock again, but Dwayne didn't care, and immediately started saying something about Hamar. Then his expression flipped into pure joy. He told Logan that Hamar had sent word they could start mining the gold now. Hamar now, and showed him some nuggets, explaining they had found the treasure. Just like that, Logan told Hamar he did a great job, and Dwayne hugged him, asking how they got so lucky to have him around. But Hamar just wanted to rest, and his eyes showed he had been awake for a very, very long time. Logan then asked him how much they could start extracting. Hamar replied that everything was on schedule, and that they could pull out a ton of gold per month, which should last at least 10 years. He once again insisted that he really needed to go rest. Logan hesitated and argued that there was still so much to do, like building the city, handling more beasts, and creating new weapons. He asked Hamar if that would be possible. Logan's request hit like an axe blow, making Hamar sweat and grab his head. Then he just laid down flat on the floor to rest. Dwayne bent over him and called him the treasure of the territory. Logan thought he'd be the only one moving forward now, since there was still so much work left to do. He told Hammer he'd keep his promise, and that he could take his time off. Hammer suddenly started screaming with happiness, and bolted out like a flash of lightning. Logan wondered if he'd awakened some kind of power, because the dwarf was way too fast behind him. Dwayne started crying with joy. Logan asked what happened, and Dwayne explained that the mine would bring in about 100 million gold a year. Dwayne told Logan to hell with the Kairos, and that their territory was saved, because they wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Logan teased him, saying he was crying more than when the dam was finished. Then the young man looked calmly at Dwayne and dropped a crucial fact. He told him that the only one he should fear was him, and warned him to stay sharp, because that mine was also his. Dwayne was instantly terrified. Logan explained that, of course, he'd pay 30% in taxes to the family. But that was it. Dwayne got up completely bewildered and knelt before Logan, saying he trusted his judgment. Logan then warned Dwayne that they had to keep the mine a secret, because if word got out, the Befros, Kalia, and the Margrave would cause trouble. Dwayne said he'd take care of it, which made Logan feel a bit uneasy. He thought his father was going to be a real handful, since he had made a lot of changes. Before Patrick's return a week later, Logan and his father were walking by the river, admiring how beautiful the place had become. Logan noticed right away that his father had become an advanced knight. Patrick acknowledged that while Logan had been away, he had managed to accomplish a ridiculous amount. Logan tried to defend himself and explain his plans, but Patrick cut him off mid-sentence. Patrick said that having water flowing through that wasteland was insane in the best way possible, and that Logan was way better at managing the territory than he ever was. Logan tried to stay humble, but Patrick kept going, saying Logan had managed to do more in just 3 months than he himself had done in the last 10 years, and then straight up thanked him for it. Logan wanted to say he was grateful too, but Patrick interrupted him again and dropped another bomb. He announced that from now on, Logan would handle all the duties of a lord because he wanted to focus entirely on training. The Order of Knights, hearing that, Logan was completely stunned. Patrick cut him off again before he could react and asked if he knew what he had realized during his training. Then he said it bluntly, I got old. Patrick explained that he couldn't master the secret techniques anymore, and that now it was up to young people like Logan and Ronan to try. He said Logan had helped him break through a barrier that had blocked him for years, and that he now wanted to step back and become a guide instead of staying in the front. Logan nodded and accepted the proposal. Patrick then turned and called for Marion, asking her to help Logan fulfill his role. Marion agreed without hesitation. Patrick gave Logan a small nudge, clearly encouraging him to talk to his mother. The young man walked up to Marion, who was standing there in a beautiful dress, holding a parasol. She started by saying that Logan's achievements were more than enough to prove his ability to be the successor. She called him young master and said that now she only wished for Ronan's success. Logan tried to apologize, but she interrupted him, saying she was the one who should be sorry. She admitted her vision had been limited and said she hoped Logan would be generous. Marion continued, saying that Logan had been teaching Ronian how to fight and that he had never been happier. She asked him to continue looking after his brother. Logan didn't like where this conversation was heading at all and suddenly shouted that parents shouldn't use respectful titles with their children. He told her to call him mom instead. That made her stop, completely emotional. She turned and said goodbye, then walked toward Patrick. Patrick signaled to Logan, clearly approving of what his son had just done. Logan stood there and watched his parents walk away. Logan and Patrick were talking again. Logan explained that as soon as the city was fully ready, they would start clearing the brush to prepare the land for farming. Patrick looked a little concerned and asked whether the residents would really move that easily. Logan replied confidently that they would, because anyone who moved to the new city would get priority rights, and the new houses would be much better than what they currently had. He also informed Patrick that he had already asked Dwayne to start recruiting soldiers, and Patrick agreed, saying he would personally train those who showed potential to become knights. Patrick praised Logan's work, but then said there was still one problem. He turned around and stopped in front of the Knights of the Order, calling them lost causes. He asked since when they had 2 separate knight orders. Logan immediately recognized them as the knights who had deserted from Tesseron. They were acting like they were on opposing sides. Patrick commented that while he and Logan had been killing themselves training, the knights were busy fighting like children, and he admitted that it was his fault. For being negligent, the knights shouted back, saying that wasn't true, and demanded that Captain Hinckley take them away. Hinckley turned his head toward Patrick and asked cheerfully whether he had become an advanced level knight. Patrick answered that he was going to straighten them out. Then, releasing an overwhelming amount of aura, he shattered a wooden sword and shouted for them to feel it and learn the art of the sword firsthand. Meanwhile, in the office, Dwayne was signing documents, happier than he had been in a long time, now that he didn't have to constantly worry about the budget. 2 vassals were talking about how Logan was monopolizing the funds, but Dwayne cut them off, asking if the extra money had blinded them and where they thought it even came from, telling them to just obey orders. As he read another document, he suddenly started sweating. A few minutes later, he rushed into Logan's office and asked what he planned to do with 10 million gold. Logan calmly replied that he was going to buy 100 kilograms of mithril. Dwayne's jaw dropped, and Logan shoved him against the wall and told him to sign the papers. Dwayne protested, saying he couldn't, because mithril was 1,000 times more expensive than gold. The scene shifts to a conversation between Logan and Philip, Logan explained that he wanted to buy mithril for the knight's war gear, but Philip immediately said it was impossible. Logan was stunned. Philip explained that mithril wasn't something you could buy just because you had money, but something you needed power and influence to obtain. That explanation gave Logan an idea. Inside a castle, a messenger was disturbed by a message coming from McLean. Duke Felix, who was busy, arrived 30 minutes later to check it. Felix greeted Logan warmly and said he had missed hearing from him. Logan replied that he would never dare to send a personal message. Felix smiled and revealed that his wife was pregnant, and that it was all thanks to Logan. Logan congratulated him, and Felix thanked him in return. Felix added that when the baby was born, he wanted Logan to come back to the capital, because his wife wanted to thank him personally, and he also promised to teach Logan his next technique. Logan thanked him sincerely. Felix then asked for the real reason behind the contact. Logan didn't beat around the bush, and asked whether he could obtain the 100 kilograms of mithril he needed. Felix's jaw dropped, and he asked if Logan had really said 100 kilograms and not 100 grams. Felix commented that he didn't even spend that much on his own parties, and said he had underestimated Logan's generosity. Felix then said he would take care of everything, but on one condition. Logan had to attend the baby's celebration and call him master. Logan stared at the now empty communication sphere and suddenly shivered before letting out a cry of pure happiness. Becoming a disciple of the Sword Duke was the most incredible thing that had ever happened to him. He had only planned to ask for a bit of help, but Felix had handed him a golden rope instead. Logan then thought that Hamar would probably be more productive after a short break and bragged to himself about how benevolent he was as an employer. In reality, Hamar had nightmares about Logan for weeks. After getting that vacation, on the outskirts of McLean Castle, a group of young men, all under the age of 20, gathered for recruitment. Watching them, Dwayne asked Logan whether he really needed to recruit this many people. Logan replied that he would handle everything himself. In his mind, expanding their forces was absolutely necessary, and he intended to personally select the recruits, even if that approach came with certain disadvantages. He reflected on the Empire's new military theory, which claimed that what truly mattered wasn't physical strength, but the senses. According to that doctrine, the Empire had once used 50,000 knights to crush neighboring countries. Thinking 9 years ahead, Logan believed that once they gathered all existing soldiers and reselect them, they could form a proper knight unit. The upcoming Grandia Civil War would be difficult, but with proper preparation, they would still have a formidable force. When the Empire eventually invaded, he admitted to himself that he would have preferred to recruit people over 20 as well, but if he did that, there wouldn't be enough manpower left for constructing the city. One of the vassals shouted at the boys to quiet down. Logan then asked how soldiers had traditionally been selected in the past. The vassal explained that everyone was made to run, and they simply chose candidates based on the order in which they finished. Logan immediately realized how crude that method was. He issued new instructions, ordering them to select only those with good eyesight, sharp hearing, and quick reflexes. The first test he devised required the candidates to walk toward an image until they could see it clearly. Some of them stopped quite early, and one boy confidently announced that the picture was of a chicken. Logan told the knights to take note of the kid, who had just called him handsome. From the back, another boy raised his hand and said that, judging by the comb, it had to be a rooster. Logan was impressed by that observation. For the second test, Dwayne repeatedly shouted the same word over and over, while the participants were instructed to move forward. Only once they understood the word clearly. One boy suddenly shouted back at Dwayne, saying the answer was the world sparrow, then added that Dwayne had also called him a son of a bat, and asked whether that was part of the test too. Dwayne panicked, convinced he had been muttering to himself. Logan calmly told Dwayne to select that boy immediately, and added that he also needed a beating. Later, while reviewing the documents, Logan could hardly believe his eyes. 250 people had passed. With flying colors, he started thinking bigger, deciding that he would select around 500 people, without holding back, with the ultimate goal of forming a force of 1,000. At the training grounds, Victor was practicing with his sword. He swung the blade with raw force. drawing the attention of nearby knights. All Victor could think about were Logan's words. If he could perform the sword technique 1,000 times without making a single mistake, he could become a knight and awaken his inner strength. Gripping the hilt tightly, he told himself that he needed to become a knight as soon as possible nearby. His sister Victoria watched him with concern. At that moment, Victoria noticed Logan approaching. He gestured for her to stay quiet, explaining that he wanted to check on Victor. Watching closely, Logan thought Victor had a great deal of talent, even though his swings were wild. His basic stance remained solid. Logan called out to Victor and told him that the next day, he would be leaving the McLean Castle territory, train soldiers in the Tesseran region, a mission that would last until winter. He invited Victor to come along. Victor immediately asked whether he could bring his sister with him. Logan questioned whether it was really a good idea to bring his sister to a training camp full of men. But Victor insisted loudly that it was fine. Logan let out a sigh and agreed, telling Victor that Victoria could come, but warning him by pointing a finger that if any trouble occurred, it would be entirely his responsibility. Victor replied firmly that he would take very good care of his sister. Logan then asked whether Victoria was really that precious to him. Victor hesitated, then finally let everything spill out. He explained that his parents had died because of him, and that Rhea was left without parents because of him, as well because of that. He felt it was his duty to protect her no matter what. Logan looked at him silently for a moment, then placed a hand on Victor's shoulder and told him that it was okay and that he should keep up the good work. A few days later at Tesseran Castle, Castellan was putting the kids Logan had selected through brutal training. He ordered them to run 5 laps around the wall, announcing that the last 100 will have to run 2 extra laps. As punishment, terror spread across the recruits' faces. But Castellan shouted at them to stop messing around and start running. Watching this, Logan complimented Castellan, saying he had a natural talent for being a sergeant. Castellan replied that, since he was being treated like a knight, he had agreed to renew his contract. Lowering his voice, he whispered into Logan's ear, asking whether he was planning to start some kind of war within the next 2 years. Logan simply smiled without answering. But Castellan already knew that war was inevitable. Their attention was suddenly pulled away when one of the recruits shouted that someone was a monster. They were talking about Victor, who was running far ahead of everyone else and leading the race. The others were stunned. One of them asked what Victor was made of, and another replied that Victor was Logan's slave. Hearing that, the first boy felt his fighting spirit ignite and started running again, shouting that he wouldn't lose to Victor. Castellan immediately noticed what Logan often called the winner effect. Logan commented that he didn't expect exceptional physical abilities from the recruits, but the will to never give up was enough. He believed Victor would naturally absorb strength from this role, and that his awakening would come soon, turning him into the greatest motivator. Among the soldiers after the run, the kids were taken to the barracks, where long tables filled with food awaited them. They ate heartily and thanked Logan for the meal. Rhea was also there helping serve food. The boys were completely mesmerized by her beauty, and one of them even called her an angel. Victor noticed their gazes immediately and released a threatening aura. Pointing at them, he warned them to look away before he gouged their eyes out. The boys fell silent instantly, however. One apprentice, sitting behind Victor, continued staring at Rhea with a lecherous expression. Later that night, Victor burst out of the barracks, with a piece of bread still in his hand. He had asked an older woman where Rhea had gone, and she told him that Rhea had taken the back door to throw out the trash. Anxiety flooded Victor's mind. Rhea shouldn't have been alone at night. Hearing strange noises from a nearby alley, he rushed toward the sound. What he saw froze him in place. The apprentice with the lecherous stare was trying to take advantage of Rhea. Tears streamed down her face. The rookie tried to stammer an excuse, but Victor was already moving. He drove a powerful knee into the man's face, shattering his nose and slamming him to the ground. Standing protectively in front of Rhea, Victor prepared to strike again. The apprentice spat blood and called Victor a bastard, demanding to know how a mere slave dared to touch him. Victor answered with another brutal blow, nearly knocking him unconscious. Rhea's frozen in place as Victor grabbed the man by the hair and began beating him relentlessly, snarling for him to die around the corner. Another apprentice witnessed the scene and ran to get help. Victor saw nothing but red. Each punch brought back memories of the night. He and Ria lost their parents. Suddenly a voice shouted from behind, snapping him out of his rage. Victor turned and saw Logan standing there. Logan ordered him to get a grip and look around. A maid quickly arrived and gently led Ria away. Kaislin struggled to process the chaos unfolding before him. Logan calmly pointed at the lifeless body on the ground and told Kaislin to handle it. Victor lowered his head, waiting for punishment, and apologized. Logan asked whether he regretted his actions. Victor answered that he didn't, but he apologized for killing one of Logan's soldiers. Without permission, Logan acknowledged that Victor wasn't entirely wrong, but pointed out that what he truly should regret was bringing his sister to the camp. He explained that Victor's stubbornness had nearly gotten Ria hurt. Logan told him that it was better to leave loved ones in safe places, rather than dragging them into danger. He admitted that he had allowed Victor to bring Ria, so that Victor could learn the consequences of his choices. Logan asked whether he understood the lesson, and Victor nodded silently. Logan then told Victor that while killing was a crime, Ria had been a victim, and Victor had done well to protect her. However, he warned him that next time, he must ask for permission before taking such drastic action. Logan didn't want future nights delayed because of some filthy pervert. Inside the castle, Logan and Kaislin spoke at length. Kaislin questioned whether Logan should really be deciding such matters. On his own, Logan replied that Victor was his property, and that he had simply used him to rid the world of a disgusting criminal. He rephrased it by saying he had used his property to eliminate a criminal, and asked Kaislin what he thought of that version of the story. Kaislin asked whether Victor had killed the recruit. Under Logan's orders, Logan nodded and laid out his plan. The apprentice's crimes would be exposed, and his corpse would be hung from the castle gates. As a warning, Logan instructed Kaislin to inform the soldiers. Changing the subject, Kaislin noticed Logan marking something on a map and asked what he was doing. Logan replied that it was a surprise. The markings highlighted areas where monsters had recently been spotted. News of Victor's actions spread quickly. When people learned what the dead recruit had intended to do to Ria, shock turned into rage. Many wanted to dig up the body and kill him again. Logan listened to the conversations and thought that the situation had resolved itself. Quite nicely, 3 months later, snow covered the trees, signaling the arrival of winter. Logan and Kaislin stood together, observing the frozen landscape. Logan remarked that the new year was approaching, and Kaislin reflected on how quickly time had passed. Out of the original 1,000 apprentices, only 987 remained. After 90 days of training, with 1 death and 12 dropouts, Kaislin was satisfied, noting that no one else had quit. Logan concluded that basic training was finally complete. He mentioned that he had already ordered Hamar to produce 400 more crossbows. Logan then asked whether the apprentices were ready for combat training. Patrick confirmed they were, and suggested the forest at the base of the mountain range as the perfect location. He said it was time to advance their training, as the knights needed real combat experience. Logan asked whether they had mastered the iron bloodsword technique. Patrick replied that true mastery could only be achieved through battle. Logan's smile widened, carrying a distinctly psychotic edge, and he agreed, seeing the terrifying expressions shared by father and son. Kaislin turned pale as a bead of sweat slid down his face. In that moment, he finally understood where Logan had inherited his intense, slightly unhinged nature from. A few days later, deep within the southern Man mountain range, Patrick stood fully armored, his presence commanding absolute focus. He ordered the knights to draw their swords and regulate their breathing. As they steadied themselves, they focused their aura, and at Patrick's signal, they struck the massive trees before them. The impact was overwhelming. Even the knights themselves were stunned by the sheer power they had unleashed. Standing beside his father, Logan watched with quiet satisfaction, while Patrick remained calm and composed, as if this result was expected. The apprentices, however, were completely fired up. They whispered excitedly among themselves, wondering if they would ever reach such a level. Logan quickly shouted at them to stay alert, reminding everyone that this wasn't an ordinary forest, but monster-infested one. Almost on cue, goblins began crawling out from the shadows. The knights didn't hesitate for even a second. They charged forward, cutting through the goblins, with ruthless precision, striking like a raging storm. Completely overwhelmed, the goblins panicked and tried to flee. Logan had already anticipated that. He immediately ordered the troops to prepare their crossbows. At his command, a rain of bolts fell across the battlefield, wiping out any goblin that attempted to escape. The cavalry laughed loudly, mocking the fear they once had of such creatures. That confidence didn't last long. A massive, terrifying paw slammed into view, instantly killing the laughter. The knights tensed as a pack of wolves charged forward. But these weren't ordinary beasts. They were horned wolves. The knights quickly formed a defensive line. In the blink of an eye, one of the wolves clamped its jaws around a knight's sword, shocking everyone. The situation became tense immediately. Kaitsalun reacted fast, ordering the cavalry to fire their crossbows again. Arrows tore through the air and struck the wolves, drawing out agonizing screams. But the bolts shattered on impact. Completely ineffective, one soldier trembled as he shouted that the arrows weren't working. Logan yelled for everyone to hold formation. The order was clear. Not a single wolf was allowed to break through. Victor leaped forward, determined to test himself. His strike was powerful enough to send a wolf flying several meters back, but before he could react, a blood-curdling scream rang out behind him. Turning around, he saw a wolf biting into a recruit's leg, while another apprentice stood frozen in terror. A blazing strike cut through the battlefield as Logan unleashed his fury, killing the wolf in a single blow. He shouted at the terrified apprentice to snap out of it and get the wounded to safety. The recruit obeyed instantly and ran. Logan observed the battlefield and realized his suspicion had been right. Most of the apprentices weren't ready for chaotic combat. However, those who ranked within the top 100 in the census test were clearly different. One apprentice, cornered, noticed another wolf creeping in from behind. Before it could strike, Victor appeared out of nowhere and slit the beast's throat. He looked down at his blood-soaked blade, a faint smile forming on his face. The other apprentices stared at him in shock. Watching this, Logan realized that Victor had finally broken past his limits. The fight was nearing its end. Patrick personally brought down the final wolf. Logan asked the captain if that was all of them, and the captain confirmed it. Patrick remarked that it had already been a month and a half since combat training began, yet clearing all these locations had taken far longer than expected. The captain agreed, explaining that discovering 3 cities infested with thousands of monsters was no small matter. If those monsters had invaded the castle all at once, the damage would have been catastrophic. He silently thanked fate that they had discovered the threats in time. Logan continued coordinating the knights and soldiers, urging them to endure just a little longer. He ordered them to finish cutting down a massive tree trunk and transport it to the construction site. The knights complained, grumbling about fighting monsters and chopping trees non-stop. Without a single break, Logan ignored them completely and commented on how ridiculous it was that such valuable trees had been left untouched just because monsters lived nearby. With his usual killer smile, he thought the situation was perfect. He was training soldiers and gathering construction materials at the same time. Patrick observed everything quietly and thought that Logan seemed more interested in harvesting wood than in the training itself. Logan, meanwhile, wondered if awakening true strength required something beyond technique, perhaps a sixth sense or a raw survival instinct. If everything went according to plan during the Grandia Civil War, they could rapidly reinforce their forces before the inevitable conflict with the Empire. Hammer noticed the strange smile on Logan's face and asked what was so amusing. Logan ignored the question and shifted the topic, saying that once they gathered enough wood, construction of McLean Town could finally move forward. He asked Hamar if he could complete the project on time. Hamar nodded, confidently explaining that, with the mage's support and the workers' motivation, it was entirely doable. Logan wondered if Hamar had always been this dependable, and quietly credited it to the vacation. He had forced on him just as Hamar's confidence peaked. Logan casually reminded him of another task. The magic tower at that moment. Clayton cast a spell, raising a massive wall of earth from the ground. The workers stared in stunned silence. Logan snapped them out of it, telling them to stop gawking and start collecting the soil as planned. He then approached Clayton and thanked him for honoring his requests. Clayton waved it off, saying that, with an annual support fund of 10 million gold, it hardly mattered whether the place was just a small town if things went smoothly. The city would eventually become the center of the entire region. Logan cut him off, stating that his only goal was to create a peaceful place where people could live comfortably. Clayton was taken aback and loudly declared that McLean was truly a territory for the people, dramatically announcing that Logan had his vote. Later, in the silence of the forest night, Logan stood alone, holding his sword in an unfamiliar stance. Suddenly, energy exploded outward as he lunged forward. A radiant beam of light burst from blade, slicing through the darkness. The beam detonated violently, and when the light faded, it was clear that the massive rock ahead had been shattered completely. Logan examined the result and noticed the beam had pierced the rock and continued through the trees behind it. He realized that what he had just used was the second form of the divine sword secrets, and it wasn't enough. He needed to grow stronger. 2 months later, the construction of the village was finally complete. Families began moving in, and with the arrival of early summer, the new settlement felt alive and vibrant. Inside the office, Logan and Dwayne discussed the city's progress. Dwayne reported that the recovery of the area was going well, though there was still a noticeable labor shortage. Logan reassured him calmly, explaining that refugees were arriving constantly, and instructing Dwayne to accept every newcomer. Without exception, Dwayne then asked about Amar, and was told that he was still on vacation. Logan briefly wondered if he might have given him too much time off. Dwayne then brought up a rumor that Hamar had received a large quantity of mithril. Before leaving, Logan confirmed it and explained that he had given the mithril to Hamar so he could forge new weapons for the knights. Dwayne raised an eyebrow, commenting that it didn't sound much like a vacation. Logan replied that working with rare metals was a dwarf's dream, and that Hamar was probably enjoying himself more than ever far away. Viscount Max Peretta was seething with rage, slamming his fist against the table. The McLeans had reclaimed the wasteland, and he scoffed, declaring that such land could never be cultivated. One of his vassals explained that rumors were spreading about the source of McLean's wealth. Some claimed Logan had made a fortune through business, while others insisted he had discovered a gold mine. The Viscount ignored the gossip and asked about the harvest from the reclaimed land. The vassal estimated that production would be at least double their own. Hearing this only fueled the Viscount's fury. He realized they couldn't afford to stand by, and asked if there was any excuse they could use to invade. The vassal suggested exploiting the people who had fled to McLean, using them as a pretext to infiltrate the territory and claim the reclaimed land as compensation. The Viscount immediately identified the flaw in the plan. Acting alone would be too risky. He devised a solution. He would contact the 6th County of Sylvan, reasoning that their people must have fled as well. Together, they would be strong enough to overpower the McLeans. Back in Logan's office, the atmosphere was heavy. Patrick, Logan, Dwayne, and Hankley were discussing training and military expansion. Logan informed them that he had selected around 300 talented recruits. Patrick questioned whether Logan truly believed they were worthy of becoming knights. Logan nodded. Dwayne commented that the number seemed excessive. Captain Hankley called it absurd, arguing that even with 10 years of intense training, only 1 in 100 people awaken their strength. Logan remained unfazed and stated that the training system would remain unchanged. Dwayne shouted that Logan was throwing money away, but Logan replied that neighboring territories would provoke them, sooner or later anyway. Patrick asked him to explain. Logan clarified that with McLean City flourishing and fertile land reclaimed, there was no way the vice counties of Sylvan and Peretta would remain quiet. Hinckley interrupted, insisting they had no legitimate excuse to attack. Dwayne shouted over him, cutting him off, and argued that the real issue was the influx of refugees. Logan asked his father to consider how many refugees had arrived, and how many of them might have come from Peretta or Sylvan Furious. Dwayne demanded to know why Logan hadn't prevented the situation in the first place. Patrick slowly pieced everything together and asked Logan directly if his goal had been to start a war. Logan's answer was blunt: they were enemies, and they would have to deal with them eventually. So why wait? Silence filled the room. Everyone, from Hankley to Dwayne, was visibly disappointed. Patrick wondered if he had given up his authority too soon. Just then Rick burst into the room looking for Logan and announced that Sylvan and Peretta had sent a voice message. Logan calmly replied that things had already begun and that they needed to decide how to handle the situation. Outside the castle, 2 flags fluttered in the breeze. They belonged to the emissaries of Sylvan and Peretta. The silent emissaries admired the beauty of the city. As they walked through it, they observed how the houses were arranged around a large crossroads and noted how clean and content the people appeared. They concluded that the city was worth taking. One of them attempted to start a conversation with a soldier who proudly said that all the credit belonged to the first young Master Logan. The soldier praised Logan's abilities, claiming he was far more advanced than any other prince, his age, and that he prioritized the well-being of both the land and its people. He even began sharing an anecdote about Logan, but the envoys cut him off, uninterested. Inside the meeting hall, the envoys stood before Logan and Patrick. They demanded the return of the refugees and control over the Tesseran Plains. Logan and Patrick both lowered their heads. Logan thought they were openly asking for war, and Patrick silently agreed. Hinckley stepped forward and took charge, asking whether Sylvan and Peretta truly intended to go to war. The hall erupted into chaos as everyone began shouting at once. One of the emissaries, clearly frightened, pointed at Logan and Patrick and accused them of trying to intimidate envoys. Patrick was furious but maintained his composure. He warned them that they were the ones declaring war, and that the McLeans did not fear it. The envoy retorted that if war broke out, nothing but ashes would remain of the McLeans. A knot formed in Logan's stomach, and he stepped forward, demanding to know how refugees could be used as bargaining chips. He told his father that the envoys had forgotten their duties as nobles, and that there was no longer any need for negotiation. The knights surrounded the emissaries, swords drawn and pointed at them. The envoys shouted, asking if Logan and Patrick were really trying to start a war. Logan descended the steps and replied coldly that it would be all-out war. He said they had the audacity to enter his castle and insult him with foul words. Logan drew his sword. Logan killed the guards in seconds and advanced toward the envoys. One of them, trembling with fear, begged Logan not to come any closer. Logan ignored him, swung his sword, and killed him instantly. The remaining envoy collapsed to his knees, pledging loyalty to McLean and promising to relay every detail to his lord. Logan turned to his father, who gave a silent nod. Logan then ordered the knights to prepare for war. The hall erupted in cheers. On the same day, the McLeans sent out a magical transmission to the Viscounts, openly demanding compensation for the envoy's insolence. Viscount Soto Sylvan was livid. He scoffed at the demand, mocking it outright, and declaring that the McLeans didn't have the strength to fight him. Logan and Patrick watched the glowing transmission globe as Sylvan's response was summarized clearly. Return the servants, pay 10 million gold, and hand over the Tesseran Plains. Patrick questioned why there was even a rush when the McLeans had enough power to crush 6 counties. If they wanted, Logan shut that down immediately, warning that Silva needed to be occupied as fast as possible. Kaislin entered the room with his report, stating that preparations were complete. 389 regular soldiers, 100 from the main fortress, and 313 mercenaries were all ready. Logan praised Kaislin's work and asked about their equipment. Kaislin confirmed that armor, spears and crossbows had already been distributed, and that their forces would not be outmatched. Logan thought to himself that, even if Sylvan and Peretta attacked together, they wouldn't lose, but this fight couldn't drag on, and drawing too much attention would attract the factions fighting over the throne. And Logan wanted the third prince to become king. since he was the only reasonable option. Logan then asked Kaislin if there was any good news. Kaislin nodded and said there was. Victor had awakened his strength and was waiting to report personally. Logan immediately perked up and told him to bring Victor in. When Victor entered, Logan didn't let him speak and told him to show it instead. Victor focused, and gray smoke slowly wrapped around his body. Then his power exploded outward. Logan and Patrick were left speechless. Logan praised Victor sincerely and promoted him to knight on the spot. Tearing up the slave document, Victor was clearly happy, though slightly annoyed. When Logan added that the promotion itself would be finalized after the war, Logan burned the slave contract, knowing Victor only wanted to fight anyway. In his mind, Logan already had an opponent prepared for him. Logan told his father that they should respond to Sylvan. Patrick told him to skip all formalities and go straight for the throat. Logan smiled, then ordered the army to march towards Sylvan County. He shouted for Soto Sylvan to come out and face him. Inside Sylvan territory, Soto Sylvan raged. Captain Kellyan asked for permission to lead the charge. With 120 knights and 2,512 soldiers, Sylvan felt relieved. Even though the McLean army was larger than expected, Sylvan still believed he held the advantage, especially with Kellyan being a high-ranking knight. At the same time, Sylvan worried that Peretta might betray him. He convinced himself that McLean and Peretta were working together against him. Furious, he ordered Kellyan to contact the barony of Beffrose. To keep Peretta in check, Kellyan acknowledged the order. In front of the castle Captain Hinckley, Logan and Patrick discussed their approach. Hinckley suggested providing covering fire, but Patrick rejected it outright, saying they couldn't risk Sylvan escaping. Logan agreed and explained that Sylvan believed his forces were superior and would come out to fight soon. Hinckley found it strange, noting that Logan seemed to understand Soto Sylvan far too well. The gates of Sylvan Viscounty opened, and Sylvan's knights marched out. Patrick assessed their formation and remarked that Sylvan had around 3,000 regular soldiers. Hinckley noted that it was about 1.5 times more than the McLean forces. Kellyan tried to speak, but Patrick ordered the advance without hesitation. Kellyan shouted insults, calling the McLean soldiers rabble. Kaislin calmly ordered the mercenaries to ready their crossbows. Kellyan couldn't understand Patrick's plan and ordered his men to raise their shields. Kaislin gave the firing order. A rain of arrows fell from the sky. Kellyan smirked at first, confident they'd be blocked, until the bolts punched straight through the shields. His expression twisted with fury as he screamed for full advance. Kaislin immediately ordered the troops to spread out, confusing Kellyan completely. The crossbow cavalry split apart and began targeting the Sylvan soldiers directly. Kellyan felt genuine fear for the first time. Retreat crossed his mind, but it was already too late. Patrick stepped forward and challenged the Sylvan knights head-on. Kellyan froze as Patrick cut down 4 knights in a single exchange. In that moment, Kellyan understood. Patrick had reached the advanced level. Patrick then gave the order to annihilate the enemy. The McLaren knights surged forward and tore through the Sylvan forces without mercy. Hinckley watched it all unfold, realizing that just 2 months ago, the Sylvan knights would have been an even match. Now they were being crushed. Hinckley smiled proudly and commented that their lord's brutal training had truly paid off on the battlefield. Hinckley was locked in a brutal duel against 2 knights at the same time. They clearly hadn't expected his strength, and within moments, both of them were disarmed. The knights finally understood what they were dealing with. Hinckley was a high-ranking knight, someone who had mastered the iron blood sword nearby. Logan charged straight toward Kellyan, who instantly realized he was in serious trouble. Their swords clashed. Kellyan retreated with every exchange, irritation building as he called Logan a blockhead. When Kellyan suddenly attacked with full force, Logan dodged at the last moment, the blade slicing only his ear. Logan actually applauded the move, admitting he hadn't expected all of Kellyan's swords to be real. Kellyan summoned another blade, but Logan didn't even flinch. Kellyan began to notice something terrifying. The closer he got, the more his swords failed him. Logan pushed him further, mocking him. Calling him weak, the insult worked. Kellyan snapped and prepared to strike again. Logan closed his eyes, and something inside him shifted. His core evolved, becoming a 2-star core. He avoided Callion's attack effortlessly and reappeared behind him. From that moment, the fight completely tilted in Logan's favor. He landed a devastating blow, badly wounding Callion. The realization hit hard. Logan had become a high-ranking knight. Logan raised his sword and gathered his aura. Preparing to end it, he bent his knees, poured raw power into his body, and leaped high into the air, choosing to finish the battle in the most overwhelming way possible. His aura surged as he unleashed his secret technique, the Divine Ripple. A massive wave of aura crashed forward. Callion tried to block, but it was pointless. The attack crushed him. The Sylvan troops immediately understood. The battle was over. Logan landed standing tall and shouted that the enemy leader had fallen. Moments later, Patrick announced the capture of Soto Sylvan and ordered all remaining forces to surrender. Logan smiled to himself as the outcome settled. After the war, Sylvan County had lost 42 knights and 1,223 soldiers. The McLeans, in contrast, had lost only 5 knights and not a single soldier. Elsewhere, a man was informed by his vassal that Sylvan had fallen to the McLeans, and he concluded that it was finally time to act. Back in Sylvan County, Soto Sylvan knelt before Patrick, who gave him one final chance. He could apologize, take only the bare minimum of his belongings, and leave the land with his family. Soto Sylvan looked up and declared that the takeover would never be tolerated by the royal family from behind him. Logan immediately knew that was the worst thing he could have said. The fall of the McLeans in the past had been blamed on poor management, but the one who had truly caused rebellion to profit from the chaos was Befros. Logan remembered that royal intervention had once prevented Befros from forcing them into servitude. But even hearing that name darkened Patrick's expression. Patrick asked Sylvan calmly if he wanted to die. Soto tried to speak, but Logan stepped forward and cut his throat, without hesitation, leaving him to bleed out. Logan told Patrick that this was respect, an honorable death instead of humiliation. Patrick nodded and said Logan had done well. Logan, however, knew the truth. He could only hope that other nobles wouldn't use this incident as a reason to strike, especially Befros, an enemy they still couldn't afford to face. A few weeks passed, and inside Sylvan Castle, Logan and his father Patrick were talking quietly. Logan mentioned that, even though they had stayed on high alert, Preta still hadn't shown any signs of attacking. Patrick asked calmly if there was any real reason for her to make a move. Instead of answering directly, Logan raised another possibility. What if Perida attacked Tesser on Castle instead? Patrick brushed it off, telling him to relax since Clayton was stationed there. Logan agreed that brute force alone wasn't what had allowed them to defeat Viscount Sylvan. The truth was that Sylvan had underestimated them, while the Macklins had gone all in, using every resource they had. On top of that, they had their hidden trump card, Clayton himself, along with his stone golem, stationed inside Tesserin Castle. Even with all of that, Logan knew the current situation wasn't sustainable. Managing 3 castles simultaneously like this would eventually break them. They needed a better system. Logan proposed moving the administrative center of their territory to the cities instead of the castles, which would make managing all 3 locations far more efficient. 2 nearby vassals supported the idea, pointing out that the monster-infested forests had already been cleared, and leaving minimal forces behind in the mountains wouldn't be an issue. The knights could remain stationed in the cities, ready to march toward either Tesseron or Sylvan at a moment's notice. Patrick considered it carefully and agreed that it was a solid plan. Logan felt relieved, joking that now he wouldn't have to carry everything alone anymore. Patrick congratulated him and asked how many knights they had captured. After the war, Logan replied that there were 75 prisoners, all held in cells, with 8 of them being intermediate knights. He then asked if Patrick would allow him to try, persuading them to serve the McLeans. Logan reflected that a single battle had yielded more knights than years of carefully selecting young talents. But he also knew this success came from Sylvan's arrogance. If Sylvan had been more cautious, they would have suffered heavier losses and captured only a fraction of those knights. It wasn't something they could rely on happening again. and he reminded himself not to grow attached to this victory. Patrick, however, was visibly pleased. He said that with forces like these, even Peretta no longer seemed threatening. He praised Logan, openly saying that everything they had achieved was thanks to his son, his face glowing with pride. Logan felt his face heat up and fell silent, embarrassed by the praise. Patrick chuckled and told him to enjoy the moment. At least for that day, their brief happiness didn't last. A vassal suddenly arrived with urgent news for Befros, leaving both Logan and Patrick stunned. The vassal began reading the letter aloud. Befros referred to himself as the Lord of the Southwest and expressed his dissatisfaction with the McLean family's constant annual wars. Patrick nearly exploded just hearing Befros claim such a title. The vassal continued according to the letter. At Viscount Sylvan's request, both Peretta and the McLeans were to immediately cease hostilities. With every word, Patrick grew angrier, shouting that they were the ones who had been attacked, and now they were asking for intervention. Logan restrained himself and insisted they hear the letter to the end. Befros went on to admit that conflict in the region had persisted because he himself had failed in his duties as a lord and had not promoted coexistence. Therefore, on his 50th birthday next month, Roger Befros would host a gathering, inviting the heirs of every southwestern family to discuss the future of the region. Patrick completely lost his temper. He called it nonsense and unleashed his aura, tearing the clothes off the vassal. Still reading, he roared that the McLeans would not attend, and that they did not serve Befros. The letter concluded by stating that refusing the invitation will be taken as a rejection of dialogue. Patrick declared they would not bow to threats. Logan disagreed. He thought the invitation sounded interesting. Patrick stared at him with an expression Logan had never seen before, even while saying he respected his son's opinion. Patrick started yelling again, ripping the last scraps of fabric from the vassal. He swore that the McLeans would never kneel before Befros, even if it meant his death. At that moment, Logan calmly picked up a plant and asked his father if he wanted a burial right now, prompting one of the accompanying knights to step in and firmly state that there would be no patricide today. Patrick finally calmed down, took a deep breath, and asked Logan what he was really thinking. Logan answered honestly. There was no way they could defeat Befros right now. He laid out the facts. They had around 200 elite knights, over 500 high-ranking ones, and just over 300 standard knights. That force was only a fraction of Befros's military power. While things looked good on the surface, the McLeans were walking on eggshells. They needed time to integrate the Sylvan Knights, time to force Peretta into submission, time for Logan to master the third style of the divine, of sword secrets, and time for their forces to continue training. Patrick understood his reasoning, but warned that the Southwest was different. Unlike other regions, Befros couldn't openly demand loyalty from neighboring lords. Logan corrected him, revealing that during his time in the capital, he had learned that Purslin and Rothman had already sworn loyalty to Befros. Long ago, Patrick was left stunned by the revelation. Logan smiled quietly, satisfied that he had secured permission to attend. He reassured his father not to worry, saying he understood his own limits, and that the trip would simply be a chance to see how their ancestral lands had changed. The next morning back in McLean City, Logan was suddenly confronted by Hamar. Without any warning, Hamar asked if the rumor was true, if Logan was really being sold off to their enemies. Logan stared at him blankly, having no idea what nonsense he was talking about. The moment he understood what was going on, irritation flared hard. Logan didn't even argue. He punched Hamar straight in the face and told him to stop believing stupid rumors. Hamar shot back that most rumors about Logan usually turn out to be true, so it wasn't exactly his fault. Without another word, Hamar pulled something from behind his back, unwrapped it, and shoved it toward Logan, telling him to take it. Logan froze. In his hands was a sword, forged entirely from pure mithril. For once, Logan had absolutely nothing to say. Later, on the Befros estate, Plone Parita, the heir of the Parita family, arrived by carriage and immediately noticed something strange. A lone man in a cloak was walking calmly through the estate grounds. When Plone realized it was Logan McLean, shock hit him hard. Logan had occupied the Sylvan barony And yet here, he was traveling alone. Clone assumed. The McLeans must have suffered massive losses. If Logan didn't even have guards with him. Annoyed, Clone stepped out of the carriage and demanded to know why he was being treated the same. As some nobody, a guard tried to intervene, but Clone ignored him, introducing himself to Logan instead. He casually mentioned that he had heard stories about Logan, especially the part where he killed 6 knights. In the blink of an eye, the Clone noticed that Logan's sword was spotless. When they shook hands, Clone commented that Logan looked far younger than expected, and that the rumors must be exaggerated. Logan smirked and tightened his grip. He squeezed Clone's hand so hard it nearly shattered. In that instant, Clone understood just how wrong he had been. His hand trembled when they finally let go. Logan apologized calmly, saying he had misunderstood and thought it was some kind of strength contest. Holding back tears, Clone snapped, called him an idiot, and drew his sword, ready to teach Logan a lesson. A guard tried to warn him that personal duels were forbidden, but Logan tossed his cloak aside and told Clone he talked too much. Furious, Clone ordered his knights to attack. Logan centered himself, aura surging, and in the blink of an eye, passed straight through the guards. When they realized what happened, Logan was already behind them, his sword resting lightly against Clone's neck. Clone felt no aura pressure at all, and realized the attack had come purely from his sword's raw power. One of the guards nervously asked where Logan had bought such a weapon. Logan replied curtly that it was rude to ask. Clone convinced himself that Logan was just lucky, someone who stumbled upon a good sword by chance. That illusion shattered when a man in full armor stepped through the gate. It was Sir Franz the Moonlight Knight, a knight so powerful that Beffrose would only send him for a serious reason. Sir Franz studied Logan carefully, asked if he was Logan MacLean, and openly expressed his surprise at seeing such a young intermediate knight. Clone and his knights were left speechless. Clone finally understood that Logan's strength wasn't just skill or luck from the high-ranking level onward. Power carried a unique presence that couldn't be hidden. Logan deliberately restrained himself, revealing only what was necessary to avoid drawing more attention. He placed a hand over his chest respectfully and said he hoped to one day reach Sir Franz's level. Sir Franz advised him not to settle and to aim beyond that to become a true superhuman. Sir Franz then escorted them inside, explaining that the heirs of Persalone and Roughman had already arrived, and that everyone would wait until the banquet. The following night, Clone tried mocking Logan again, pointing out that he had no party clothes, and offering to lend him pajamas. Logan ignored him completely, and asked a servant for his room. Internally, Logan thought Clone had no idea what position he was really in. Occupying the Parada estate wouldn't be difficult at all. Looking up at the building, Logan remembered Clone's words. He decided he wouldn't remove his armor anyway. This was land his ancestors had lost, and letting his guard down wasn't an option. Later, Logan stood before Lord Beffrose. Logan bowed, respectfully greeted him, and wished him a happy birthday. Many around them sneered, whispering that Logan was a country bumpkin. With no manners, Beffrose welcomed Logan openly, and said that since he had traveled so far, he assumed the McLeans would comply with his wishes. Logan replied calmly that if Beffrose desired peace, the McLeans would always be ready to march beside him. Beffrose praised his answer, calling him enlightened, and invited him to enjoy the celebration. Logan admitted inwardly that Beffrose was impressive. A fifth circle mage like him was as dangerous as an advanced knight. On the battlefield, an announcement interrupted his thoughts. Beffrose was about to give a speech. He thanked everyone for attending his birthday, and also expressed gratitude to the second prince for granting him the sun's tear. The room buzzed with shock at how close Beffrose was to the prince. Beffrose declared it was time for the Southwest to abandon outdated traditions and unite under the second prince's will. Logan recognized it immediately. This was a polished demand for submission. Beffrose ended by praising Logan as a brilliant young man, the hero who led the McLeans through 2 wars, and became an intermediate knight at just 21. He extended his hand and said he didn't wish to force Logan, only to make an offer. Count Walterman, the second prince's grandfather, was searching for talented youths like Logan to take his disciples. Logan was stunned, but replied honestly that he already had a master. Befrose asked if it was his father. Logan said no, explaining he'd been trained by a great man, and regretted having to refuse. Befrose laughed lightly, remarking that youth moves quickly, and said that the flaming heart sword himself would soon arrive to offer guidance. He would extend the same offer to every heir present, and Logan could even invite his own teacher. At that point, Logan stopped caring about the lesson itself and focused on the real issue. Befrose was trying everything to bind the McLeans. Refusing again would be difficult, but Logan had already prepared for this. He thanked Befrose and said he couldn't refuse such insistence. Befrose smiled, saying, this would be the first step toward uniting. The Southwest, he revealed that Persilone and Roughman had already agreed, and that he would personally gift them. Servants brought in a table holding 2 artifacts, a sword and a hammer. Logan immediately recognized their value, at least 12 million gold. Befrose called Ramon Persilone and Eric Roughman forward. When asked to swear loyalty, both knelt. Befrose bestowed the sword of Lambton to Ramon and the hammer of Jackson to Eric, promising rich rewards to those who served him. Drunk Plone Preta staggered forward and loudly commented that Logan's sword looked better. He repeated it, openly insulting Befrose. Logan realized Plone had just dug his own grave. Lux Logan's sword rivaled most artifacts in power. Logan had planned to use it as leverage if things went badly, but Plone had destroyed that option. Befrose asked if Logan's sword was truly that special. Logan replied calmly that he was fortunate enough to receive a weapon forged by dwarves. Befrose asked to inspect it, but Logan knew that once handed over, he would never get it back. He said that even if he was young, it was hard to part with his partner. Befrose smiled and suggested an alternative. Instead of handing over the sword, Logan could demonstrate its worth in an exhibition match against Ramon. Logan smiled, acknowledging how unexpected things had become, but saw no reason to refuse. He drew Lux and calmly stated that he would comply. Inside the training room, Logan stood facing Ramon. Ramon insisted on attacking first, but Logan calmly refused, making it clear he didn't want anyone later. Claiming he had won with an unfair advantage, Ramon took that as arrogance and began circulating his aura around them. The women whispered in admiration, commenting on the elegance and beauty of Ramon's sword compared to Ramon's flashy weapon. Logan's sword, crafted by Hamar, looked almost plain, but its balance, sharpness, and durability were flawless. Ramon mocked him, questioning whether such a delicate-looking blade could survive against an artifact. Logan inwardly judged Ramon as even more foolish than Peretta. When Ramon finally lunged forward, Logan briefly scanned the audience and spotted Sir Fram. That was when he decided his approach. He couldn't show his real strength. He needed to make it messy. A stumble here, a shallow scratch there. A few exchanges that looked close, followed by a solid counter. Enough effort to look impressive, but not threatening. Then end it cleanly with confidence. Before anyone could react, Logan had already pinned the blade to Ramon's neck. Ramon panica, shouting excusas, claiming he wasn't accustomed to the sword. Befrose openly expressed his disappointment in Ramon's performance. Logan felt disappointed as well. Befrose then apologized to Logan and offered compensation, promising to open his treasury and allow him to choose any artifact he wished. Logan immediately understood the motive. Defrost was trying to bind him, confident that whatever Logan selected could later be reclaimed before the situation could settle. A servant rushed in with urgent news. The Sword Duke had made contact to deliver birthday wishes. Befrose Felix Esperanza praised Befrose as one of the kingdom's pillars and apologized for not attending in person. Befrose responded politely, but then Felix noticed Logan standing among the crowd and asked if it was really him. The room fell silent. Befrose began to sweat. Logan stepped forward, realizing his gamble had paid off, and respectfully addressed Felix as his master. Shock rippled through the hall. Logan knew then that asking for Felix's backing had been the correct move. As a neutral superhuman, Felix's wishes couldn't be rejected. Felix gave Logan a knowing wink and mentioned he expected to see him again. In the capital, Logan bowed in gratitude. Befrose looked like he was on the verge of collapse. The following day, Logan entered Befrose's artifact vault, A guard informed him he had exactly 1 hour and could choose only a single item. Around 30 artifacts were displayed. Logan ignored the weapons entirely. Instead, he felt his force being subtly drawn toward a pair of armored boots, sealed inside a glass case. There was no visible magic, yet they continued siphoning his energy. Curious, Logan began feeding them more of his strength. The pull intensified, draining him like a tide, refusing to back down. Logan poured in even more power, challenging them outright. Suddenly, the boots released a violent surge of energy that threw him backward. His strength rushed back into him all at once. That was when Logan realized something important. That night, Befros asked whether Logan McClane had already left. With 3 days still remaining before the party, he immediately understood what that meant. The young man had no intention of staying. Furious, Bethros concluded that Logan had deliberately played him and ordered his knights to pursue him and retrieve the artifact at any cost. Logan was resting beside a campfire when a sudden wave of murderous intent surged toward him. He sprang to his feet at once and scanned the trees. In the darkness, he sensed movement. A hooded man stepped out from the bushes, and Logan instantly realized that Befros had sent 4 people. The man at the front casually warned his companions that they were free to do whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't kill Logan. The other 3 lunged at him, but Logan didn't wait to be surrounded. He moved first. The attackers panicked, unable to comprehend how an intermediate knight could move with such speed. Logan felt a flicker of satisfaction. Choosing those boots had been the right call. Not only did they allow triple jumps in midair, they adjusted to his size automatically, and even repaired themselves. Judging by their performance, they were at least a 4th-grade artifact, if not higher. A fitting name came to mind almost naturally. Boots of the Wind God. As the fight escalated, one of the men asked for permission to strike Logan's vital points. The hooded figure responded with open disgust, calling such behavior shameful. In the next instant, that man moved. He attacked from behind, his aura shimmering silver. Logan barely managed to block, and was still forced backward by the sheer power. His expression hardened. This was no ordinary opponent. He gathered his aura, bracing himself for a brutal fight, and remarked that he never imagined the title of Moonlight Knight was earned through ambushes and sneak attacks. That was when it clicked. The stance, the aura, the presence. Logan recognized him. Sir Franz, the Moonlight Knight himself. Franz openly acknowledged that Logan had not only concealed his real strength, but exceeded expectations. He added that he was already aware of the artifact Logan had taken and declared that he would claim it as payment for the lesson he was about to teach. Logan scoffed, asking what kind of lesson that was, and pointed out that Sir Franz should be ashamed of the title he carried. Franz replied that this was precisely why. The lesson would be harsh. As Logan studied his posture more closely, he realized Franz's stance resembled someone wielding a whip rather than a sword. Then Franz attacked. A blade of force lashed out, moving like a whip through the air. Logan blocked again and again, remarking internally on how relentless the assault was. He knew he couldn't last long like this. Deciding there was no room for hesitation, Logan pushed everything he had into his aura and maneuvered behind Franz, striking with full intent. The result shocked him, not even a scratch. In that instant, Logan understood. He flipped backward just in time, narrowly avoiding another deadly blow. Franz questioned how Logan was dodging his attacks, and wondered aloud if those movements were secret techniques from a sword duke. Logan didn't bother answering. If Franz was still standing, then the attack hadn't been enough. He realized that without the boots of the Wind God, he would have been forced to take those attacks head-on. Logan calmly told Franz that he wasn't using any secret arts and asked him to wait a moment, promising to show him a real secret technique. Franz, arrogant to the end, agreed without hesitation. That arrogance made things easier. Logan focused entirely on his sword. Pouring his aura into it, he knew what was at stake. If he lost, he wouldn't just lose Lux and the boots. Franz would make sure he never held his sword again. Franz struck first, lunging forward, aiming straight for Logan's heart. The moment his blade descended, everything exploded. Franz had completely misjudged the depth of Logan's power. Logan unleashed the third form of the divine sword, secrets conjuring a blade of pure aura that tore through the battlefield. The shockwave was so violent that the knights accompanying him began frantically searching for his location. Franz coughed up blood. He had managed to dodge the worst of it, but even so he muttered bitterly that it might have been better to die alongside Logan than to return defeated. Logan mounted his horse and rode off, his thoughts heavy. He remembered the moment Franz had attacked, while he was charging the third style, and the coin-sized hole that had been torn through his chest. All the bravado, the confidence. The talk had all been a facade. Still, one truth was undeniable. With his current skills and the treasures he possessed, he could now defeat an advanced knight. And suddenly his vision blurred. Logan slipped from the saddle and fell to the ground, as the horse continued forward without him. Back at the mansion, Rick and Dwayne were left speechless when Logan returned in tatters. They demanded to know what had happened. Logan casually said he had fallen off his horse. His battered appearance caused an uproar, but the matter was quietly set aside. Patrick was visibly ashamed, saying that Logan had endured all these hardships because the family lacked sufficient power. Logan reassured his father that they would soon repay everything in kind, but to do that he needed to reorganize their forces. On the training field, Ronian swung his sword again and again, his movements sharp but restless. He remembered what Logan had told him before the war. That would be easy, and that Ronian wouldn't be needed yet, that he should focus on polishing his skills. Back then Ronian had accepted it, but now he couldn't stand being treated like a child anymore. He was just about to push himself harder, when Logan suddenly interrupted him, telling him to take a short break. Logan then introduced the person Ronian would be training with. From now on, Victor stood there wearing brand new, gleaming armor. Ronian asked if the armor fit properly, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Victor looked to be around the same age as him. Was he also a Force user? Logan confirmed it calmly, saying that Victor had recently awakened his Force and was the same age as Ronian, which would make him perfect motivation. Ronian then asked what Logan meant by training together, and Logan answered without hesitation, fighting. The two stared at each other, tension rising. Instantly Logan gave a signal, and Victor moved first, aiming straight for Ronian's neck. Ronian barely dodged, and immediately realized what was happening. Victor was using the Iron Blood Sword. That was enough. Ronian charged forward, determined to take him down. Victor sensed the danger just in time. Ronian unleashed a powerful wave of energy, but Victor leaped high into the air and avoided it, preparing a counterattack. He slammed his sword into the ground, creating a crater, but Ronian slipped away at the last moment and called him a monster. Victor didn't even flinch. Logan burst out laughing, asking Ronian who exactly he was calling a monster. Ronian reset his stance, deciding he would go all out. Victor smiled, completely relaxed, watching from a distance. Logan felt satisfied his judgment had been correct. The two had natural synergy. Victor had fully absorbed the Iron Blood Sword and was adapting it to his own style, while Ronian, already experienced, fought freely without being chained to rigid forms. Ronian shouted that Victor wasn't allowed to use punches. Victor replied that anything was allowed in a real fight, making Logan laugh again. Logan told him not to push too hard, and he thought to himself that there were still 7 years before the Empire's war began. Ronan and Victor would be ready in 5 or 6. He briefly wondered how terrifying Victor would become if he learned the divine sword's secrets, but that would require a proper catalyst to keep him close later. Inside Logan's office, Clayton and his disciples were completely shocked by what Logan told them. Victoria, standing nearby, calmly stated that she could see the mana band. Logan tried to convince her to learn something she enjoyed so she would stay in the castle. When Victoria said she wanted to learn how to move clay dolls using the yellow thread, Logan was stunned. Clayton interrupted and asked if she could really see where he was sending his mana. Victoria pointed at one of the disciples, calling him old, and said that was where the mana was flowing. They tried again, and she pointed at a water bottle instead. Clayton grabbed Victoria by the shoulders, trembling, and declared that she was special, that not even legendary great mages could see mana with their naked eyes. Logan wondered if seeing mana was really that extraordinary. He asked Victoria if she truly wanted to learn magic. She answered that. If that was how she could control the giant doll, then yes, she wanted to learn. Logan insisted again, and Victoria explained that if she could control it, she could do much more. Logan decided, then and there, to entrust Victoria to Clayton. But before anyone could respond, the girl had already vanished. Clayton shouted for someone to bring a measuring tape, while he personally began taking Victoria's measurements. Logan watched in silence, thinking that both siblings were geniuses. Their forces were steadily growing stronger. Maybe it was time to go to Gran, especially since he had made a promise to his master. He planned to go alone, but things didn't go as planned. 7 knights surrounded him, clearly assigned as guards. Captain Henderson of the 18th Squadron introduced himself, but Logan was visibly irritated and told them to leave. Patrick had warned him that it would be rude to the Sword Duke to arrive without at least a minimal escort. Logan then noticed Rick and asked what he was doing there. Rick replied that it wouldn't be appropriate for the heir of a noble house to walk around without a personal servant. Logan didn't buy it and asked if Rick simply wanted to visit the capital. Rick broke into a cold sweat and admitted it. No one talked to him anymore, and he needed to get married. Logan covered his ears and complained that they would only slow him down. As they departed, Logan focused on his real goals first, identifying changes in the future second, finding the third prince and forming a connection. He recalled the royal family's history. King Samuel von Gandia had no heir until the age of 40, so he had 2 sons with concubines. 10 years later, the queen gave birth to the third prince, who surpassed his brothers and became the successor. Logan remembered that winter, just before the third prince came of age. The civil war would begin with the king's death. The first prince, von Doblis, a 6th-circle mage, and the second prince, Jordan Waltermine, would both have the backing of their grandfathers. Logan had once seen the third prince on the verge of execution before Felix intervened, claiming the king's will demanded his survival. Despite surviving, the third prince would lead the country to ruin. Within 5 years, Logan decided long ago that he would never allow that man to become king. The second prince wasn't much better either. He needed to see the third prince with his own eyes to judge whether he deserved the throne. Inside the castle, Logan's servants were speechless. Rick approached again, suggesting that Logan should make connections and asking for help getting close to one of the maids. Annoyed, Logan smacked Rick on the head, knocking him to the ground. A man then arrived to escort Logan and introduced himself as Lewis Ryan. The Duke's supervisor. Logan recognized him instantly. In his past life, Lewis had given him the divine sword secrets and told him to memorize them and pass them on to someone worthy. Logan couldn't remember anything else Lewis had given him. Lewis led him to the office and said the Duke was waiting. As Lewis turned away, a voice called out. Logan smirked faintly and turned around, planting his feet in the opposite direction. He commented casually that it felt very nice to see him again, and that he was genuinely glad to see. He looked as good as ever. It quickly became clear that Logan was addressing the Sword Duke, and his wife, the Duchess, acknowledged Logan's presence, saying she had heard quite a lot about him from Felix. She told Logan that they owed him immensely. Logan replied politely, saying it was nice to finally meet her, and congratulated her on the birth of her child. The Duchess smiled and said that, since they were already talking about that, there was something she wanted to ask him. Logan answered calmly that he was open to anything she wished to ask. She gently placed her hands over her stomach and asked Logan if he would choose their baby's name. The moment the words left her mouth, Logan froze completely. Felix stepped in, explaining that he and the Duchess had discussed this matter for quite some time. He said that everything they had now was thanks to Logan, which was why they wanted him to be the one to choose. Their child's name, Logan, however, was still stunned into silence. Inside his mind, Logan reflected on the meaning of names. In Grandia, a name was believed to decide and illuminate the path the child would walk in life. Since ancient times, nobles had sought out respected figures to name their children, sometimes holding feasts solely to celebrate the naming. But leaving such an important task to him felt different. He and the Sword Duke had only met twice. It was undeniable that they had already influenced each other's lives in profound ways. Logan realized how heavy the responsibility was. But at the same time, he saw no reason to refuse. Logan finally spoke and said that it would be an honor for him. Hearing this, both Felix and the Duchess were overjoyed and thanked him sincerely. Felix then turned to his wife and gently told her to go rest, reminding her that she was with child and should not strain herself. The Duchess protested lightly, saying that manners still mattered and that this was an important request. Felix glanced back, thinking to himself that this arrangement was beneficial for Logan as well. After all, being known as the one who named the sword, Duke Child was no small distinction. With some effort, Felix managed to escort his wife out of the room. Once the wooden door closed behind her, he leaned against it and sighed, admitting that he was never very good with words. He then turned his attention back to Logan and said that they should talk about their bodies. Logan looked confused, not understanding what Felix meant by that. Felix studied him closely and said that he was surprised by how quickly Logan's force had grown in such a short span of time. His progress was abnormal. Felix concluded by saying that he wanted to see just how strong Logan had become. Now inside the training grounds, Felix and Logan stood facing each other once again, both fully prepared to fight. Logan moved first, leaping forward and attacking with everything he had. But in the blink of an eye, Felix dodged cleanly and appeared right behind him. Already set to counter, Logan redirected his attack, but Felix blocked it effortlessly. Watching this, Logan realized just how easily Felix was stopping him. If he was going to fight his master, then this was the perfect chance to truly test his limits. But before he could continue, Felix suddenly told him to stop. He demanded to know what Logan thought he was doing, leaving Logan momentarily speechless. Felix then asked almost mockingly if that was really Logan's full strength. Logan admitted that he had been holding back. Felix ordered him to stop restraining himself and give it everything he had. Logan began charging his aura, staring straight at Felix while taking his stance. This was the first real training session since they had officially become master and disciple, and Logan knew he could not afford to disappoint him. He unleashed a powerful attack that even shook the Sword Duke, yet Felix still blocked it with ease. The resulting explosion was so intense that the two of them vanished behind the blinding light. Logan thought quickly after using the rippling divide. There was only one move left. He gathered his strength and launched the killer iron slash straight at Felix. Felix scoffed, calling it nonsense, which shocked Logan in the next instant. Felix had already dodged the attack, moved behind him, and placed his sword against Logan's neck. He remarked that with strength this weak, Logan would probably collapse after just 2 moves. Felix then kicked Logan's knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Standing over him, he asked whether wasting his force like an idiot was all Logan knew how to do. Logan clenched his sword tightly, anger flaring, being told that his divine sword secrets combination was idiotic enraged him, especially since he had used that very combo to wound the Moonlight Knight. Felix stared him down and demanded that Logan show him everything he had, his real swordsmanship, warning him not to disappoint him again. Gritting his teeth, Logan promised he would demonstrate properly this time. He leaped backward and prepared another attack, once again charging the killer iron slash. But Felix looked completely unimpressed and told Logan he had misunderstood him. Felix moved so fast that even Logan couldn't track him. One moment he was there and the next he was gone. Logan didn't even hear footsteps. He panicked, wondering where Felix had disappeared to. In the next instant, Felix appeared behind him, and Logan felt fear crawl up his spine. He turned too late. Felix slammed the handle of his sword into Logan's face, knocking him down instantly. The sparring continued, with Logan desperately trying to attack again. It was useless. Felix disarmed him with ease, leaving Logan holding nothing but pain and what felt like a sprained wrist. Felix questioned whether Logan truly called that swordsmanship, and whether he was even trying at all. Logan couldn't understand what Felix wanted, as he kept criticizing his swordsmanship over and over. Felix finally explained. Logan might have grown stronger in raw power since they last met, but his swordsmanship hadn't improved. In fact, it had deteriorated. Turning his back, Felix told him that his fundamentals were broken, instead of dumping all his force into flashy techniques. Logan should rebuild his basics and make them the foundation of his strength. Even if Logan reached the next level through luck or talent, it would only raise the height of the next wall. Blocking him hearing this, Logan realized Felix was right. He had regained power too easily, after regressing, relying on memories and the divine sword's secrets. While growing arrogant since returning from the past, everything had gone smoothly, and he had misjudged himself. Swallowing his pride, Logan asked Felix to give him one more chance. Felix seemed intrigued as he turned around. Logan had already taken his stance again. He begged for one more opportunity, saying he would rebuild his fundamentals from scratch. But it was pointless. Moments later, Logan lay unconscious on the ground. Two knights rushed in, declaring Logan an emergency patient who needed to be taken to the medical ward immediately. Louise and Felix watched silently. From a training grounds, Felix told Louise that swordsmanship is learned through the body, and the more it hurts, the better the lesson sticks. Louise commented that Felix seemed to have taken a liking to Logan. Felix replied that Logan was wasting his talent, but he respected his determination nonetheless. Just then, someone interrupted them, apologizing for intruding. Rick stepped forward, introduced himself as Logan's servant, and handed Felix a letter. Felix noted that the sender was Baron McLean, Logan's father, and remarked that the message could have been sent. Magically, Rick explained that it wouldn't have been appropriate for Logan to know about it. Felix opened the letter and began reading. Patrick formally addressed Felix as Count Esperanza, expressing deep respect and stating that he was making a request. He acknowledged that the McLeans were already indebted to Felix for a favor they could never repay. Thanks to the secret Felix had given them, their knights had grown stronger and survived many hardships. Patrick admitted that it might be shameless to ask for more, but knowing how generously Felix had guided Logan with the secrets of the sword, he felt compelled to make this request. Reading this, Felix was confused. He recalled only giving them a low-rank manual and wondered what great secrets Patrick was referring to. The letter continued, stating that Logan had suffered a small pain last year, and if Felix accepted this request, the McLeans would be eternally grateful. Felix found a request interesting, but kept his thoughts to himself. He turned to Rick and asked if Logan knew about this letter. Rick replied that Logan had no idea, believing it wasn't the time to worry about such matters. Felix reread the letter and suddenly grew furious, muttering to himself how a 20-year-old could possibly not be interested in women. He then told Rick that he would do his best. 1 week later, after another intense round of training, Felix brought up something Logan absolutely did not expect. He casually proposed that Logan should go on a date. Logan froze, unsure how he was even supposed to respond. Felix, completely serious, explained that, as an heir with no fiancée at the age of 21, Logan's situation was frankly shameful. Because of that, Felix said he intended to find him a suitable match. Logan immediately questioned this, asking whether Felix hadn't wanted him to focus entirely on training while he was here, and why this topic had suddenly come up out of nowhere. Felix replied calmly that a peaceful heart was essential for proper training. He said this was something he himself had only truly understood after meeting his wife. Logan, however, was busy thinking about everything he wished he could say in response. A war was going to break out in just a few months, and he simply didn't have the time or mental space for engagements or romance still. He asked Felix again why he had decided to bring this matter up now. Felix admitted that he had received a request, and more importantly, that he was worried about the future of his beloved pupil. That answer only made Logan more uneasy. He asked directly whether the request had come from his own family. Felix confirmed it had, explaining that his family was naturally worried, since a grown heir should already be engaged by now. Logan thought the whole thing was pointless, but he also knew he couldn't outright ignore his teacher's words. In the end, he lowered his head and prepared himself to agree. He decided that meeting the girls wouldn't hurt, and wasting one day would be acceptable. The next day on the manor grounds, a beautiful young woman stood waiting in front of Logan and greeted him politely, saying it was nice to meet him. She then introduced herself fully as Eileen Floyd. Behind Logan, Rick nearly lost his mind the moment he saw her. Her beauty shocked him, and even Logan was visibly taken aback. Rick leaned closer and whispered that Eileen was almost too good for Logan, adding that even he, someone who usually showed no interest in women, was stunned. Logan looked at Eileen again, wondering how this was even possible. His potential fiancée was not only beautiful, but also a Force user and a strong one at that. He could tell she stood at the pinnacle of low rank, bordering on intermediate, at only 18 years old, which was absurd. Then her name hit him. Floyd. In his past life, the Floyd family's talents had died, tragically during the 3 years of war. But one person stood above the rest. The warrior who guarded the inner castle gates, cut down 100 knights, and earned the title Rose of Steel, blooming from a fallen family. That person was Eileen Floyd. Realizing this, Logan thought the meeting was far more significant than he had expected. If he could bring her into the McLean family before the war broke out, it would change everything. He even considered that, if this became a proper marriage, instead of a simple engagement, he could use that to bring her to McLean immediately. But he had never heard of nobles marrying their fiancée just months after meeting, and he wasn't sure what to do. Eileen looked at Logan, a bead of sweat forming on her cheek as she prepared to speak. Eileen asked Logan whether he had also been forced to come here. It seemed like a fair question, but Logan wasn't really listening. She continued saying she understood the embarrassment of the situation and that she didn't want to waste any time. She stepped closer and told him directly that they should go and spend some meaningful time together. A memory surfaced, shifting to what looked like the Floyd family's training grounds. Eileen was speaking with her father, asking whether he still hadn't given up on finding her a fiancé while she was taking a break from sword training. Count Robert Floyd replied that her beauty alone still made her desirable, and that this time the recommendation had come from Felix Esperanza himself. Hearing that name, Eileen immediately realized he meant the Sword Duke and found the situation interesting. Robert explained that the potential match was Felix's own pupil. Not many people knew that yet, but word was spreading that he would soon become famous. Still, Robert added that Logan probably wouldn't surpass Eileen, who had awakened her force at just 12 years old. Eileen's past engagements came to mind. Her first engagement had ended after she beat up her fiancé. After that incident, she had been banned from training, though only for 2 years. Later, she beat up her second fiancé as well, someone already qualified to become a knight, proving her superiority over most of them. That reputation earned her the infamous title of the Maiden, who beats up knights with a name like that. Combined with her determination to become a knight, marriage proposals had all but vanished. That was why Robert believed they had to seize this opportunity. If the Sword Duke himself had acknowledged Logan's talent, then maybe this was finally someone capable of handling his daughter. Back in the present, Eileen once again asked Logan to spend time doing something meaningful together. Logan was left speechless as she clasped her hands together. He finally asked what she meant by meaningful. Eileen said she had heard Logan was the Sword Duke's pupil. She asked Logan to cross blades with her well. Let's see how the spar date goes. Later on the Knights' training grounds, it was clear that both of their servants had already heard what was happening. They were completely baffled by the situation and kept begging the two of them to stop this madness before it turned into something serious. Eileen's servant nervously asked whether she was really planning to beat up her potential fiancé again, especially since the Count had practically begged her not to repeat that incident. Eileen replied calmly that this time was different. She explained that the previous two had looked down on her and behaved rudely, making comments about how having force would make her good, only for giving birth to strong children, or boasting that they could take her down barehanded. Back then, she had decided to teach them a lesson, and honestly felt she should have beaten them even harder. But then she turned her head toward Logan once more, and repeated that this time it was different. Across the training grounds, Rick was desperately pleading with Logan, asking why he was warming up so seriously. He warned him that, if word spread that he had hit a woman, the Lord would have a heart attack. Logan told Rick not to worry, explaining that he had already requested the entire training area be sealed off so nothing would leak out. At the same time, Logan found himself thinking about Eileen's strength. Ever since he had heard her name, He had wondered whether it was truly possible that she had once slain 100 knights. By herself, he decided that he would find out for himself. Eileen's servant, realizing there was no stopping this, shouted for her to make sure she won. As Eileen took a deep breath and prepared for the fight, Rick and her servant could be seen arguing. In the background, Rick kept insisting that she had no idea how skilled his master was, while her servant shot back that he had no idea how skilled her young lady truly was. When Eileen approached Logan, she told him that she had been training alone. For 10 years, she warned him that she had already beaten a knight before and hoped he wouldn't underestimate her. Logan replied calmly that he had no intention of underestimating her at all. In fact, he told her plainly that he wouldn't go easy on her and that he hoped she would understand. If he was a little harsh hearing that, Eileen unexpectedly began to blush. The two of them faced each other, their stances completely different. Logan stood with his sword pointed directly at Eileen, while Eileen held her sword angled downward behind her. In the next instant, she launched herself forward and attacked. Logan easily blocked her strike, countered immediately, and struck her down. With just a single exchange, Eileen was sent to the ground. Logan informed her that he had only used the flat side of his blade as Eileen tried to push herself up. Her servant shouted that her sides were wide open, and she needed to be careful. Gritting her teeth, Eileen told herself that no matter what, she would land at least one hit on Logan. What followed was pure carnage. Logan knocked Eileen down again and again, but each time he did, he corrected her. He told her that her grip was too loose, that she needed to move faster, and that her sides were exposed again. Eventually, Eileen stood there completely defeated, while Logan looked down at her. Rick was utterly stunned, while Eileen's servant broke down, crying for her young lady. Logan commented that she looked exhausted and suggested they take a break. Eileen refused outright and attacked him again, this time coming dangerously close to landing a hit. Logan calmly told her to wipe the sweat from her face. As he stopped her attack once more, Eileen realized that even a sneak attack wouldn't work on him. Still, Logan praised her for trying. That praise left Eileen frozen in place. She stared at him, wondering why he wasn't angry at all. Logan then told her that she needed to move more concisely, and promptly smacked her on the head. Eileen looked up, tears welling in her eyes, and admitted that Logan was not someone to mess with. Looking down at her, Logan realized that her bad habits made it obvious she had truly learned swordsmanship alone. Yet despite that, she had improved noticeably with only a few pointers. That alone proved she was genuinely talented. He thought that she still wasn't using her full potential, and wondered if this was exactly how Felix had felt. When watching him suddenly, Eileen let out a fierce battle cry and charged again. This time, she changed her approach, weaving from side to side instead of attacking head-on. Logan acknowledged that her footwork was interesting, and far better than her earlier straightforward charges. When she attacked again, he blocked it just as easily. Frustrated, Eileen shouted that no matter what she did, Logan kept deflecting everything. In the next instant, Logan appeared behind her and struck her back down. Still, he told her that her talent was more than sufficient. As she struggled to get up again, Logan added that she had great potential. Eileen insisted on trying one more time, and Logan thought that her grit alone was already a pass, seeing that she was injured. He extended his hand, offering to help her up. She hesitated, clearly wanting to continue fighting, but eventually accepted his hand. Logan told her that he would give her another chance next time they met. Then he suddenly pulled her closer to him. I honestly love this, Logan then leaned in near her ear and told her that he genuinely loved this. He whispered that she had incredible talent and invited her to come with him to McLean Estate. Later, inside Felix's room, a discussion was taking place. Logan asked Felix why he had chosen Eileen out of all possible people. Felix explained that there were two reasons behind his decision. First, he said that, although the Floyd family was not involved with either of the princes, they still held considerable influence in the capital. They were a family capable of representing the McLeans there. Hearing this, Logan thought that this was yet another reason Beffrose needed to wait. He reflected that he hadn't been overly worried, since the Civil War would break out soon anyway. But from Felix's perspective, this choice made perfect sense. Felix then stated that the second reason was far more important. Logan fell silent, ready to listen. Felix admitted that he had been curious to see what would happen if a wild guy like Logan met a troublemaking maiden like Eileen. What he hadn't expected was for Logan to actually like her that much. As Felix laughed his ass off in the background, Logan thought that his master could be quite strange. At times still. Good was good, Felix told Logan, that he had seen how his face turned red when he met Eileen, and said that Logan finally looked like a boy his age. Logan didn't quite understand what he meant. Felix stood up from his chair and told Logan that he didn't know how heavy the burden on his shoulders truly was. Someone as young as Logan, wearing the expression of a man who had been holding up the entire world, wasn't easy to watch. Felix told him that he could share that burden. If he wanted, he should open his heart more, trust the people around him, and allow himself to relax. Felix admitted he might be overstepping, but from everything he had heard, Eileen could give Logan the breathing room he needed. Logan wanted to tell Felix that his burden was something only he could carry, but Felix interrupted him, warning him not to wait too long to have a child. Speaking from experience, the next day arrived, with beautiful autumn weather outside. Inside, however, Logan was sparring with several of the knights he had brought with him. As the knight he was fighting lost his balance, Logan asked him why he failed to block that attack, and told him to keep his focus next time. Logan reflected that it had been 3 weeks since he arrived in the capital. Aside from that single date, he had spent every day training or sparring with these knights, which still counted as training in his mind. He wondered why he felt more pressure from them now that they were in the capital, and briefly considered whether he might have beaten them up too much. Henderson looked at Logan with an expression that was hard to describe. Perhaps appreciation, maybe even admiration. Earlier that day, the Knights of Esperanza had sparred with the McLean Knights, and Henderson's group had lost. One of Felix's knights commented that the Esperanzas required their knights to be mid-ranked, and said that people like Henderson should still be learning how to swing a sword. He added that Henderson might have potential, but his companions should find trainees to spar with next time. They also remarked that sparring on the first day showed excessive enthusiasm, which Henderson found strange. Henderson then told his companions that the Esperanza Knights were strong, but not as strong as the Iron Blood Sword. His friend agreed and recalled Logan, telling them that he had received the Iron Blood Sword from the Duke himself. That made them wonder whether those knights were using a weaker sword style. Henderson began to suspect that Logan hadn't received the technique from the Duke at all, but had created it himself regardless. They believed their young master had bestowed them with skills superior, even to the Duke's. Overwhelmed, they fell to their knees, calling Logan their great young master. Back in the present, Henderson and the others were staring at Logan, making him uncomfortable. He turned his back, thinking he wasn't sure what was going on with them. But since they weren't causing trouble and were focused on training, he let it be elsewhere in the capital. A wooden sign declared that the McLean special product was on sale. The man holding the sign was none other than Philip, shouting that this was a rare opportunity to buy the essential vanity product that had once made nobles gasp. He approached a man, claiming he could see worry on his face, and assuring him that his medicine could solve all his problems. Then he shouted at another young man, saying he looked just like his master, only to realize that the person in front of him was actually Logan, who was visibly pissed. Philip immediately began bowing and explaining that there were too many competitors. In reality, he wasn't bowing at all. Logan was sitting on his back, while Philip was forced to do push-ups. Logan commenting that his form was slipping. Logan told Philip that he would ensure he earned even more money, so there was no need to resort to such ridiculous sales tactics. Logan got off his back and told Philip to stand up, saying he had another business for him. Philip asked what kind of business that was. Logan introduced him to the Knights, explaining that they were the 18th squad of the McLean Knights and would be guarding him. Captain Henderson greeted Philip respectfully, saying it was an honor to meet him. Philip, confused, asked why he needed guards. 6 of them, no less. Logan told him not to worry, as it was simply a larger version of the business he was already running. He then instructed Philip to acquire as much weaponry, war horses, and lumber as possible before the year ended. Philip was stunned. He exploded, asking whether Logan was planning to wage another war. Logan calmly denied it, saying he was only being cautious. Philip nearly said that every time. Logan claimed that they ended up in a war, but stopped himself fearing bad luck. Philip then asked about the budget. Logan replied that it was 30 million gold, and told him to get as much as possible. Within that amount, Philip thought Logan had gone insane. Logan, meanwhile, recalled the war with Sylvan and what he had learned. If they increased the number of crossbow cavalry, soldiers could take on low-ranked knights. Individual soldiers could defeat groups of force users. If successful, it would change battlefield norms. It might not rival the Empire's crossbows from his previous life, but it would come close. Philip argued that Logan didn't understand how markets worked, and that he wouldn't be able to acquire even half of what he wanted. When Logan asked why, Philip explained that sudden demand would skyrocket prices, especially horses. More money didn't mean horses would suddenly be born in triplets, or ponies would grow faster. Logan wondered if he had made the request too late, and thought it should have been fine before the war. Philip accused him again of planning another war, which Logan denied. Philip held up 3 fingers and explained that prices would likely triple. Logan accepted that it couldn't be helped. Philip thought that it worked, but Logan added that would be fine to go up to double the current market price. Philip realized Logan wasn't backing down, and that prices would still likely triple. When Philip tried to argue again, Logan interrupted him. He promised that if Philip managed to buy supplies for less than double the market price, he would receive a bonus equal to 3% of the difference. Philip froze and asked how much that would be. Logan calmly explained the percentage. Philip was stunned and promised to do his best. Henderson quietly wondered if 3% was a lot, since numbers had never been his strength. Philip, overjoyed, began massaging Logan's shoulders, while Logan thought that money really did solve everything. He reflected that he had gained valuable insight into training from his teacher, and had unexpectedly gained Eileen as well. Things were going well still. One issue lingered in his mind. King Samuel, there was still no bad news. No sign of internal conflict. Logan could only wonder whether the king's death had truly been sudden. His next step was to earn his teacher's full trust. He thought it would have been better to meet the 3rd prince, but forcing that encounter would look suspicious. Felix's child would be born soon, and after naming him, Logan planned to return to the McLean estate with Eileen later. Felix informed Logan that His Majesty had summoned him, and that Logan would need to accompany him. Hearing this, Logan was left momentarily speechless, unsure of what awaited him. At the gates of the royal palace, a guard verified Duke Esperanza's identity and allowed Felix and Logan to proceed toward the throne room. As they moved forward, Logan wondered why the king would want to see someone like him. After all, he was merely the son of a countryside baron, a nobody in the eyes of the royal court, and ordinarily someone who would never be granted an audience. With the king noticing the unease on Logan's face, Felix asked if he was worried. Logan snapped back to attention. Felix reassured him that there was nothing to fear, explaining that His Majesty simply wished to see Felix's pupil. He added that the king valued talent above all else, and that this meeting would only benefit Logan, not harm him. Logan nodded, saying he understood, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He looked up at the palace towering above them, and remarked that even the Empire had hesitated to destroy it, ordering instead that it be preserved. That was the beauty of Grandia after the war. With the Empire, the palace had been designated as the kingdom's headquarters, a symbol of both pride and defiance, its beauty matched only by the trouble it had caused. Logan thought quietly that such a future should never be allowed to repeat itself. The massive doors of the castle opened, revealing walls draped in countless banners. Felix and Logan passed through an ornate hallway, richly decorated, until they arrived before another tall wooden door. Entering the throne room, both men knelt. Felix saluted respectfully, greeting the master of the nation. The elderly, bearded king addressed Felix as an old friend, and remarked that he had told him many times there was no need for such formality. Felix replied that if those in high positions abandoned responsibility and courtesy, then who would uphold them? The king laughed softly, saying Felix was as unwavering as ever, and that such consistency reassured him. The king gestured for Felix to raise his head, then said he wished to see the face of Felix's pupil. as well at that moment. Logan fully realized who stood before him. The king of Grandia, Samuel von Grandia. In later years, history would come to know him as the worthless king. Observing him closely, Logan thought the king looked healthy and strong, which explained why no one had expected his death. Had the king shown even the slightest weakness, the power struggle would have been resolved early, and the civil war might never have occurred. To Logan, things were still unfolding exactly as he remembered. The king studied Logan and commented that he seemed to possess the grit necessary to be taught by Felix. He added that Logan was the first young man who had ever stared at him so intently startled. Logan immediately lowered his head and apologized. The king waved it off, telling Logan there was no need to adopt Felix's excessive manners, and that he quite liked energetic youth. Felix stepped in, stating that Logan's strength matched his will, and that his courage and wisdom, proven by leading his territory to victory, despite overwhelming odds, made him a solid foundation for the kingdom's future. The king agreed, saying Logan was indeed worthy of being Felix's pupil. Curious, he asked how the two had first met. Felix brought up an old wound from his past, one dating back to his days as a knight. After hearing the full story, the king burst into laughter, calling the most curious twist of fate, one he never would have imagined. Turning back to Logan and addressing him by name, King left Logan at a loss for words. The king then said something that stunned him even more. He expressed his deep gratitude to Logan. Samuel explained that he had long felt indebted to Felix because of that wound, a debt so heavy he could barely speak of it. By resolving Felix's problem, Logan had eased a burden on his heart as well. For that the king was truly thankful. Felix tried to downplay it, saying the king was giving Logan too much credit, but Samuel refused to hear it. He declared that without Felix, he would never have become king in the first place. He then said that he must express his gratitude properly. As king, he removed a golden bracelet from his wrist and told Logan to step closer. Felix nearly lost his composure, urgently telling his majesty that he could not give away a royal family treasure, and that Felix himself would compensate Logan instead. It was then revealed that the bracelet was no ordinary ornament. It overflowed with mana, clearly a fifth-class artifact at minimum. The king held it out, telling Logan to accept it as compensation for resolving their troubles. Logan, terrified out of his mind, hesitated, but the king urged him to hurry and take it. Before he changed his mind, Logan accepted the bracelet and said he would carry this overwhelming gratitude. In his heart, Felix shouted from behind that Logan could not accept such a gift so lightly. The king asked Logan if he too believed the gift was excessive. Logan replied honestly that while it was overwhelming, he would make meaningful use of it. Seeing Logan's expression and hearing his words, the king concluded that Logan's ambitions might surpass even his teachers. Felix looked like he was on the verge of collapse. Finally, the king extended his hand and said that this meeting was the result of a good connection, and that he hoped the gift would deepen that bond. In the future, Logan lowered his head as Samuel instructed him to serve his teacher as faithfully as the sky itself, and to work for the nation just as Felix had. Logan thought quietly that he wasn't sure whether what he was about to do was for the nation or for himself. But one thing was certain: he would stop the empire at all costs. Logan knelt once more before the king and declared that he would gladly carry out his duty. After their meeting with the king, Felix and Logan strolled through the palace gardens. Together, Felix remarked that His Majesty must have grown quite soft. He said that the king was never the type to speak so much, nor was he someone who would normally request a personal meeting with Logan. These unusual behaviors worried Felix, making him suspect that the king might be hiding concerns deep in his heart. Hearing this, Logan told Felix not to worry. He explained that although the meeting had been short, he could tell that if the king truly had a problem, he would have told Felix immediately. Since he hadn't said anything, it was likely an issue Felix didn't need to concern himself with. After hearing this, Felix looked visibly calmer and smiled. He admitted that Logan was right, and said that he must have become more prone to worry. With age, he added that his heart had wavered, simply because his pupil had accepted a royal treasure. So casually hearing this, Logan began sweating, unsure how to respond. Felix then told Logan that the bracelet he had received was called the Bracelet of Regeneration. It was an artifact imbued with fifth-class magic, specializing in rapid healing. Because it contained only a single enchantment, its effect was extremely potent, comparable to the holy spell of a high-ranking priest. Hearing this, Logan immediately grasped the bracelet's potential. A spell of that level could turn fatal wounds into mere scratches. The bracelet possessed regeneration power at the highest possible tier. Felix said that, knowing Logan now possessed such an item, put his mind at ease. Logan replied that it was all thanks to Felix. However, Felix interrupted him and said that now he could push Logan to the brink of death, confident that the bracelet would simply repair him. Afterward, he told Logan to prepare himself until seeing this side of Felix. I believed Logan was the only madman in Grandia, but it seemed Felix might surpass him. At that thought, Logan looked like he was about to wet his pants. Still, he believed this would help him grow stronger. He told Felix that he would do his best to meet his expectations, as the harder he trained, the more progress he would make. It soon became clear that Felix was keeping his word. Lying on the ground, barely conscious, Logan thought that he remembered this scene from somewhere before Felix stood over him and asked how long he planned to lie there, ordering him to get back up. Suddenly, one of Felix's servants came running and shouted for him. The news the servant brought was something everyone had been waiting for. The Sword Duke had finally had his child. Felix threw a grand celebration, so extravagant that some nobles even thought it excessive, for the birth of a daughter. At the party, people whispered among themselves, saying they had heard that the Sword Duke's pupil would also be attending when they spotted Logan. They approached him and asked if he was the one, commenting that he was much younger than they had expected. Seeing this, Logan could only think about how much attention the title of Sword Duke's pupil attracted, and how the days when he sold Imperic at parties felt like a lifetime ago. Logan then turned around and saw Felix. He was holding his baby in his arms, standing beside the Duchess, and he looked like the happiest man in the entire world. Soon, a servant announced the arrival of an important guest, the Bishop of Grandia's United Holy Order. The man introduced was Crimson Matthew. The bishop stepped forward to congratulate Felix on the birth of his descendant, and Felix thanked him, saying he was honored that the bishop had come. Personally, the bishop replied that there was no way he would send a servant when the very foundation of the country, the Sword Duke, had welcomed his first child. His presence alone left everyone around utterly astounded. Logan thought to himself that most nobles received a holy blessing at birth. Among those blessings was one, granted in the name of the fifth of the 9 gods, Agna, the goddess of trees and life, a blessing every parent wished for to ensure their child's health. On top of that, receiving a blessing directly from the bishop himself made it no surprise that Felix was so happy. At this moment, everyone gathered around the steps where the bishop, Felix, the Duchess, and the baby stood. The bishop took the baby into his hands, raised the child high above his head, and declared that this humble servant requested the great 9 gods, who watched over this world, to bless the child. Watching this scene, Logan finally understood the difference between holy power and mana. Holy power was closer to the root than force, and far less visible than mana. That was why ordinary people couldn't feel it at all, and could only see it manifest as bright light. The bishop continued declaring that in the name of Agna, the goddess of life, he blessed this newly born Esperanza. At that moment, tens of thousands of powerful streams of blue light surged toward the bishop and the child. Those who witnessed it were left in awe. Everyone immediately began congratulating the Duke, saying that with such a powerful light, the child was surely destined to grow up healthy and strong. But that was not what actually happened. The only ones who seemed to realize this were Logan and the bishop. The holy power had been deflected from the baby's body. Seeing the bishop's expression, Felix grew anxious and asked what was wrong. The bishop replied that nothing was wrong at all, explaining that he was simply tired after performing a blessing for the first time in so long. He apologized and said he would now take his leave. As the bishop descended the stairs, the Duke and his Duchess watched him, their expressions revealing that they Two sensed something unusual about the event. Observing this, Logan thought that, since holy power was only one of many forms of power, it was possible the baby possessed a peculiar constitution that resisted it. Even so, Logan felt deeply uncomfortable. That discomfort seemed to originate from Count Befros, who was standing in front of Logan and now saluted him. Befros remarked that it was a shame. Logan appeared rather unwell. Logan returned the greeting and replied that he was quite well, thanking Befros for his concern. Befros said Logan was as cheeky as ever, to which Logan calmly replied that it was one of his many charms. In the next instant, Befros clenched his fist and shattered the glass in his hand. The sharp sound drew everyone's attention. Befros said it was the first time he had made such a mistake, but given his age, his hands slipped from time to time. A servant hurried over, offering a cloth to stop the bleeding and clean him up. And Befros then told Logan that the only reason Logan was still alive was because by sheer chance, he had become the Sword Duke's pupil. He stepped closer and said that thanks to this, Logan had managed to attract the attention of many high-ranking nobles, making him a very lucky man. As he spoke, he shoved the blood-stained cloth into Logan's hand. Logan accepted the cloth and thought that for a count, Befros was surprisingly immature. He replied that he was, of course, aware of how lucky he had been. After all, he had even managed to regress. Befros said he hoped Logan would maintain that same attitude, even after meeting higher nobles. Logan didn't understand what Befros meant, so Befros clarified. He told Logan that Romain von Grandia, His Highness the Second Prince, wished to meet him. Befros added that he hoped Logan would refuse. Logan interpreted this clearly. If he didn't take the Second Prince's side, Befros would make him pay. Logan replied that it would be an honor to be introduced to His Highness the Second Prince by Befros, and that he would carefully deliberate on the suggestion. Hearing this, Befros scoffed, saying Logan's words were arrogant, and that the prince's orders were not mere suggestions. Logan stepped closer to Befros and calmly said that he believed it was a suggestion, and that Befros surely wouldn't want him and his teacher to do something foolish like joining the other side. As he spoke, Logan neatly placed the bloodied cloth into Befros's breast pocket. Befros clenched his fist and told Logan that he would soon notify him of the date. He warned that if this was another one of Logan's deceptions, then Logan would be paying a debt far greater than he could imagine. And Logan simply smiled from within the crowd and said he would be waiting for Befros' message. As Befros walked away, Logan thought that Befros could run his mouth all he wanted. For now, once the Civil War began, Befros wouldn't even have time to think about him. There were only a few months left, and all Logan had to do was delay meeting him. Until then, Logan also thought that, despite having power comparable to a Margrave, Befros was acting as nothing more than a messenger for the Second Prince in that sense. Count Befros had already become a laughingstock. It turns out that Befros was in conversation with Jordan, Walter mean the blazing heat sword, one of the kingdom's 5 dukes, a superhuman Ohawieldi, and also the maternal grandfather of the Second Prince. Jordan briefly noticed Logan, but only for a couple of seconds. Before turning his head away, Logan immediately understood that he was being openly ignored. To someone like Jordan, Logan simply wasn't worth acknowledging. After all, the real target here was never him, but Felix. While Logan was still thinking about this, a man approached him from behind and spoke softly, addressing him formally as young Master Logan. Logan turned and saw Lord Varen Kairos. His uncle Varen laughed warmly, clearly pleased to see Logan, commenting on how long it had been since they last met, and how proud he felt seeing Logan all grown up. Logan, however, asked him bluntly what nonsense he was spouting. Varen Kairos was his mother's elder brother, and the successor of the Kairos family, a house tied to the McLeans through marriage. Yet Logan couldn't recall Varen ever truly acting like an uncle. A memory surfaced from Logan's childhood, where he had once called Varen uncle during a gathering, only to be mocked and warned not to overstep his place. Back then, Varen had looked down on him, like he was nothing more than filth. Back in the present, Varen explained that, even if they lacked direct blood ties, the world still recognized the Kairos and McLean families as bound by marriage. Logan coldly asked whether those ties hadn't already been severed. Varen laughed, telling him not to use such harsh words, insisting that mistakes were made in the past. But Kin was still Kin. He reminded Logan of the support the Kairos family had, supposedly given them clans over the last decade, and asked if Logan truly couldn't overlook a single mistake. Logan recalled his mother's face during the Tesseran attack, when the Kairos family had turned their backs and abandoned them. He replied that if that mistake hadn't involved closing their eyes while their own kin fell off a cliff, perhaps he could have forgiven it. But not now. Varen felt insulted, thinking Logan had grown far too bold. After gaining a little fame, he judged Logan as reckless, still acting without thinking. To Varen, manipulating someone like him shouldn't be difficult. He then admitted that what his family had done was indeed unforgivable, and offered a formal apology on behalf of the Kairos family. Logan calmly told him that Varen seemed well aware it was far too late for apologies. Varen cursed him internally, but forced a smile. He said that if Logan wanted compensation, he would provide it, pulling out a blank check and handing it over. He added that reconciliation between kin was better than permanent separation. Logan accepted the check and asked if Varen planned to say nothing else after offering compensation, especially since he claimed to be apologizing. Varen clenched his teeth in humiliation, then shocking everyone nearby. He bowed deeply before Logan and begged for his help, promising to do whatever Logan asked, and to focus on the future rather than the past. Logan found absurd that the successor of the Kairos family, a man who had never reflected on his own faults, was behaving this way. Something rotten was clearly happening. This wasn't genuine remorse. It was pressure from above. Logan noticed another man in the background, Duco and Douglas, the first prince's paternal grandfather, and the only sixth circle magician in the kingdom, standing in direct opposition to Jordan Wolterman. Logan realized that whether it was Kairos or Befros, two of the three richest men in the kingdom were ultimately being forced into submission by the Duke's schemes. And if those men were involved, then he had something important he could entrust to them. He told Varen to raise his head, and said that small favors between kin didn't need to be complicated. Asking if Varen agreed, Logan leaned closer and whispered something into Varen's ear. Varen initially thanked him, but as the request sank in, his expression collapsed into despair. Logan, meanwhile, wore a wide grin. Logan told him that if he fulfilled this single request, arranging a meeting with the first prince would be simple. Varen nodded in defeat, saying he understood and would do exactly as Logan wished. At that moment, a voice interrupted them, calling for everyone's attention. It was Lefman, a vassal of the Esperanza family, announcing that the most important ceremony of the celebration was about to begin. With the safe arrival of the young lady, it was time to welcome the person who would grant her a name. As Lefman prepared to announce it, he hesitated and turned to the Duke and Duchess for confirmation, still unable to believe it. They nodded. Lefman then declared that his Grace's pupil, young Master Logan, would be the one to name the child. As Logan passed Lefman and ascended the stairs toward Felix, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Logan took the baby into his arms immediately. Noticing how bright and precious her eyes were, he sensed that she had been bathed in Felix's aura. From birth, her vitality overflowing. The baby seemed comfortable, even reaching out toward Logan's face, causing him to blush. Logan had thought of many names before, yet in this moment they all vanished from his mind. Finally he spoke, declaring that her name would be Stella, meaning star in the ancient tongue. He expressed his hope that she would become a radiant beacon, shining brightly even in the darkest night. Felix and the Duchess were visibly moved, joy clear on their faces. Felix lowered his head with pride and gratitude, accepting the name wholeheartedly. Standing beside them on the stairs, Logan still found it strange that holy power had been repelled from her earlier. But seeing their happiness, he pushed the thought aside, convincing himself that it was probably nothing serious. Rick arrived with his arms full of letters, stacking them in front of Logan, as if trying to make a point. He explained that nobles from all directions had sent invitations, hoping to meet Logan after the naming ceremony. Logan barely glanced at them and told Rick to leave everything in his room, because he planned to refuse every single request. Rick was clearly confused, unable to understand. why Logan would ignore such opportunities. Logan simply replied that they needed to return to their estate. As soon as possible, the Civil War was approaching, and preparation mattered more than social games. He thought it was unfortunate that he never managed to meet the third prince during his stay, but that regret would have to wait. Right now, returning home came first. Dwayne had already contacted him with news that the estate was thriving. Beyond expectations, the harvest this year was estimated to be nearly 20 times higher than projected, enough to sustain them for at least 3 or 4 years. Logan felt a growing urge to see everything. With his own eyes, Felix stepped forward and told Logan to pause his training for the moment. He then revealed that he had one final secret art to pass on before Logan departed. The words left Logan stunned, standing face to face. Logan admitted his surprise at being taught another secret technique so suddenly. Felix calmly replied that he was aware Logan possessed something even greater already, leaving Logan momentarily speechless. It was clear Felix was referring to the ancient secret art. Felix acknowledged that he had spoken poorly of that art in the past, but when used properly, it could surpass even his own techniques. Still, he reminded Logan that one thing mattered above all else when asked what that was. Logan answered without hesitation that fundamentals came first. Felix nodded in approval and explained that the art he was about to teach would amplify those very fundamentals. He went on to explain that the martial path he built focused on restricting the enemy's movement while maximizing one's own, ultimately granting control over the battlefield itself. Clenching his fist, Felix said the heavy sword was the first true manifestation of that philosophy. What he would now teach Logan was the purified form of his martial arts, the very foundation that led him to awaken as an aura user. Felix told Logan to watch carefully, and in the next instant, his figure vanished like a shadow. Logan was left stunned. He hadn't even seen Felix move, and it didn't feel like he had approached from behind. Either before Logan could react, Felix had already seized him by the neck. Logan realized this strange movement was something he had encountered before during their sparring sessions, a technique he could never fully track with his eyes. Felix asked Logan what he thought of it, but Logan remained speechless. He admitted internally that it was impressive, yet wondered if such movement alone could truly elevate someone to becoming an aura user. A superhuman like Felix would naturally be impossible to follow. But what about ordinary warriors? Felix seemed to read his thoughts and asked Logan what the foundation of all martial arts truly was. Logan answered that it was the legs and the steps one takes. Felix said that answer was correct, but only for non-force users. The reason Felix stood above other aura users in the kingdom was because of the very technique he had just used, known as Spirit Shadow. The name felt unsettling to Logan, but judging by Felix's pride in it, the technique was unquestionably valuable. Felix casually mentioned Logan's trouble with the knight, named Franz, striking a sarcastic pose, as he remarked that such difficulties would never have happened if Logan had mastered Spirit Shadow earlier. He then asked if Logan wanted to learn it. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in Logan's expression. Every hardship he had endured only strengthened his resolve. Felix began teaching him immediately, instructing Logan to lighten his steps and allow his heels to touch the ground, only at the moment of jumping. He silently noted Logan's extraordinary talent. Within just a few hours, Logan had nearly replicated the movement and was already internalizing it, as if full mastery were only a matter of time. Felix felt a rare sense of satisfaction, realizing that decades of waiting had finally paid off. Upon meeting Logan, even so, Felix shouted at him repeatedly, telling him he was still too slow and needed to move lighter while maintaining stronger force. He did this intentionally, believing that excessive praise was poison for a genius. Logan, meanwhile, continued to view himself as lacking, though a touch of humility did him no harm. After some time, Felix told him to stop, saying he had done well and only needed continued practice to fully internalize the technique. Noticing Logan's thoughtful expression, Felix asked what was bothering him. Logan admitted that the movement felt incredible and that he already felt twice as fast as before. But it didn't seem like something a knight would naturally create. It felt closer to something else entirely. Felix completed his thought, suggesting it resembled an assassin's technique. Logan didn't respond, but his silence confirmed it. Felix explained that Logan wasn't entirely wrong. Back when the king was still a prince, Felix had been newly knighted and appointed as his personal guard, even before ascending the throne. The future king had countless enemies. Protecting him meant facing horrors beyond conventional battlefields. As a young royal knight filled with excitement, Felix had encountered bloodshed, greater than what frontline soldiers endured. He needed a way to move faster, more quietly, and dominate space with a single strike. That need gave birth to Spirit Shadow. When Felix finally mastered it, he awakened his aura soon after. Felix warned Logan not to become arrogant, simply for understanding the theory, and reminded him that true mastery required a lifetime of dedication to the sword. Logan acknowledged this and bowed deeply before his master. He understood that this was the very path the greatest swordsman in the kingdom had walked, to become a superhuman before Logan could leave. Felix added that there was one more reason. He called him back. He calmly revealed that the third prince wished to meet him under the cover of night. Felix and Logan moved swiftly through the town, their bodies gliding almost unnaturally, as they used the newly learned technique to travel freely toward the palace. Logan asked if this kind of movement was the reason. Felix had taught him Spirit Shadow, and Felix confirmed that this was indeed one of its purposes. Moments later, they descended to the ground. Their destination turned out to be an abandoned house, hidden within the woods. As they stepped inside, Logan scanned the surroundings, wondering if the third prince truly lived in such a neglected place, on the outskirts of the outer castle. Felix then knocked on the floor itself. In response, hidden underground stairs revealed themselves, opening silently as they descended. Logan asked whether it was really necessary to go this far, just for a meeting. Felix replied that many eyes were currently watching him, and beyond that meeting, the Sword Duke's pupil naturally attracted even more attention. Felix then asked Logan whether he had heard of the third prince before. Logan hesitated, unsure how to respond, before admitting that he had heard rumors, claiming the third prince was the only one fit to become king. Felix immediately warned him never to say such things in public, as words like that could create serious trouble for everyone involved. At the bottom of the stairs, Felix knocked on a door and announced himself. A voice from inside invited them to enter. Felix opened the door and they removed their hoods. Felix greeted the prince warmly, saying it had been a long time. The prince responded just as pleasantly, saying it was good to finally see him again. Before turning his attention to Logan, with a bright smile, he asked if Logan was the Duke's pupil. Logan stepped forward ahead of his teacher, while Felix's expression turned serious. Logan knelt respectfully and formally greeted the third prince, saying it was an honor to meet him. As he did so, Logan thought that this was finally his chance. He could now judge for himself whether the third prince was truly fit to rule. Soon after, the three of them sat together, sharing a cup of coffee. The prince asked Logan how he had managed to become a high-ranking knight at such a young age, remarking that it was an impressive accomplishment. Logan responded humbly, saying the prince was praising him too much, and that any progress he had made came from gaining a small insight. Under a great teacher, the prince laughed, and replied that if such a small insight had brought Logan this far, then he must be destined for far greater things than someone mediocre like himself. The comment made Logan spit out his coffee in shock, quickly apologizing and insisting he meant no disrespect. The prince laughed again and admitted he was only teasing him. He then explained that he had heard many stories about Logan, not just about his combat ability, but also how he had rescued his declining family and expanded their influence. The prince told him that such achievements truly made Logan worthy of being called a hero. Logan thanked him for the praise, while silently noting that the prince was surprisingly well informed about matters most nobles would dismiss as unimportant. Logan glanced at Felix, who suddenly shook his head, signaling that he had not been the source of this information. Seeing this, the prince explained that, since Felix had spoken so highly of Logan, He conducted his own investigation. He then asked if he had offended Logan in any way. Logan assured him that he had not, and expressed gratitude for the prince's interest. As Logan studied him more closely, he realized that the third prince was not just slightly better than his brothers. He might surpass them by far. The prince then said they should stop circling the topic and get straight to the point. He explained that Logan might not yet realize it, but the fate of the kingdom was already in danger. The nobles had split the country into two opposing factions, each trying to devour the other, while open warfare had not yet broken out. The situation was a ticking time bomb. The prince bluntly stated that two reckless men, who cared nothing for common people, were poisoning the kingdom and would eventually bring it to ruin. That was why he needed capable individuals. He needed power to drive out those leeches, draining the country dry. Felix was stunned by the bluntness of his words. The prince then turned to Felix, saying he understood his position and knew that, as a powerless prince, he could not command the sword, Duke's pupil to serve him. But that was never his intention. He turned back to Logan and declared that Logan was a genius of the century and a treasure of the kingdom. He expressed his hope that, when the time came, talented people like Logan would stand by his side. He extended his hand and asked Logan if he could do that for him. Logan felt that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. He told the prince that he deeply agreed with his views, and that after meeting him in person, he realized the rumors were not wrong. The third prince truly seemed to be the only candidate fit to rule. However, Logan explained that there were obstacles preventing him from serving under the prince. Immediately, the prince replied that he had expected as much and assumed Logan had no interest. Logan clarified that this was not the case at all, and that the prince's potential alone was more than sufficient. He added that it was widely known that the other princes were already engaging in disgraceful behavior, which left Felix visibly shocked. Felix tried to interrupt, saying Logan was not in a position to speak about the princes, but the third prince stopped him, stating that Logan was free to continue. Logan explained that his estate was currently in conflict with Count Befros, a dangerous enemy who could not be opposed lightly. At their current strength, he needed to resolve this issue first before answering the prince's call. The prince thought for a moment before asking whether Logan was aligned with the second prince. Logan replied that if given some time, he would deal with Befros and then support the third prince with the restored power of the MacLeans. In return, the prince would have Logan as his sword. The prince found this proposal intriguing, remarking that such confidence was fitting for the sword. Duke's pupil, he extended his hand again and told Logan that he would prepare a gift for him. Once that day came, Logan reached out and shook his hand, and the prince told him to look forward to it. After leaving the abandoned house, Felix asked Logan what he had been thinking when he effectively pledged himself to the third prince. Logan asked if he had come across as too direct, explaining that he only meant after handling his own matters. Felix scoffed, calling Logan a crafty brat, and saying he understood perfectly what Logan meant. Logan laughed and replied that he did it because he trusted Felix. Felix reminded him that he had warned Logan he could guarantee nothing. Felix then said he knew that was not the whole story, and told Logan he could share his worries if he wished, as Felix might be able to help. Logan looked up silently before asking Felix which of the three princes he believed should become king. Felix avoided the question, saying it was not his place to decide, and that it was ultimately the king's choice. Logan then shared a saying he had heard. The first prince would become a tyrant, who destroyed the royal family, while the second prince would become a terrible king, who ruined the nation. Felix reacted sharply, asking who dared to say such things. Logan thought to himself that Felix himself had said those words in his previous life, and doubted his opinion had truly changed. Logan stated that he believed those words, and felt that the third prince would be far better than the other two. He asked Felix directly what he thought. Felix hesitated once again. Seeing this, Logan clarified that he wanted Felix's honest opinion. Felix looked down at him, considered his words carefully, and finally admitted the truth, that he shared the same sentiment. Hearing this, Logan felt a sense of certainty. For now, it might only be a seed planted in Felix's thoughts. But when the unexpected chaos erupted, that seed would bloom. Logan then told Felix to protect the third prince until he came of age, even though he knew turmoil would strike before then. Felix sighed and told Logan that he had always known he was intriguing, but admitted that he had no idea what Logan was truly planning. As they left the castle grounds, Logan fell into deep thought. Over the past 2 months, he had accomplished a great deal. He had confirmed the king's condition and personally met the third prince. He had secured trade routes and networks through Kairos and obtained a promise of cooperation, which would make acquiring supplies for the upcoming civil war far easier with all of that settled. Logan felt it was finally time to return to the McLeans, and that was exactly what he did. As they passed through open fields, Henderson remarked that the journey had been worthwhile, as they had been able to dedicate their time, and Grant to training another knight agreed, adding that they had even crossed swords with the sword, Duke's Knights, which alone made the trip valuable. Still, he said that the greatest gain from this expedition was something else entirely. Henderson immediately agreed. It was obvious what they were talking about. Logan's engagement the Knights quietly discussed it, with Henderson admitting that he never would have believed Logan would find his match. In the capital, another knight mentioned hearing rumors that Logan had already made up his mind after their very first date. They then wondered aloud what Logan liked so much about her, not realizing that he could hear every word. Logan answered that question silently. In his own mind, what drew him to Eileen was her power and her combat ability. His gaze shifted to his newly engaged fiancée. He knew that in truth, he was bringing her back to Moclawn to be trained as a knight, even though their engagement existed only on paper. For now, because of that, convincing her father had not been easy. The man had been deeply concerned about his precious daughter becoming a knight, especially when Logan planned to take her away the very day after their discussion. In fact, he had clearly stated that if Logan so much as touched her before the wedding, he would personally cut off his head. Eileen suddenly spoke up, asking Logan to keep his promise to her. Logan asked what she meant. She replied that she could not leave without results after coming all this way, so he had to honor what he promised her. Hearing this, Logan looked down at Eileen, noticing how tightly she was gripping her skirt. In that moment, he understood the feeling she was experiencing, the weight of leaving behind the place where she had lived her entire life. Logan told her that he would honor his promise, no matter what. Hearing that, Eileen said softly that she hoped they would arrive soon.